Take a break.
What up? Hello. What's up? Hello. How are we doing? Yeah, my setup triggered it. I don't know what's going on with my setup. It's one of the inevitable. I've gotten to the inevitable point in a development timeline where the things that I built start behaving in odd ways. And I need to finally go back and do that documentation to get them all set. But that's for another day. Today is for Vox Machina. Today is for episode 61, Denizens of the Moonbrush. And I'm psyched. I did put out an announcement that might be a half-up. I hope not. I have a big old canker sore. I don't even know if you can see it. It's like right there. Which isn't as bad as like if it was like on my tongue or something, but still might be a problem for a really long episode like today's. Because the estimate was like medium speed up, and it's like a 3.5 hour episode, which is, by my estimations, about a 7.5 to 8 hour stream. So we may have to split it up. We're gonna see. I have a treatment plan that I did before and I'll do during. Who knows? We'll see. But that all said, no real housekeeping today, honestly. Other than that we it seems like in general people liked the idea of the new format that we tested out last week, but that the execution was not it. It was also interesting because that video brought in a much higher ratio of new people. Also, I moved the camera. I don't know if you saw that. But it brought in a much higher ratio of new people to the channel and just to the video in general than a normal Critical Eyes episode, which like makes sense. But I'm going to continue to try it, which means because we're going to continue trying that out, and I think there's like a good end state for it somewhere down the line, I think I can start to feel comfortable saying that it's going to be like Critical Role, some form of live, every Wednesday. Every Wednesday at 11:30. I think I can start to feel confident in that. So I wouldn't quite take it to the bank yet, but we're definitely approaching that. I'm also drinking a punch. Oh, hell yeah. So yeah, I'm very, very excited to have that and to keep iterating on it. It'll let me do more of the types of like reacts that people want me to do, which will be really cool. Oh wait, why does it say stream finished? It should not say stream. Okay. God, for a second I thought that I was offline. But yeah, I think it'll overall be really, really sick. I was afraid the negative feedback would scare off the format entirely. I do think there's something there. No. Everyone was like, I was being very serious in my like announcement after the fact when I said that the feedback was awesome. Like, it was entirely negative, but it was also right. and it was all very like respectful, and like none of it was like attacking me or my character. It was like, oh, the editing on this is cutting out so much context that I can barely watch it. Like that's just like that's just an opinion, and it doesn't have anything to do with me. It's just about the content. So no, I'm all good. So yeah, I think I'm cooking up the next one. It's gonna have a lot more of the original video footage, and when I say a lot more, still cut down. But it's going to be much easier to test because it's going to be I'm going to do one of the Q&As. So that's much easier for me to like determine how much footage needs to be there. It just needs to be like the question and maybe the answer as well. So that one's been a lot easier to kind of determine what needs to be in there and what doesn't. And then we can kind of continue to iterate from there. But yeah, so that'll be cool. Do you know if the new viewers were new to live or new to the channel? No, it is new to the channel. So YouTube gives me a stat called like returning viewers versus new viewers. I don't know exactly how it categorizes them. It doesn't tell you, but like for example, oh, you can't even see it on this one yet. Yeah, it basically. My assumption is that returning viewers are people that have seen a video at least one or two of your others, and then new viewers are totally new to the channel. So yeah, it was they were totally new, which was really, really cool. And I was excited, and I think that format will be especially good for doing that sort of not outreach, but like. It's sort of like breaking out of the series, because I get it. You know, you see part 61 and you may not want to jump in either in the middle or the beginning. So I very much understand why that ratio is different. And I think that'll be a cool way to not only, again, see more of what you guys want to see, but also branch out a little bit. So yeah, I think it was all a good thing. And then that's pretty much it. The only other thing that is kind of housekeeping, I guess, I changed the configurations of my monitors slightly, and I flipped the tablet vertical. So layouts, looking slightly different. Let me make sure that this is in the right place. Yeah. So layout's looking slightly different, but hopefully, I tried to preserve kind of the, I guess, essence of what was already there. Maybe I'll do that. I think that might actually be better. Anyways, but yeah, I tried to kind of preserve the essence, keep chat nice and big, and then we will have Critical Role up here. And I think beyond that, there's nothing else really other than takeaway, which takeaway is not small. I mean, or it might be. I don't know. I didn't script it out like I sometimes do, so I honestly don't know how long it'll take me. But basically, my takeaway from last time is that there are valent factors. I think that's the right term for it. There are multiple factors that go into any given decision in D&D. So the one that is standing out to my brain right now is the bear spirit encounter towards the end of the last session. And, I was looking at it purely kind of from a pacing perspective, and my opinion shifted rapidly towards the end of the stream. And a lot of people were saying something to the effect of Matt wanted to do a thing for his friend. He wanted to, target this player and this character very directly. And I can absolutely see that. Like, I think that there was maybe a more nuanced and potentially reliable way to go about that. Especially when we're in the perspective, if we look at it from the perspective of a home game. And I'll switch back to just chatting because this is mostly just me talking. In the perspective of a home game, your players, I've talked about this before. What up, Confused Strawberry? I've talked about this before where like actual play players are much more likely to grab any given hook you put in front of them because they know that there's a story to be told. They know that there's like a certain runtime on the episode. They know that, it's a show. And even if they don't discuss it beforehand, the players have that knowledge in their heads. So when I'm looking at something like the bear encounter, the bear spirit encounter from the end of the last session, that makes a little bit more sense within the context of an actual play as like a delivery method, I suppose you could say. And a lot of my problems with it were analyzing it from the perspective of a home game. Because I keep coming back to, okay, if his intention was to give his friend something, a moment or an upgrade, whatever, that encounter was super easy to walk past. That encounter was incredibly easy to walk past, and most of their experience in the Feywild would have naturally encouraged them to walk past it. Now, again, a little bit different within the context of an actual play. What they do or don't walk past is going to be different than your at-home players. So that's one of the complicated things about that scene. But my real takeaway from that scene and from all that experience is something that we talked about kind of in the middle of it, which is how much control Matt has over what they experience, how long they're in the Feywild, all this stuff. And I think that the Feywild is actually a really good kind of almost hyperbolic, extreme version of this concept. I think this concept still exists in the material plane broadly, but the Feywild is especially good for exemplifying it. And that is like the question of how a DM creates pace from what they put into their world. So I kind of talked about it, but they started out. Oh, now I do need to go back to the other screen. So they started out, and I'm gonna do a north to south sort of configuration, but that's not. It's just because the screen is vertical. They did not actually go north to south at all. Wait, what the hell? What the hell? It's getting up my backlight. Stop it. Okay, that's my tablet was being weird. Okay, there we go. Much better. So this will be like from Nymph, sort of the Nymph, all the way to the moonbrush. Right, so that's kind of the path that we're starting at. So this is like where their entry point was towards where we saw them at the end of the last episode. I think even in a home game, it'd be in the player's best interest to bite on every hook. Now, that's a separate discussion. I'd have to marinate on that a little bit. I think it depends on the tone, and such. Like, I'm thinking about it from the perspective of, say, a more sandboxy, open world type table. There are a lot of tables that run experiences where you will encounter things that you can't handle, right? You will be presented with things that you should not engage with. Now, are those things hooks? That's where I think the question kind of comes from, because I don't disagree with they probably should bite on every hook, and there's an even other layer to that of the other layer of, like, you can't make your players do that. You can't make your players bite on every hook. But even if you could, what is a hook? Is kind of a separate question, because that's when you run, like when you encounter something that you can't handle. But we've seen it with Vox Machina. In order to make Vox Machina run, the threat has to be so outrageous and so ludicrous that it actually convinces them to do it, like the decimation of Iman with all the Chroma Conclave. That is the point at which they run. If you present them with a threat that they definitely can't handle, they will definitely TPK them, but it is not presented in the apocalyptic tone of the Chroma Conclave. Like, say it's a natural apex predator of some kind. I don't know, say somehow you're running a campaign where the tardigrade, or not the tardigrade, the Tarrasque, is like out and around and like stalks a section of the overworld as its natural habitat. Right? It's just doing its thing. It's just living its life. And it might not have the same apocalyptic tone that might convince them to run, but they still absolutely should. Those things definitely, I'm also using kind of a hyperbolic example because it's hard to kind of get in the middle there. But those sorts of things absolutely exist. And frankly, that's what I thought this bear spirit was. Like, when I saw the bear spirit, like, cave, to me, everything has been said, run. Do not fuck with anything. Everything is dangerous. And so I see a cave with a bunch of bones outside, and I'm like, that's just another bit of environmental storytelling. It's not a hook, necessarily. However, there's, in actual plays, the situation and the tone can end up being slightly different, where anything that is presented is kind of assumed to need to be part of the session. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyways, that's not even part of the takeaway. The takeaway is about pacing and introducing things. So we had the nymph. She's inside of a forest. They go to the edge of this forest. This is all forest. It's all nice. Nope, that's not the color. It's all a nice green, and then they transition into the grasslands that I'll just put in a G. And then there are mountains over here. I believe they said that Singorn was at like the base of mountains. And so Singorn right there, more grassland, and then we eventually get to the moonbrush. Right. And there's kind of a imaginary transition zone, at least to an extent right there. And these are kind of the 4 zones that we have experienced from Matt. We have no idea how big they are. This is one of the reasons that I say that the Feywild is a good kind of more hyperbolic extreme example of this like DM pacing sort of situation. The forest had 1 event within it. Same thing with this grassland. And this grassland basically didn't have anything. It was, you could maybe say that it had 1 with like the grass that they like encounter right outside of Singorn. But mostly it had 0. And we spent about the same amount of time real world, like within reality, narrating each of these sections, narrating the forest, narrating the grassland, and then we had this little transitionary zone where we had a bigger conversation, and then we got into the moonbrush and had the bear encounter. We had the 1 bear encounter inside the moonbrush. We have no idea how long these distances were, right? This grassland could have been 100 miles. You know, this might be 100 miles of distance. The forest could have been 50 miles. This grassland could have been, I don't know, fucking 500 miles. None of it matters because the way that we experience those things is through the interesting things that are displayed by the DM. So I think mentally, at least for me, I consider all of these zones to be about the same size. We traveled through them for a period of time, and we had about 1 interesting thing happen along the way. Now, the exception there is this grassland. They transitioned through this grassland faster than the forest and faster than this grassland because there were less interesting things there. We spent way longer in this grassland because the interesting thing there. And there's a kind of missing even part of this diagram, this equation, which is like the magnitude of the interesting thing. Garmili here was much more like of a factor than he was back here. And as a DM, you can't always control that, right? Like Matt, we assumed that the thing in the forest following them was Garmili. At least I do. And inside that situation, that's what the background does, I'm realizing now. Inside this situation, they passed through the forest much faster than they passed through the grassland in terms of real world time because they didn't interact with Garmili nearly as much than they did out here. So you're not fully in control as a DM, but you are in control to an extent. There might have been something interesting in these grasslands. We'll never know because Matt didn't present it to us. It's equally as likely that a Garmili type encounter was originally situated in these grasslands and Matt just plucked it out. Just said, yeah, they're not going to see it. And that makes them transition through this faster, definitely faster than this, and even faster than this when he did present them with something interesting. So that's why last session I said Matt has control over how long they stay in the Feywild. I don't really mean in fiction, but I do mean out of fiction. If he presents them with more stuff, they will stay in there for longer real-world time. If he presents them with less stuff, they will stay in there for less real-world time. Because every thing that you present them has like an inherent range, right? You present them with one interesting thing, and the magnitude of it could range, but it'll only range to an extent. It's an extent that you can kind of pick up on as a DM after a while. Of like, okay, maybe it'll take a little bit of time, or it'll take, well, I was going to say little and a large. It'll take a small amount of time to a big amount of time, and that'll depend on you and your table and what this one thing is, but it is kind of this finite range. And it can be conceptualized that way. And since that means that each of these individual instances is theoretically finite, you can control the pace as a DM by the number of these that you put in. So, again, putting in nothing into this grassland ensures that they will go through it faster than putting one thing into this grassland. So that's the way, when I talk about like a DM controlling the pace, that is what I mean. And this control happens mid-session, and it happens in prep. So the bear encounter, I was like, oh man, why is that there? Because, Matt put it there. There's a really common kind of thought process, I think, of, well, it's there because it's there. Like it's just there because, Matt built the moonbrush. He didn't know that they were going to go through the moonbrush. He didn't know if they were going to go through it or not. And he just filled the moonbrush with stuff. But he filled the moonbrush with stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, the moonbrush is this region. And from a world building perspective, it can be as full or as empty, like from an in-fiction perspective, as we want. The way that your players experience that is kind of separate, right? The moonbrush could be totally filled. I'm sure that, like, in fiction, in fact, I know in fiction, Matt narrated that there were several things moving through these grasslands. There are other things in this, but there's only one interesting thing that he actually draws our attention into. So these grasslands are built out much larger than we ever saw, much more detailed. But in terms of what Matt chooses to show us, there is one encounter, not, 5. And that can be exactly the same with the moonbrush and the bear encounter. You can narrate as the DM, as they go along this path. You can, and as they go with Garmili, you can narrate, hey, there's a cave here, but Garmili steers you away, steers you in the opposite direction. Garmili could have jumped in at any time that they were looking at that cave, and he very much did not. You can present caves that are much further away that would require a much wider diversion from the path. So instead of, because also you're choosing the path. That's another thing to consider. Because they're not on a hex map or anything like that, this path is chosen by Matt. So you can choose, as Matt, a path that runs them into the things that you want them to run into. Even if you have placed them statically and you will never move them, you still have control over that path. So you can have them take a path that takes them very close to a point of interest, or you can choose a path that does not take them close to a point of interest. Maybe they'll see it in the distance, maybe they won't, who knows? All under your control. It's under your control during prep, whether or not this cave even exists. So maybe the caves, they never encounter one, but they hear NPCs discussing these offering sites in these caves. And they never actually visually see it, so there's nothing to actually go and explore. All of this is very, very within the DM's control, both during prep and during running. So when I'm interrogating a certain piece of the world, being there or not being there, I'm not interrogating it from a perspective of, does it make sense if that exists within the world? I'm interrogating it from a sense of, does it make sense that the DM chose to show it to us and chose to have it be a factor within this session? Very similar with the refugees on the way from Westrun to the Sphinx. Again, Matt chose their flight path. They're not on a hex map. So when he's choosing their flight path, he chose to fly them in a direction where they would see the refugee camp. That is him choosing to include that bit of the world. So all of this is to say, I came to a very neutral conclusion towards the end of the session on what I actually thought of the Bears inclusion. But overall, I just want to highlight, and my takeaway is that these things are within the DM control. All right, let's see. One of my strategies that I'm going to start using during like sort of diatribes or takeaway type things is to not read chat until the end. That way I don't get interrupted, and I think there will be less cycling. It'll be like a talking section and then a chat section. We'll see if that works. I don't know. Just as a player, I can't imagine seeing something that my DM prepared and thinking looks dangerous. I'm not going to engage at all. You have to at least scout the area stealthily. I mean, that's fair, but that's also like, different tones of tables. A good example of something like this is we were in a dungeon. In one of my friends was DMing. We had to extract a device, a magical device, from this dungeon, and we had been told, "Hey, this is essentially gonna be a stealth mission. Like, there are things in here that can fuck you up." And at one point, we pass by a hole in the ground that we hear rumbling from inside of. Turned out eventually to be a bullet. And we were level, I think, 2, maybe 1. And the part of the conceit of that dungeon was that the bullet was attracted to sound, and we had to avoid it as the natural predator of the area. There was no way we were going to be able to engage with it at all. So we didn't even go close of it. We didn't dive into the hole. We did not try to scout out where it was. We just avoided it where we could. And you can have that same phenomena on a larger scale. You can just scale that phenomena up where there are things that affect the world that you shouldn't engage with, either from an environmental storytelling perspective or as a sort of natural force on that area that is meant to be avoided, which again is kind of what I thought the bear was. We had been told repeatedly, don't engage, don't touch, do not look at anything in the Feywild, and then we're presented with a cave with bones. I thought in my head that's environmental storytelling to show us the dangers of the Feywild. Everyone that gets close to this cave winds up as bones. But that was not the case. Depends on the tone of the table. Yeah. At some tables, though, it's pretty clear there are things you aren't prepared for. They roam around. It's up to you to figure out when and if to engage. Yeah, it's designed to try and develop stakes. It's designed to develop a sense of danger, where how balanced an encounter is or how dangerous an encounter is partially, at least, on the players. Which can reduce feelings of railroading or fudging, any of those things, because the encounters just exist as they exist. And if you choose to engage, then that's to a degree on you. Now, it very much depends on the table for that, but I think that's kind of the idea. Even if the threat is not level appropriate, I need to know it's not. I need to see it. Otherwise, that's crazy FOMO. And I agree with you. I think that foreshadowing danger is incredibly important and not something that I think I see enough of sometimes. But to me, that's kind of what I'm saying about this bear cave. To me, the danger was foreshadowed. Like, to me, combined with what we had gotten so far, with the signs that we saw outside of the bear cave, that's exactly what I would have thought this was. Yeah. With season 3 of Lovum coming out soon, you'll maybe get more new viewers than usual, so it might be an idea to put out a no spoilers somewhere for those who are new here. We do have stuff that... Oh, I need to remember to pin it. I have messages that send occasionally, but I did not... but I did not pin it. If you aren't aware, Matt, we're almost exactly a week away from Lovum season 3. Oh, interesting. What do we know what it'll cover? Is it gonna shoot past me again? No. I lost my lead. It's kind of weird. Ever since I got interested in CR, I was on the lookout for CR reaction channels, and I have never seen the Megaphone Man streams until you got shouted out by Super Geek Mike. Yeah, I don't get a lot of impressions. And it's partially because YouTube is pretty harsh on long series, especially like contextual series. But it's also because I am not overly consistent with the type of content that I post. And like, frankly, I think that a lot of my content is not as like high production value as a lot of as Super Geek Mike or something like that. It takes a very like particular type of viewer and person to want to sit through this sort of long stream. Like, long stream analysis is not a very common niche. Most like analysis are like pre-recorded scripted videos. And then React, like even live React, is much less kind of analytical and creative. So I think I just sit in kind of a weird niche. I don't know. I have my own plans and strategies for how to break out. I don't plan on changing anything about Critical Eyes, really. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just kind of part of doing business. Like I said, I mean, it's weird because to me, Critical Eyes is such a bang-on success that it's hard for me to consider it to be like potentially failing in certain ways because, whoo, man, was I streaming to 0 for a while. So, yeah, I don't know. It depends. I wasn't actually looking for reactions, but I do watch a lot of reactions to movies and whatnot. I also didn't get any sort of suggestion until SGM. Yeah. Also came here via SGM. I think like a solid portion of my viewers came from the SGM shout out. It nearly doubled my subscribers at the time. It was absolutely insane. But yeah. I don't know. Now, certain videos pop off, certain things go here and there. The Autopsy of Tiberius fucking does numbers. But yeah, I don't know. I am strategic, but I'm also, for me, I either have to really like something or it has to be like strategically right for the channel, and these are kind of like inversely related. Like the more strategically correct it is, the less I have to like it. And the more I like it, the less strategically correct it has to be. And so a lot of the times when you guys see me do new things, do stuff that I've never done before, I'm testing out things to see, number one, how do they do in terms of numbers? And number two, how much do I like it? It's, I don't know. It just is what it is, I think. You're still behind the animated series? What? What the fuck? That's crazy. Live is never going to be as polished as SGM's normal. When SGM goes live, rarely. He's not as polished as his normal videos either. Yeah, exactly. But I'm like a live first creator, so even like the things that are pre-recorded are going to be less polished because I don't have the experience in that arena yet. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying to be like self-degradating. I love my content. I love doing it. I'm very proud of it. But it's just kind of the way it is. I'm never aiming to be the most popular anything. My ideal is that I can get this to a size doing the things that I really, really love, to where I can put bread on the table. And that's kind of it. I'm here for in-depth game design analysis. I like Critical Role, but there's not a lot like this. That's what I enjoy. I enjoy just like talking things to death. I'm sure you could have never been able to tell. And yeah, I'm glad that other people are here for that as well. Shout you out. So casual. My reaction was, what? There's someone reacting to see. Yeah. I mean, it's a. I also get like when Mike first shouted me out, we hadn't really done all that much together. He didn't know me as well. Now we've talked a lot. Now I'd say Mike is one of the other creators that I talk to most. And so I think he'd be more comfortable with a more what do you call it? A more like directed and like maybe like higher weight call out at this point. But I also don't really even like, it's not that I don't want it. I just don't, I think it's kind of neutral either way. Because someone calling you out multiple times can get to a point where it feels like there's a weird relationship. But I've started doing voices on Mike's stuff. We're planning stuff to do together, and I think that'll be a more natural way to link us than an explicit shout out. But yeah. No, I'm and that's one of the other things you haven't seen me do. Most of my audience hasn't seen me do a lot of collab content, even though it was like one of my bread and butter things. It was like one of the only things that brought in viewers when I started, was forms of collab. But with my internet issues, I always wanted the collabs to be live. But I also didn't want to waste people's time. I hated already wasting viewers' times. I especially didn't want to waste collaborators' times when they could have been working on their own content during that time. So, yeah, hopefully you will see more people, more Mike, in the near future, and I can guarantee you'll see, or maybe not see, but you'll hear me in future Mike videos. But yeah. That's pretty much it. All right. I'm going to close out there. Only have 5,000 characters left. This talking budget calc might not have worked. I calculated the cap based on the length of the stream, and I calculated the decrement rate based on my desired talking ratio. Excuse me. And I might have done, and the calcs might be wrong. They might need like a multiplier somewhere, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it won't be too bad. So I'm going to get into it. Oh wait, same year. I thought it was audacious to even try and expect it to be mediocre, and now I'm here and a paid sub, and I still think it's audacious, but now I'm invested. I love being audacious. When I search it and so it's never there. Wait, what? Vox Machina should be in the tags. YouTube, are you fucking me on this? Wait a second. Yeah, I'm rolling with Vox Machina in the tags. I got tags. Don't you worry. I've got 445 out of 500 characters. I've got so many tags. I've got people that aren't even related. I got a Bria in there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube's weird. I don't blame them. I find it hard to be overly critical of like YouTube's like recommendation system because Twitch was 0 all the time forever. And YouTube at least kicked me off. But the recommendations sometimes aren't the best. What are you gonna do?
To tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around, roll dice, and play Dungeons & Dragons. We are back after a week of hiatus in which we were at San Diego Comic-Con.
Comic-Con! I'm also not at the right time code. Come on. Kamalian. That's not the song. All right. Sam ad, second Sam ad, and first Sam ad to feature a singing sort of song parody.
Is back, everybody. I've already composed a song about it. It goes like this. Everybody.
Thank God it was one of
Back up your data.
No.
Upload your local files to an encrypted cloud-based backup storage system.
Yeah.
Back, blaze, back. All right. That's it.
Oh, wow.
That was good.
You did? Everybody?
That was the thing that happened.
Listen, when you're in character, it's good. Outside of character,
Oh, shit.
is unlimited cloud backup for Max PCs for just $5 a month.
Wait.
You can back up your fan art.
Oh, wait, I think that was on CR's end. I got freaked out for a second because I made a Ducker profile for sorry, that is something I forgot to mention. I might try out during combat the next time it happens. I set up a Ducker, like an audio Ducker, that I might try to use during combat. We're gonna see how it goes. It'll depend. It'll depend on if I have like a small thing to say or what have you. So that and I might need to rewind. We're gonna test it. I'm not sure if we'll stick with it. But anyways.
There, your fan fiction, the dirty stuff, photos, videos, drawings, documents. It's everything. I actually use this service. My stuff is continually uploading to the cloud, and I always know it's there for when my hard drive crashes. They'll send you a new one in the mail.
They mail you one?
They can mail you one. It's all kinds of crazy
That's
options.
All that
Yeah.
crazy.
God, think of the gigs of erotica that could just exist out there.
I actually didn't know that Backblaze would do that. It's so funny. These ads remind me of I don't know if anyone here watches or has watched The Yard podcast. But it reminds me a lot of The Yard's ads and I think that ads in general are more, well, they're obviously more interesting, but I also would hazard a guess that they're more effective when the people doing them are into them. So, like, Sam making up a little song, the Yard people go on these, like, weird tangential bits that most of the time end up making the company sound awful. But, I mean, it works. The companies keep coming back. So, yeah, I don't know. It's something interesting that I have identified. We will have to see how good or bad I am at ads if I ever get one. But we'll start the recap.
Story for this evening. The backstory of the current episode, Vox Machina, in attempting to find ways to topple and destroy the Chroma Conclave, have found their way around the world seeking items called the Vestiges of Divergence, artifacts of great power that should aid them in their attempt to take down Thordak, the Cinder King, the Red Dragon that now sits lording over the central town of Iman, Tal'Dorei. Their recent journey has brought them into the Feywild, a pseudo-parallel plane of Fey magic, chaos, and all sorts of goodness in between. They've wandered through, met an old friend in Nala, the nymph of the lake, discovered a fantastically, artistically talented satyr by the name of Garmili, and had a trip to the city of Singorn, the elven city from Tal'Dorei, which had phased into this realm for safety when the dragons of the Conclave attacked. After a faithful re-meeting with the parents of Vex and Vax, discussions were had, hats were attempted to be stolen by the leader of the city and successfully done so. The other half of agreements were pseudo-achieved.
Read your contract.
And they made their way northward through the ever-shifting grasses to the outskirts of the moonbrush, a heavy forested wood that will lead them to their destination after that, which is the Gilded Run, a series of rivers that wrap around their final destination, the Shademark Bog, where apparently this vestige exists. So, diving in where we were the last time, you guys...
You know, G. Hercub, there was a reason that I was kind of writing these things down. I've been kind of thinking the same thing, is like, who are are these for? And what should you include because it's an actual play? What should you include just because it's a game of D&D? Do you include different things if maybe a player wasn't there the previous week? Do you include different things if it's been longer? So, like, you know, Vestiges and Thordak, I think is a decent way to describe the Chroma Conclave arc. Went through that pretty quick. Then we get the Feywild, and we kind of get more and more detailed as we get closer and closer to the actual start of the session of like Feywild, Nala, Garmealy, Singorn, got to the Moonbrush. It's probably also useful for the players. It definitely is. And I'm that's one of the things that I've taken away from Critical Role is that I need to do more recaps because I find them useful as a viewer, and watching them, I think that they would be really useful for my players is to do these more like kind of robust sort of recaps. But it's interesting. Yeah, it's like first 2 points are the arc. Third point is current setting. Then it is establishing any NPCs, establishing the most recent location, and establishing the current location. Didn't even bring up the bear, by the way, which is kind of interesting. So it's almost like arc, and I'm writing this down because I'm curious if his recaps follow any sort of formula, or if we can like see like general patterns within the recaps, because I love Matt's recaps. Like I said, there's something that I want to start putting into my current into my games. Broad setting. No, maybe not impactful. Impactful events, locations, people. And these are all within. When did they actually get to the Feywild? What would it have been? Cycle of Vengeance? Definitely wouldn't have been the Dust Meadow. No, it's 59. So it's like past like 2 sessions. Past 2 sessions. And then got to Moonbrush where we ended. I mean, this seems to me like a pretty advisable formula. If you really want to like have something to fall back on, it's like arc, broad setting, recently impactful. Why am I? So like past 2 sessions to give context, and then where we ended. Seems like a decent enough formula or pattern, you could say, for recaps to me. Very interesting. Something I'm going to keep my eye on for future sessions.
Guys had managed to wander a few hours into the southern portion of the forest of the Moonbrush. Coming through, you realize that, as opposed to the rest of the Feywild you've encountered so far, which exists in a perpetual dusk, there is an actual starry sky and moonlight poking through of a full moon at portions of the canopy of this forest. Cruising ever forward, you stumble upon what looked like some sort of a cave or a cavern with a series of small stone and wooden trinkets and gifts that were left outside, as well as like carved bones and rotting fruits. And you came to realize that these were probably left for the spiritual entity that lived and existed within this cavern. Upon some of these gifts being disturbed, the bear attacked, and Vexalia summoned forth Trinket, her faithful companion bear. A battle took place, putting Trinket in a difficult position, but upon a brief discussion with this spirit bear, had proven himself a worthy entity and was bestowed a boon, further solidifying the bond between Vexalia and her faithful companion Trinket.
Yeah.
And that was where we left off.
Didn't you just get like some?
My bad, it wasn't done. Still generally where we ended. got to the moonbrush and did bear.
Card or something right at the end of the...
Yeah, I did.
Did we know what it was?
Yeah, I did.
It was free 50 on equipment.
What I'm really excited about is that that card was at the live show,
And it's gone.
and it is not in my stuff right now. But
She
I
reaches for the
did.
necklace around her neck, which is suddenly not there.
I do, however, still have my title. That's
Yay,
still,
now.
that's
Oh,
good.
it's all written out.
You guys are still by yourselves, right? You
Yeah.
two?
Are Vex and I still separated?
You guys are still, no, the trees have laxed, the canopies reopened above the small clearing, and the rest of the party, you can now see Vex kind of on her back on the ground, Trinket standing over her towards the cavern, and Keyleth kind of pulled back, looking
And
a bit shocked and
is-
confused.
Orelon still there? Was that his name?
The bear spirit? The bear spirit, upon passing through Vex and Trinket, then dissipated into a spark of naturalized druidic magic and vanished.
So we're alone.
You are now alone in the center of that clearing.
Oh my gods, what just happened?
Everything's under control. We're alive.
I heard growling. Did the bear try to kill you? I mean, Trinket?
Yeah, Trinket tried to kill me, but don't worry. Everything's fine.
I'm really glad you learned how to speak with animals.
Me too.
That was
Shit.
awesome.
Keely, can you open up the trees so our friends can get in?
Who? Or what? Who?
Aren't we blocked off? They
just-
must-
we're
The
fine
trees have
now.
laxed.
How do you think you're talking to
I was busy looking for my card, and I found it.
Good on you.
Hi guys, my name's Vexalia. Cool. Yes, we're good. Can I search for that tea set that I tried to give
Tea set?
Okay.
What just
Go
happened?
make an
Small tea
investigation
set,
check.
I just cool. Aw, balls.
Did you get
Off
for
to a good
looking for
start.
stupid
I'd like to take a look in the cave as well, a little bit, just sort of around the entrance of it.
Okay.
10.
Okay, yeah, it takes you a little bit, about 10 minutes or so. Parts of it kind of scattered and lost amongst the rest of the objects left around, but you managed to reassemble your collection of tea accessories.
Yeah, cool.
There's
It was
no-
a golden cursed tea set.
Nobody else is concerned about the commotion that happened behind the trees, and we're all just like, hi. What happened?
There was a big fucking bear. You might not want to actually look in that cave because it came out of there and it was rather angry when it did.
What
It's
is?
like a
What
guardian spirit.
A guardian
Just
spirit,
just
of course.
observing the
Like a big
entrance to see if
ghost.
there's anything
Kind
written,
of.
anything,
Kind of.
any type of
Guy in a
language
sheet?
on any of the otherwise.
Well,
Make an investigation check.
Oh, well, all
How
right.
big?
As a druid, would I know about like guardian animal spirits?
yeah, we haven't heard anything about this in our studies.
This type of a thing, this
In
type of
your
druidic magic.
studies, no. You go ahead and make a history check.
21.
It's not my strongest suit, man.
Well, we'll go with nature.
Oh, that's better. Okay, 23.
21.
21. There are no markings that currently are visible around the entrance or exit of the cavern itself. It is carved, however, meaning
Okay, maybe the ducker is active and doing something. Oh, it fucking is. Okay, that's... I turned it off. Because it absolutely was ducking that audio.
that this cavern, whether it be
At
natural
least
or
I
not,
guess I
this
think
entrance
it
has
was.
been
Is it? Yeah,
touched
okay.
by humanoid hands and has been refined. You, Keyleth, do know that occasionally on the material plane, there are entities, spiritual energies that gather based on worshiping specific fey spirits, and these creatures over time, these spiritual energies begin to take the form that their worshippers give them. It takes a long time for this transition to happen, and essentially these guardian spirits, usually guarding some sort of a powerful fane or a magical core or center,
Oh, that's kind of cool.
they become protector spirits of that region.
So because people
Okay. There are spiritual energies that form... That form from people's worship. Or did he say worship or belief? I mean, it's not it's technically different. It's not that different, though. You, Keyleth, okay. And protector spirits of that region. So is this, dude, this is crazy. I was just having an IRL conversation about this concept of like Gestalt spirits or consciousnesses with with Paige and our friend. Because we were talking about the Theros setting, and this is how all of Theros' gods work. But Theros' gods specifically form from belief, not necessarily worship. This is worship.
Take a break.
I will take a break. Let's see. Also, I need to open Discord. Chat's still working, right? I know that I haven't done too much that might, prompt discussion yet. But I just want to confirm. I just need to keep Discord open, I guess. Okay. Just in case. There we go. I think it's working. All right, cool. Okay. These spiritual energies begin to take the form that their worshippers give them. So it is worship. So it's not as much Theros as it is like Kuatoa, really. What up, Confused Strawberry? All right, cool. It takes a long time for this transition to happen, and essentially these guardian spirits, usually guarding some sort of powerful fane? What is a fane? Is this a CR word, or is this just like a fantasy word that I'm unaware of? I'm going to look it up, but I'm going to be ready to very quickly shield my eyes. A temple or shrine. Oh. Huh. Okay. Got it. I've never heard that word. Interesting. Fane is a real word? Okay. Or a magical core or center. They become protector spirits of that region. Huh. This seems potentially important. Because, okay. Right. Just kind of hear me out for a second, right? The only temple, I think the only temple that we've seen outside of Vasselheim has been the Sarenrae, I believe, temple in Iman, where Pike was resurrected. And the, not Pelor, the god of civilization guy that I always forget the name of. And I don't think I have written down in the notes. Because he's not really important, but he was in Whitestone. The priest that was related to this. Is it Vesh? No, Vesh is the big old meanie. Is it? It's not Chrysothol. Chrysothol is the dead fetal god from pre-stream. Arathis. Okay, I'm going to write that down really quick because I actually bring up Arathis occasionally and I never remember. Arathis. God of civilization. Had at least a priest in Whitestone. Should probably put that in the Whitestone article, but we'll do that later. We'll organize that later. So, but we didn't even really see a temple there. Really? We saw old, abandoned shit. And obviously Percy's trying to start a Raven Queen temple there. But this in Whitestone it was the temple to Pelor. Oh, it was the temple to Pelor. Okay. Either way, we saw one temple there, one temple in Amon, and then they're fucking everywhere in Vasselheim, right? They're everywhere. It's the city of the gods. And I wonder if this sort of self-reinforcing, because this effect, right? The spiritual energies gather based on worshiping specific face spirits, and these creatures, over time, these spiritual energies begin to take the form that their worshippers give them, which essentially means it's a self-reinforcing belief cycle where they worship something that doesn't exist, which brings it into existence, which will then create evidence for itself and the people who worship its beliefs, ultimately strengthening their worship and their belief and making new converts. Now, so if we have, and I'm going to generally call this, I'm going to Kuatoa. I mean, it's essentially the Kuatoa mechanic. I'm going to call it a Gestalt god. And I am basing that on the... I don't think that's how you spell it, so I have to look it up. Gestalt. Gestalt consciousness. It's a sci-fi concept, also called a group mind. Group mind, group ego, mind coalescence, or Gestalt intelligence is in science fiction is a plot device in which multiple minds or consciousnesses are linked into a single collective consciousness or intelligence. This is most often distinct from a hive mind. So you can actually, the top Reddit post is a Gestalt consciousness like a hive mind. It's distinct from a hive mind in most iterations because the group mind takes on an identity separate from the individual people that make it up. So a Gestalt consciousness is a totally separate entity that acts independently of itself. It just has the personality and characteristics that the group manifests it with, which is very much what we are seeing here. There are just generic spiritual shit. There's just generic spiritual shit in the air. So fusions from Steven Universe. I don't know that reference, but probably. It's a relatively common trope. This just made me realize something, but I can't say it because it's like a mega spoiler. So okay, I'm theorizing here, right? And maybe your brain is going in the same way, and maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. I don't know. But this, to me, like, it's, you know, it's sure, it's specific Fae spirits, as far as Keyleth knows. But the fact that the gods are so present in Vasselheim and not necessarily in other places is, or at least we haven't been shown them a lot in other places. And that could be a world building thing, or it could just be a pacing and plot efficiency thing. It might not mean anything. But the only other real, like, godly force that I can even really think of that we've seen outside of Vasselheim is the Sun Tree in Whitestone, which does appear to have a consciousness. And according to lore, kind of acts as a guardian. And it's usually guarding some sort of powerful Fane. Or a magical core or center. Like, potentially, a ley line convergence. A temple ta'ayun. Possibly possibly a what the fuck was the funnel? It's not a funnel. What is it? It's not. Oh no, it's not in here. It's not an event. It's a, did I put it? Ah, it's a siphon. Maybe even around a siphon. I don't know. This feels incredibly significant and substantial. I can't really place my finger on why, though. I don't know. It's official. The Sun Tree is the new Kima, secretly connected to everything. You know, it kind of is nowadays, huh? The Sun Tree is kind of the new Kima. Everything that I see somehow connects back. I'm just in the mindset now. I don't know. It feels like there's something here, but I don't know quite how to pin it down. I'm going to call these Gestalt Deities. This concept. Gestalt Deities. This just general concept. Gestalt Deities. And like I'm connecting it in my brain. Also, I'm going to raise the character cap. I think what I might need to do, I literally just applied the so this episode, accounting for the speed up, the actual time of it playing should be about 2.5 hours. So I just multiplied that by 10,000 to get the character cap. Way too small. Way too small. I'm going to see if doubling that, so putting it up to 50,000. So, you know, apply, like taking the time in hours and multiplying it by essentially 20,000. Maybe if that gives us a better result. Like one that feels more consistent. But I'm thinking about it in relation to Vasselheim. Vasselheim is the city of the gods. It survived the calamities. It has persisted where all others fail. And I've asked the question before, what the fuck is up with Vasselheim? Why do they care? Why, to the gods, is this little pocket better than the rest of the earth? Because it's not even like the gods. It's basically a holy land, but it's also like a safe haven. It's like an ark. And the thing about like ark mythologies, right? These safe haven mythologies, is that there is normally an amount of how would I phrase this? Almost evangelicalness to them, because they are related to oncoming danger. And so true worshipers, true followers are told, come to the ark, you'll survive. But the gods have worshipers outside of Vasselheim that they don't encourage to come to Vasselheim. Maybe they did back in the First and Second War, and now there's no oncoming calamity, so they don't need to. And to an extent, Vox Machina is telling people to go to Vasselheim right now during this apocalypse-adjacent time. But why Vasselheim? That's what I just keep coming back to. Why Vasselheim? Maybe there is no reason. Maybe it's just Vasselheim is Vasselheim. Like, no specific reason that, you know, the Israel region is the Holy Land for the Abrahamic religions, other than that Abraham was there. That's kind of it. And, you know, because they were there and the followers were there, other events have happened there, so it self-reinforces, kind of like Vasselheim. I don't know. My brain feels a wall. I'm in a dark room, and I'm coming up against a wall, but I can feel a breeze breeze. I can feel that there's an opening somewhere, but I'm kind of just padding around the wall, trying to find where the opening is. I can't quite get there. I don't know. This is also Keyleth, the druid that isn't the biggest fan of the gods, thinks it works, so her framing might not be the most favorable. Yeah, true. I mean, it is this. This is specifically implied as Keyleth knowledge, and it should be taken, not necessarily as authoritative. It absolutely, like Confused Strawberry is saying, it absolutely could come from, it could be affected by Keyleth bias, even in the way that Matt is choosing to frame it. Now, do DMs normally accomplish that sort of thing? I think maybe a little bit more rarely. I think it's maybe a little rare that DMs are that good at like taking their players' personalities and belief systems into account when giving them information like this. But if you can do that as a DM, that's sick as hell. That is so sick. If you could pull that off in such a seamless manner. I have no idea if Matt's doing that or not. It would absolutely make sense, you know, in like a written story, like a book. Like I said, the question of can a DM pull that off so seamlessly? If they could, fucking all credit to them. I think it's more likely that they don't. But I could hope that Matt is pulling that off. That'd be sick. Oh man, I was supposed to go on a break like 14 minutes ago. I'm just going to skip the first one. We're just going to skip the first one. We're going to get more into the episode and then we're going to take a break. Mega rolling high on his perception check gains paranoia. Gains an insanity point, yeah. That wording that Matt used seemed a little druid to me. I know. Which could either just be because it is like a nature fae related thing. Like this Gestalt deity mechanic of this world, you know, this natural law, may not apply to the more divine deities. Like it might be like a fae nature only sort of situation. So that might be why it took on a druidy tone. But again, if not, if there's like a hidden layer of information here where this is actually how the entire pantheon and cosmology works, and Matt is modifying his language due to Keyleth's inherent biases, that is incredible DMing and incredible storytelling. So y'all probably know better than me. If that's not what Matt's doing, I don't blame him. I don't blame him. That shit's hard. If that is what he's doing, fucking kudos. Because that is something that is definitely attainable, but is very hard, if you ask me, to like keep in mind and remember. Man.
People just kind of manifested the god as a bear. It kind of slowly turned into a bear.
And it was not, they're not gods per se, but they're powerful entities that guard that element.
Spirit guardians.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's in the cave?
What's in the cave, Keyleth?
Nothing now.
Is
I
it
don't
Percy
think.
in the cave?
There was a spirit bear in there.
A spirit bear.
There's a bear.
There's a big fucking bear, yeah.
He was
A
made out of
really
like
big bear.
stars and space stuff.
Are
Yeah.
you sure you haven't been eating mushrooms or something?
Trinket popped out and he saved us. He
He had
talked to
some
us.
great mushrooms for lunch.
I don't
Trinket fucking saved us, Scanlan.
Pics or it didn't happen.
I go over to Trinket and I surreptitiously start feeding him
Do not give him-
biscuits. You don't know. Biscuits that I took from my father's house. Good boy. That's a good boy. Good job.
They're gone in a matter of moments.
Yes.
Mix the side of your face, leaving like some saliva and crumbs kind of stuck within your...
I will always give you that shit. Don't forget.
Percy, did you find
Nose
anything in the
nudges.
cave?
Nothing of consequence.
How far in did you go?
No. That looks dark, and there was a giant, some sort of cosmic bear in there that seems like a...
Would I know if after the spirit guardian has passed, would he like kind of just go back in his cave, or is he like...
You don't know that much about the entities. You've never really encountered them before. You've only heard about them.
Okay.
What about Garmini? Would he know?
You're welcome to ask him if
Hey,
you want to.
Garmini, what do you know about this fucking bear?
In the very, very back, just kind of watching you guys. Well, I know what you know. It's, apparently here, and people leave him little presents, and, seem pretty scary from the way you describe him, so...
Did you know he was going to be here at this cave?
No, I would have avoided this.
Somebody inside check that little bastard.
Yeah, I'll inside check that little bastard.
Go ahead and roll insight.
I would do it, but...
18.
18? Seems like he's telling the truth. He's hard to read in general, because he's just a strange individual, but yeah.
I feel like he would have told us to avoid it.
I mean, bears are fairly territorial. I don't know, it might be wise to stay out of the cave.
I think in general, it's probably best to respect anything's home on this plane of existence.
Boring. Scanlan, you want to go in?
If you do.
We're not here to go spelunking. Why are we going to go in this cave?
Oh my god, we're in the Feywild. We're about to put a bow out of a tree, and you don't want to see what's in the creepy cave?
Maybe we should
I'd
save our
honestly-
strength for the fucking bow in the tree.
Plus, do you know there's a theatre here?
We could go
We're not going to the theater.
Well, no,
Well,
show's
but
always
Never get
welcome.
tired.
I understand, but just so we don't accidentally go there,
Which
where is
way
it in
is it?
relation to this tree? Is it in
I
the way?
couldn't tell you. Certain things move,
Move.
shift, change location.
The touring
I
production.
mean, I don't trust anyone who doesn't like the theatre. What?
Just to wrap it back around to my takeaway, that's why I said that the Feywild is a particularly pertinent example of DM choice when it comes to pacing, and why I said like they're going to be in the Feywild for as long as Matt wants them to be, for this exact reason of certain things move, shift, change location. There's no rules, at least that Matt's presenting us with why that happens. That's fully DM fiat. And the reality of even running in the material plane is that this can happen still as long as the players aren't aware of it. The world shifts around the players all the time.
Location.
They just need to not know about it. You know? But anyways, Liam wants to troll Garmelie and go to the theater so badly. Oh my god. I love it. I love the interaction with Garmelie. I think this is something that I sometimes forget and that is really good. Is like when we're making characters, to an extent, we remember to, at least at this point, you know, if you're as interested in the analysis side of things as I am, you probably remember to like give your characters flaws and ideals and all that sort of good stuff. But I think sometimes as a DM, I kind of forget to do that. I get the, like, NPCs are a tool to facilitate story and to facilitate character growth with the players. And a lot of times, I kind of forget to give them, like, flaws or idiosyncrasies. Not to say that they're all like, yay, I'm a good guy. But I kind of, like, develop their core character trait of, like, whatever they are, that is what they are. And then I forget to dive deeper into, like, oh, even if they're a good guy, they still have this flaw. Or even if they're a bad guy, they have this, what's the opposite of a flaw? A boon? A good trait. And even idiosyncrasies. Like, again, the Feywild is incredibly hyperbolic. It's incredibly exaggerated versions of a lot of these things. But like Garmelie really not wanting to go to the theater to an extreme level is like is a hyperbolic idiosyncrasy that you could have given him even if he wasn't a Fey in the Feywild, you know? Like, really hating the theater. Not being as intense about it as Garmelie, but still, like, having it as a core idiosyncrasy. That's the sort of shit that I kind of forget to give to my NPCs a lot of times. And it really does a lot to deepen them. Like, yes, obviously, Liam's trying to troll Garmelie, but let's strip away what he's trying to do. He's interacting, you know? He is role-playing. He is expressing his character through an interaction with Garmelie. And he wouldn't be doing that, likely, if Garmelie didn't have this idiosyncrasy. So it's clearly an effective tool for Vax to give Garmelie just this one little extra bit of depth. Like the other things that Garmelie wanted to avoid, very normal. But this one, it's a little weird. It's a little. I keep using that word, idiosyncratic. And it's getting a lot of like fun interactions out of the players. So yeah, it's like I said, it's something that I need to keep more in mind for my own games. Yeah. Yeah, there's a difference between character-defining flaws and inconsequential ones. One is much easier to remember to do than the other. Exactly. I tend to think about the NPCs in terms of their character-defining traits, but adding in somewhat inconsequential, non-character-defining traits is very important. Very, very important.
The touring
I mean, I don't trust anyone who doesn't like the theater. What exactly is your issue with it?
Don't worry about it. Anyway, shall we? And he begins marching back.
Haven't seen it.
I really don't think we should mess with this thing.
Look, Grog, I touched a flower and the whole realm almost collapsed. Okay, I don't know.
I know, I'm looking
don't
at
know.
the Scandalous one over there, and it's always trying to get little goodies for himself.
I'm not feeling this one. I don't know. What can I tell you? I know when I like to gamble, and I'm not feeling a gamble on this
That's all
one.
right, you just went like, boop, and I'm just saying,
It's just not pretty enough. It's really not pretty enough. We've already won something here.
all right, fine.
There'll
I'll
be
help
better
you.
things.
I'm
coming up.
100% behind any decision you made, by the way. If you say go, we go. If you say stay,
What if we just like run, touch the back of the cave, and run back? We don't even have to like pick up anything. Just to say we did it.
I'm fine
Last
with
time
that.
I touched something, I didn't hear the end of it, and now we're just gonna let this happen?
Well, yes, because we don't care if they die.
What, like all
right,
the
I
bad
take
shit
that.
already came out of it? What do you say?
There's, by that logic, mathematically, there's no more bad shit.
Is-
is there?
is-
Wanna hop
is-
on my
is
back?
it-
He's dancing around it. I'm glad that, I don't know if this is Keyleth or Marisha that's kind of the driving force behind this. I'm glad whoever it is standing up for themselves, because I fucking agree. She touched a flower. She didn't walk into the death cave. And fucking Percy was like, oh my god, Keyleth, don't touch it. Anything. And now he's acting so casual about the fucking death spirit guardian cave. I'm aware that the spirit flew through Vex already. That does not prove to me that the cave is not still dangerous. So this is what I'm saying. And to present a less emotional take, is a good example of sometimes your players are going to feel like this. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about the hostile environment that I view as Matt having developed in the first session. To me, and I think that Keyleth / Marisha is kind of voicing this. The Feywild was described as incredibly hostile, not something that should just be randomly explored. And so, regardless of what they end up doing, regardless of what the truth is or isn't, I think that she is embodying the mindset that I had and the mindset that your players might have if you describe the Feywild like Matt did in episodes like 59, 60. So it's something to keep in mind, at the very least. The Feywild is great for backstory. This character needs to become a paladin in an instant, 10 years in the Feywild. Hell yeah. If I'm the DM and I hear we've found the danger, the rest has to be safe, I take that as an attack on my world building, and I'm going to wing some danger. Sudden fade track. Oh my goodness, ridiculous. But yeah. Now, to sort of counter my own point a little bit, clearly there are people that will not heed just the words of danger. Grog does not care, and I would hazard a guess that Travis himself probably thinks it's safe. I don't want to speculate too much, but clearly there will be players that do not heed your environmental warnings, whether that's an on-purpose character choice or a out of character opinion. So the more consistency you can bring to these things, the more your party will align on the type of environmental storytelling that you're trying to go for, the tones you're trying to establish, even over one session. Obviously, I don't think that Matt has to be too concerned, frankly, about establishing the tone super hard, or at least like harder than he already has for the Feywild, because they're not going to spend a lot of time here. But if your world or a large region, like if they went to like, I keep thinking that they're going to go to Wildmount eventually. I don't know fucking when. I've been wrong every time I predicted it, so I'm going to stop predicting Wildmount. But it's like Wildmount is probably going to feel substantially different to Tal'Dorei, and the first couple of sessions that you run with those differences, only a few characters, only a few players are probably going to pick up on it. So I guess the real like lesson and takeaway there is you just got to be consistent. You just got to keep doing it. I'm a huge fan of breaking rules on purpose, like establishing a rule and breaking it, very much on purpose as like a storytelling element. But establishing a rule does not happen over the course of one session. Establishing a rule needs to be like 10 to 20 sessions of like relatively consistently bringing up and reaffirming the rule before you're allowed to break it as a DM. Because if you break it sooner, they won't recognize it as a broken rule. They will just think that it's, you know, that the rule was never there in the first place. So, yeah. Grog here's danger. He's more likely to go, unless we're talking past Grog, and it was Kevdak? Maybe. I said my first campaign in Wildmount. Is that because I loved what Matt did with it, or because I got tired of waiting for them to actually go? I'm gonna guess the first. I can't imagine them publishing a source book for a continent that they never fucking go to. Although, to be fair, God, maybe it's campaign 2. You know, up until this point, I never really considered that. That Wildmount might just be the setting of campaign 2 and not in campaign 1 at all. Welp, we'll see.
Anybody here of reasonable intelligence who wants to stop this from happening? Just checking.
I don't think that we should do it.
I don't
It
think we
does
should
seem
do
like a bit of a double standard that everybody threw poo at Keyleth for.
No, don't
fucking
stop.
flower.
Please don't do it. Please, whatever you do, don't do it. My God,
No,
please.
he's got like the raised
Impassioned.
eyebrows. I'm not sure.
Impassioned
That
flee.
is, I have given my
Conversation. Make your choices.
You all do. You do you, man. You do
Wanna
you
flip a
guys.
coin?
No, I think
Let's
Just
flip a
don't do
coin.
it. Just don't
If you're going to
fucking
do it, have a
Roll,
light
roll a
source.
die.
Do I have a double-headed coin?
What, 10 or higher we go?
Yeah, you would have,
Higher we
gold
go.
pieces. You would especially have gold pieces on you.
Natural 20.
We're so going.
I'm standing on my back and we run straight into the cave.
I hand a torch. I'm
No.
trying.
No, I don't want your torch. I got dog vision.
Don't.
They go darting into the cave, vanishing into the shadows. So the two of you continue for about 30, 40, 50, 60 feet. Thankfully, both of you have dark vision, so you can see pretty well in this area. You can see what are a number of alcoves that are carved into the side of the rock here that contain what look to be extinguished candles. Sometimes clusters of them that are left in here in some sort of a ceremonial way, but have just burned out or not been lit for a long time. It just goes straight back. There's no curvature or natural change in the path of this cavern. You get about 100 feet into the foot of this kind of spiral-like mountain that protrudes, one of many that protrude from the center of the moonbrush. And the chamber widens and comes to an end, a circular pocket at the end, about maybe 40 feet across on each side. The floor of this room is entirely covered in unlit candles. Except for in the center, there is a raised stone platform that contains what looks to be a singular skull made of some sort of a bluish or aquamarine crystal.
That's not what I was expecting.
Jackpot.
Jackpot.
We are the greatest ones in the group. Are the candles like standing up or are they laying over? Well, I mean, like,
We're not gonna take. We can't take the skull.
hold
It's a
on,
large
hold
skull.
on.
It's like this big, and it's like elongated
Animal.
snout.
Oh, it's an animal
It's
skull.
a beast-like skull.
Is it a bear skull?
We have not said anything to
they
the rest
don't
of the
know.
group.
Oh, I thought they were saying this out
Can I
loud.
discern what kind of animal skull it is?
Go ahead and make a nature check.
Can I do it as
Nature
well?
check.
We had it.
Sure. Yeah, you would.
Oh, wait.
You would. As a
Disadvantage.
traveling member, you would know cleaning creatures and such.
8.
You have no idea what creature this is.
Over
It
the
does
earring.
look bestial in nature.
Are you dead yet?
Still alive. Everything's
alive.
okay. It's all gold and silver.
Yeah, there's nothing that moves
What?
in here.
Godspeed.
Golden
to you.
silver.
Keyleth talks to the rest who stayed out. Okay, Percy, do you have like one of the like a time, like an hourglass thing or something?
No,
Or
but
we
I
know?
can keep very, very good count though.
We should play that gambling game.
All right.
Okay.
So do
I
you,
bet. How much gold do I have?
How much gold do you have?
3 gold.
That's it?
Keep
Look, I
taking it
don't.
from her.
Yes, that's true. That we have to run in after and save them.
Well, we don't have to,
I want to
really.
take that bet.
We're doing over under.
You're going to take that bet?
No, I don't want to take that bet because I agree with you.
I'll take that bet. I'll take a 3 gold bet.
Okay. That they come out safe and sound.
200 seconds.
200 seconds.
Starting now.
All right. All right.
Meanwhile, inside the cave, the two of you now stand at the edge of this room filled with small wax structures and wicks that are currently cold in the darkness, and the central platform holding the crystalline skull in the center.
In that circular area, is there anything on the back wall, or just more like candles?
You can't make any details. It looks like somewhat rough cavern walls, but
That's an interesting. I'm trying to think if I like that as like a player behavior or not, because like running split party sequences is tough on the DM, and you don't want to make it tougher by wasting time, but also a lot of times one of the things that can make it so tough on the DM is that the DM like if one group is doing a lot of stuff and the other group isn't doing a lot of stuff, it can sort of break the immersion on like, okay, this group is doing all this stuff, time is passing, whatever, and then the other group is basically still standing stock still. We kind of almost saw that in Whitestone with when Scanlan was totally separated from the party, and the time definitely seemed to not quite be in sync. And I think that Marisha almost did really, really well, because I think that one of the best things you can do as a player that's in the non-active group. So like these 5 are in, or these 4 are in the maybe not even non-active but less active group between the two, in terms of the split. And so they want to be narrating things that in fiction take a bit of time, but ideally an ambiguous amount, but out of fiction are very fast to narrate. Very, very fast. Whereas the people in the cave want to be, the more active group want to be a bit more efficient. They're not narrating things that take a bunch of time in fiction. They're not, just doing like random spurious things, not wasting any time. But that's a hard balance to strike. And when she first brought up the gambling, I thought it was going to be like a dice game or something that would be a little bit more involved and would take, maybe an abstract amount of time, so that, you're essentially giving an in-fiction reason for the passage of time and how the part of your group experiences it. And she almost got there. She did a quick thing, which I think is the more important of the two. She did a quick thing of, hey, let's make a bet. And then your brain can kind of fill in the gaps, It's like if every time we go back to the non-active group, they're doing small little things like that of like, let's take a 3 gold bet. Our brains can kind of fill in that they're probably doing other things like that just aren't narrated in the intervening time. But it's not quite as clean as if you narrate, again, quickly, a activity with a more ambiguous amount of time that it takes. So it's tough. I think she was really, really close to doing it really well. And I think it's better than a lot of times when this sort of dynamic emerges within a party split. Yeah, interesting. But what if I have Devil's Sight? So accurate, so true. Why wouldn't you have Devil's Sight? Then you can see into Hunger of Hadar. I would like to eat a whole turkey. Yeah, that's ambiguous. If you have one of the improved dark visions, you might be at an advantage over anything living in the cave. Maybe. Dark vision is for anyone that watched me look at all the species, I kind of rolled my eyes at dark vision because dark vision is this thing that is annoying for a DM to remember because it's so present that it's easier to assume that everyone has it. Like most of the time, more players have it than not. And so if you're the DM, the course of action, if you don't want to check your players' sheets and you don't want to ask them, the course of action that's going to lead to you being right the majority of the time is to assume that everyone has dark vision and that it's just not a factor. Just by and large in all games. But obviously, some people don't. Some people don't. And this is sort of like the wizard's spellbook effect. Maybe I'll coin a new effect. Because it's sort of the wizard's spellbook effect where the fact that dark vision exists at all, but is the majority of people, means that the exception cases are nerfs, which either people have to be self-policing themselves on, or you have to be policing them as a GM, which puts more work on you. And the additional work that you are having to do is actively nerfing a minority of your players. Like if dark vision was on like 2 races, it would be very easy for GMs to just assume that everyone does not have dark vision, they need some sort of light source, and then the exceptions would be able to pipe up and say, hey, actually I do have dark vision. But right now, that piping up is the majority of players. So it's safer as a GM to just assume that they have it. I call it the wizard spellbook effect because the mechanic exists to like lend like strengths or nerfs, like boons or banes to certain species. Just like the wizard spellbook exists as a bane to the wizard. Because it's a vulnerable location where they store their spells. But in order to actually bring the mechanic to fruition, the GM has to be a dick about it. And I don't love that. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird situation with dark vision. A few minutes behind, you were talking about Matt possibly characterizing Wildmount in a unique way. What I noticed about the big cities we've seen so far is they are pretty samey. Like, how are Westruun, Whitestone, and Amon culturally different? Yeah, I agree. Which, like, honestly, that has been an amount of storytelling to me. Craghammer is the most distinct city that we've been to. It was pretty distinct in several ways. And then Amon, Westruun, and Whitestone, all very samey. To me, that's like a dividing cultural line. Like if you go and visit Nashville, St. Louis, and Kansas City, and Omaha, they're going to feel distinct in some ways, but they're mostly going to feel relatively samey because they are all generally middle climate, generally similar terrains and biomes that they exist within, lightly forested plains, more heavily forested with Nashville, but same. Like it's all gonna feel pretty samey. Whereas the coasts are going to feel very different. So if any of them should feel distinct, I think it should be Amon. But to me, that categorized them as like basically the Tal'Doran Empire kind of belt. Now I know that Percy Percy and Whitestone are not technically part of the same nation as Amon and Westrun, but they seem culturally very similar. Probably similar to if you went from America to Canada. There are differences, but broadly very similar North American culture, especially if you compare it to like Central America or even Mexico. Canada and America and US are going to have much more similar stuff. So not to necessarily defend Matt making them samey, but more to highlight that it is the sameness can be a tool. It can also be lazy world building, but in this case, I lean towards it being more of a tool than not. As a colorblind person, my favorite part of Darkvision is the colorblind aspect. Try to work that into my campaigns at least once. Virtually everyone forgets about that aspect. That's true. I forgot about it. Yeah, it's all shades of gray. Yeah. Only pretty much humans don't have dark vision. Yeah, what is it? It's humans in 514 PHB. I think it's like humans, halflings, and dragonborn. I honestly don't really remember. And then everyone else has flavors of dark vision. Yeah. Broadway in Nashville feels very different. Well, certain areas of certain cities are going to feel different, but broadly speaking. Tal'Dorei Republic for all 30. That's true. Facts. Yeah, it was a republic for about less than a minute. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Dragonborn, yeah. I think they actually reduced the amount of dark vision in 524. I think now Goliaths don't have it. Or maybe they do. I don't remember. I think they maybe took it away from like one of the species. But even then, it's the broad majority. So, yeah. I think that's what I'll start calling them from now on. The Wizard Spellbook effect or Wizard Spellbook issue. And I think that dark vision really solidly falls into that. I looked through the options in the waifu handbook. Okay, I'm glad. Goliath never had it? Oh. Wait, why does Grog then? Goliath never had it, but in 524 Dragonborn gained dark vision? Oh my goodness. It's all over the place. I've lived in a lot of places. Everywhere larger I've lived has had the secret place only locals knew about that feels different than the tourist areas. Yeah, certainly. Most certainly, yeah. Grog has the belt of dwarven the belt of dwarven kind. That's right. That's why he grows the beard. I remember now. Yeah. So it was Goliaths. Yeah. I think Goliaths might be the most played race outside of human that don't have dark vision. There might be like a monstrous race that I can't think of that doesn't have it. Like, it's not... When you're looking at a race, you can't necessarily assume, but at your table of the 4 people, it is most often that the majority will have it. It'll be above 50%, which is just, I don't know. I wish less people had dark vision, just straight up.
But not like very, very well, smoothly carved or anything.
And the skull is like big, like the size of my chest.
It's probably a little bit smaller than that.
Okay.
Made of gems or stone or bone?
It looks like it's made almost like it was carved and hollowed from a singular giant solid piece of like opal or aquamarine. Like it's a gemmed skull in the sense that it's made from gem material.
Does it look like it could have been a bear skull?
You don't know,
I don't
Mr.
know.
Nature Roll of 12.
Oh, God.
Well,
Listen, Grog. I don't think it's very valuable.
no, but I mean, look at it.
It's pretty amazing.
We're in a secret chamber.
This is cool. But what would we do with it? We can't trade it.
I bet they worshipped it.
I bet something still worships it. And that thing could come back and be mad if we take it.
There are a crap load of like footprints in the ground around us.
Make a perception check.
13.
It's hard to tell. You've arrived and both kind of like paced in your space there, so there's plenty of footprints that you guys have left. It's hard to see if there are any more recent ones or from other creatures.
You want to take like a candle as a souvenir?
No, I wouldn't mind getting a closer look at that skull.
Yeah, well, let's do that, man.
100 seconds have gone by.
I don't think it's been 100
You
seconds
can't
yet.
walk over there without disturbing
We're in
candles.
the Feywild.
Probably not. It's unless you're like ballet style, on point.
I can see it.
I can throw you. Taking it back to the old school. That's a little careless. I mean, look,
I can grab it. I do have a big hand.
that's like getting your hand on it right away. It's
That's
pushing
not a
the
good
button.
idea. What do we do? Do we just leave and come up with a good story?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Here, how about this? Let me cut your face.
Okay.
When you run out, you'll be bleeding and crying, and it'll be horrible. We'll just make something up.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, sure.
We take off. Wait. You gotta cut me.
Oh, maybe I'll get. Yeah. So
Wait,
I take
wait,
out
where are you gonna cut me?
right above the eyebrow, so there's lots of blood.
Yeah, right in the middle
Yeah.
of it, like the Bruce Willis cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Bruce Willis of Iman. Dangerous life he led in history.
But not too deep, right? I wouldn't be able to still like make the lady swoon.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I'll take out my, not myth carver.
What? I don't know. Cut me with a vestige.
I don't
Gonna roll a
I don't
20
know
and
what it would
decapitate
do.
him.
Come on, give it to me.
We'll take out my other longsword. My aberration bane longsword.
Are you an aberration?
I'll just
Depends on who you ask.
slice him right over one of the eyebrows.
You take 1 point of damage.
Okay, one.
And the Goliath blood doth flow aplenty.
Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
sell this shit. I'll put him on my back. Wait, I got run. It's horrible.
There were bears everywhere!
Yes,
Bears, little bears,
We
big
burst out into the
bears!
sunlight and we intentionally like trip and eat shit. Sparklers flying. Boom.
There was a bear right on Grog!
Oh my god. It was so vicious.
It was
It was
horrible!
all we could
You
do to
didn't
leave.
fight them at all?
No, there were bodies everywhere. Children, women. They were like stapled to the ceiling. And they were just horrible.
Bear only have one claw.
Make a deception check.
Yeah.
This guy wants to go to the theater.
Honestly, two small things to say. Obviously hilarious. And once again, I will highlight this is the kind of comedy, kind of fun fucking around that I like in D&D. All stays firmly in fiction, keeps the investment up because these are Scanlan and Grog deciding to do this shit, even though it's funny and silly. And I think this is a good example of why the type of thing that I do at my tables, even with more serious stuff and even with like more like serious hidden information, similar to the flying carpet getting destroyed. I can't think of any other really standout examples. But it's like, I think that hidden information with whispers, like hidden from the other players, I understand why Critical Role does it. I can see its place within, like, you know, a filmed media sort of experience and product. But this is exactly the sort of thing of, like, obviously the four of them know what's going on and they can lean into it even more rather than being sort of tempted to try and figure out what happened and try to tell if they're lying and all of this, you know, taking it like super, super seriously and like wondering what they're hiding. They can just lean into the scene, lean into their characters' personalities because their real life curiosity has kind of been set aside. So they can just lean into the role play sort of aspects of it. Because, and you know, their character might still be curious, but I think a lot of times when we have hidden information, our player curiosity can sometimes override and overwhelm our character's curiosity, or our character's perception of the situation. So this is kind of an example of why I do it my way. Again, at this point I've seen like an argument for whispers, and I get where the benefits are. But this is kind of exemplary of like a situation that probably doesn't work. If like they were out of the room this whole time and then they decided to do this plan, I don't think it works quite as well for what they're kind of going for. But it's a fun little bit.
I'll have the rest of you go ahead and roll an insight check.
Let's do the lucky one.
Oh, that's pretty
Oh man, that sounds scary.
23.
Glad you got out alive.
27.
You should have seen him.
9.
I was in the mouth of a bear, and Grog cut the thing from.
I forgot to turn off my ringer. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Okay.
From asshole to lips to get me out of there. It was
That's
crazy.
disgusting.
Wow.
So there was really like nothing.
I think that means you owe me 3 gold, Percy.
Bloody hell.
Did you bet to see whether we would live or die?
Not at
No,
all.
not at all. You not see all of this.
What did you really?
Also seems like a completely unnecessary check that Matt called for there. Yeah, I mean, I think that, I think that part of it, like to a degree, is knowing the when scenes should have checks, when scenes should not. Certain tables need more or less guidance and want a little bit more randomness to guide their characters through roleplay. And I think that's like that insight check there is maybe useful at a table that's not as comfortable or as used to roleplay, where they're not sure how to behave as their player or as their character in this situation. I do agree with you that I think for this table and this group of players, very unnecessary. They can just roleplay their characters and have a grand old time. Sort of like the fuck arounds that they do in the mansion. But I also like, even though they've been playing D&D for a while, that's one of those like more nuanced D&D points that I think you don't really pick up on until you've either been watching or playing D&D for a long time. And even then, it's still kind of hard to put into practice. Sometimes you do ask for like superfluous checks. So yeah, I think it was superfluous. Totally unnecessary, but yeah, it's not something it's a good thing to identify. We're in the business of analyzing this here. But it's also not something I would I wouldn't dock yourself. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. If you end up doing something like this, I wouldn't dock yourself too much for it. I think it's an easy thing to do. When I get to play, I will sometimes roll for myself to decide what to do if I want the random. I do agree sometimes it's weird when the DM enforces it. Yeah, that's also my personal preference. I roll all the time when I'm playing. Like, I'll just like roll a d20 to myself. It's a lot like that old like kind of aphorism of like you flip a coin to pick to like make a decision. And while it's in the air, you suddenly like your gut will realize which side you want it to land on. Or like when you reveal it, you'll be disappointed or relieved by the result. I do the exact same thing with like d20 rolls, where I will kind of say like, okay, a high roll, I'll do this, a low roll, I'll do that, and I'll roll it. And sometimes I won't feel anything and I'll just go with the roll. And other times I'll look at the number and I'll be like, I wish it would have gone with the other one. And then I'm like, I guess I want to do the other one. Yeah, that's something super common that I do that I don't think a lot of my players or like the people that I've played with do. Maybe it's like if you've DM'd before and then you transition into playing, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. I think that sort of check would be best at a table with a lot of new players and or players that are not comfortable with role playing. Beyond that, if your table's comfortable with role playing, I don't think it's necessary there.
What are you finding there?
Some candles.
Like
Okay.
a big skull.
A big skull.
Big skull, gem skull, some sort of not
gold.
gems.
I'm up 3 gold.
Gem-like skull, not diamonds, not rubies, opal, something.
We reached out to
really
touch it and
wonderful
it cut my face.
Oh wow.
Really?
That sounds terrible. I wish Pike was here. She would really enjoy the story.
It was a worthless endeavor. We're sorry we went.
Hey, how about that chroma conclave? Hey,
Wait, so were the candles and skulls were there, or they weren't there? I'm
Skull.
Yeah,
that was.
Candles in a
Seems
skull.
like a place of worship or devotion, and we didn't want to mess with it.
Well,
so-
a lot of
Yes,
these
I'm proud of
spirit
you.
guardians tend to have worshippers, and a lot of times they'll bring them gifts, so that makes sense.
I think
Yeah, I probably should have told you guys that before you went in. Sorry.
could have helped. You know,
Yeah,
there's only one
that's
show
probably
in
what it
the day,
was.
We don't want to miss it.
No, it's fine.
Take a
I
break.
like how all of us sound like we've lost our voice.
Yeah, so like
Oh gosh, okay. I knew that was coming up. I didn't know when, and it always surprises me, even though I'm expecting it. Welcome, Mr. C. Welcome. You're 2 hours late, but that's okay. Because wait, do I have internal messages ignored? Wait, what? Why are internal messages ignored? Wait, so playback speed? I can't do that? No. Okay, someone type in !! playback speed, because for some reason my own bot is ignoring me. But you can rewatch from the beginning. YouTube lets you speed things up. We will be here for a while. We are only, I think, yeah, we're about 16 minutes in. Round about 16 minutes. So that is 16 minutes and 2 hours. So we got a little bit left to go, but I'm going to go on a quick break, and then we will get right back to it. Oh my god, playback speed is still getting ignored. What the fuck? All right, I'm going to fix that on the break. I'll see you in a second. 3 minutes. Bye-bye. What up? Hello. What's up? What's up? What's up? I think I fixed the chat, and I think I might have actually done one even better. Let's see. I'm not entirely sure, but I think I filtered it out of the announcement stuff out of the on-screen chat. I didn't. Well, you know, what are you gonna do? We will potentially look at that later. Yeah, I don't see how I would change that. Oh well. Anyways, welcome everybody, and we will get back to it. Also, slide update. Cankersaur is feeling good, and by that I mean it's not feeling bad. So I cross your fingers, but I'm feeling more and more hopeful for a full ep. Cross your fingers. And boop.
Evolving through hell. Yeah. Okay.
Well, since I touched the skull and I cut myself, could you do me a little?
You want me to like lick it?
No,
What?
like, you know, don't you have like a
Like
thing?
healing?
Yeah.
Like you want me to use a whole spell on this teensy ass wolf?
Or one hit point.
I mean, if you just care about me.
Here, I get out
Cast cure
some.
wounds on his little teeny weeny cut.
Oh, I feel so much better.
Vex, what do you think? Is a semi-precious gemstone skull worth going in and getting?
The size of my
I think
chest.
we should remember this place is well. It's probably going to disappear after we walk away. These things tend to move, don't they?
We should go towards our
I think we need to
destination.
focus on the bow. And it's really hard to say that, but I really.
No, it's very. The whole theory of a path is you're supposed to somewhat stay on it, I imagine. So.
Stay on it.
No,
Oh,
yes.
no more stops unless it is for the theater. We're not stopping again.
What time is it?
From
what?
what you can tell,
Starlight.
it looks like it's
Nighttime.
in the evening with the moon up.
And we've been awake for.
Full journey here since you rested.
I'm fine.
Make an intelligence check.
Natural 20 accept, disadvantage, I'm exhausted. 16 plus 2.
Okay. After resting just outside of the moonbrush, it's probably been 3 hours since you woke.
Oh,
We're good.
Oh, we
Hours,
rested?
we're
I
fine.
thought we.
Let's keep
oh.
going.
Did you push on? Did you guys push on when you got there?
I was wondering the same thing.
I think we.
2
I
weeks.
thought we camped on the outskirts.
Whatever we decide right now is exactly what happened.
Right,
Right,
There's
so
no
we
reason
camped and we
to-
got up, right?
Yes. What? Yes, of
Yeah,
course.
I agree. We.
I feel like there would have been camping before going straight into the moonbrush, and I feel like
think
we may
you're
have been
probably
pressed for
right.
time at
well,
the event
yeah,
last
yeah,
time.
yeah.
all I know is
Sure.
my mansion spell has been ticked off, so I've used it at least once in the last 47 hours.
Yeah, I feel like we slept.
Yeah.
We camped out right before we went
We
into
did
the
camp. No,
moonbrush.
we did. We camped up right before that.
Right.
I
So,
remember that.
so it's been a few hours since you came to consciousness.
So, okay. This is tough. The passage of time in TTRPGs, I think broadly, unless they have a very specific mechanic for it, but in D&D specifically, especially because the travel mechanics are so light, that like it's tough. I will say I think that the Feywild provides a bit of, I would almost say, reprieve, because the nature of it makes it hard to perceive the passage of time in the first place. You can kind of ignore the whole, the whole 24 hours without sleeping gives exhaustion. Because it's the Feywild. Time is passing weird. You just let them sleep whenever they want to sleep to get their resources back. In the material plane, obviously a little bit different. If you just jam-packed the day and allowed them to do, fucking everything that they wanted to do, it might, break verisimilitude. It might not feel quite right. So passage of time in the day is tough. I have tried multiple strategies to, handle it. And the most successful one, it still had distinct downsides, I would say. But I think that the most successful thing I've ever done has just been break the day up into 3 parts. And anytime they travel a substantial distance, we move on to the next part. Very kind of modeled after Deathloop, if you played that game, where like Deathloop has like morning, noon, I think it has afternoon and night as well. Instead, I just say that the night time is when they're resting, and then the day is just split up into 3 parts. And in Deathloop, you can explore an area that you're in as much as you want. Time basically doesn't pass. And then when you go to another area, you transition to the next part of the day. It has some downsides, especially if your players essentially have to buy into the abstraction, because the way that you will narrate everything will sound as if time is not passing, but you all just kind of have to buy into the fact that that's a facsimile, that time is passing, and then that transition only happens when they travel. But that despite your narration, theoretically, time is passing while they're performing actions. Like I said, it's okay, but it's really simple. And once the players get used to it, I think they can ignore it pretty well. But it can have some distinct downsides, especially if they do anything that takes a decent chunk of time while they're in a location, like if they don't move. So you also don't have to stick to it hard and fast as a DM. You can say that substantial travel will change the phase, and an action that takes a substantial amount of time will change the phase. It's something you just kind of got to feel out. So, I've never blamed them for, especially like within day time tracking. And honestly, like I said at the beginning, the Feywild to me is just a boat of excuse to not worry about time for a little bit. Moontree theory still on? Kind of. I don't know. The last session kinda, I don't know. If I didn't already have the theory before watching last episode, I probably would have never formed the theory in the first place. Last episode didn't disprove anything really, but it definitely the vibes weren't quite the vibes that I was picturing with the Moontree theory. So it's still on, but I'm looking at alternatives, I'll say. The 3 parts idea is nice. I might tweak it a little bit, but the core idea is great. Thank you. Like I said, has some downsides, but it's the best thing that I've found. Passage of time is hard. I'm all for simple heuristics that are easier to manage. Exactly. That's why I opt for what I do, because it's so dead simple that it's, like you said, it's a lot easier to manage. I'm actually now thinking how I design a physical tracker for the phases idea. Oh yeah, that could be cool. If you're playing in person, have a little sundial looking thing where it's you twist the center knob and it reveals the sun at a different height. That could be fun. That could be very, very fun. Yeah. And then you just define, the morning is any time between here and here. If you have to be somewhere by a certain time, in fiction, if you arrive during that phase that covers that time, you'll be fine. Yeah, the tracker could be cool though. Tracker could be very cool. I've always played online, so those sorts of physical, very visceral trackers, I don't think translate as well on Roll20. But I've seen them used to great effect for so much shit in person. I don't care so much about being told what time of day it is as it changes. Yeah, I think that the challenge is what's the least amount of distinction that you can give so that your players have to ask for updates as, what's the opposite of often? As little as possible, right? Because I think if you just don't track time outside of the day and long rest, it can be hard for players to tell how close they are getting to the end of the day. So I think an amount of movement during the day is necessary. And for me, the least amount of movement that still feels right has been 3 for me. But the real question is essentially, how many steps in the gradient do you need, you know? Like Matt seems to go about hour by hour with the 8 hours for long rest. So he's on about a 16-step program, but he also doesn't verbally acknowledge when the steps tick. The players have to check in, which effectively makes it a lesser amount of steps. But it also is a little bit less clear to the players where they are at any given time. Like I said, I haven't really found like a distinct, what I would call like a good way of handling it, you know? I like just doing stuff, and the time will come up for the players or GM as relevant. That's fair. Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. It can just be hard to track if you don't have environmental cues you can give as a DM that would communicate that without the players directly having to ask. But I see what you're saying, yeah. How long until I get/have to sleep, and are stores/meetings available right now? I think that the most pertinent one for most situations is how long until I have to sleep. I think that's like the core challenge. If you wanted to, you could make all stores open 24 hours a day, and I honestly don't think that it would be that much of an issue. The real core thing that I think is tough for maintaining verisimilitude is how long until I have to sleep. And you either have to communicate that through environment, through a system, or you just have to wait for the players to ask. And if they never ask, then you kind of have to surprise them with it when it's getting very close, which doesn't always feel great. But it has a lot of benefits as well. I don't know. It's tough. At my table, the players ask when they need to know, like if it feels like we should for the RP. Asking hasn't been a problem. Our GM is less communicative about time passing than Matt. Yeah, and I think that it is very table dependent on like how often your players want to ask and how okay they are. I think the complication with asking is if there's a disconnect between how long has passed in the fiction and how long the person was expecting to have passed. Like, if when you ask how long has it been and you're expecting an hour and the DM tells you 5 hours, that might pull you out of the story. I think that that's a much smoother way to do it if you can align those expectations really consistently. But I think that that's the risk you run with the more like ask and call and response type thing. Yeah. I've always just tracked that hour by hour. Maybe I'm crazy. I mean, again, I don't think you're crazy. I think in that case, if you're tracking it hour by hour, you're just doing what I'm doing. But whereas I technically have like 4 steps, you're dividing it into 24 steps. Whatever works for you. I think the coming up with a system to where expectations are being met, like things feel right, and you can minimize the communication where possible, I think is... But even like minimizing communication is going towards the goal of keeping it all feeling right. You want the passage of time for the players, like in their brains, to match how much time they feel should have passed given the actions that they took. So anything that you do related to the passage of time is just going towards that goal of how do I marry up the amount of actions, the amount of time it feels like their actions took versus how much time I'm narrating that it took. And keeping those expectations in check. So you even heard there, it's like, oh, Matt said like it's been about 3 hours, and they all go, oh, you don't want that. That's what you want to try to avoid. You don't want them to be surprised by how much time has passed. Now it's not that bad, but it's a force that pulls them out a little bit. So you want to see if you can avoid it. But also, again, it's complicated. It depends on the players and the table and your communication styles and your expectations. It's a deep well. You know. Asking isn't a problem at all. My problem is mostly on my end as a GM. I usually have no idea how much time has passed when asked. I forget what happened today, yesterday. Yeah, oh, absolutely. That's my problem as well. Is that I have trouble conceptualizing how much time their actions should have taken. So I have my little heuristic to help me match up expectations appropriately. It's not on the players. It's on me. I think Matt likes to narrate in betweens of things, and that's his style. I wonder if he does that in home games or if it's something he adopted for being on a show. I could imagine, because you're also now playing to the audience expectations as well. Yeah. I get the impression Mega is a nice DM. He keeps emphasizing have to sleep rather than get to sleep. He doesn't drain his character's daily resources constantly. It depends. It depends. My campaigns normally have, I don't do mega dungeons very often. I think of them more as expeditions. So my players will be in expedition mode where their shit's getting drained pretty regularly and they're getting very challenged. And then they have downtime where we're abstracting a lot of passing of time. And then there's the in-between sections that are probably the least present in my games. And those in-between sessions are the ones where I think passage of time is the hardest and where they might not be ending the day. Or they might be ending the day with plenty of extra resources, yeah. So, depends. There's a slight disconnect sometimes, but we just say sure and move on. I think my table doesn't care about having realism, which that's fine. And that's why this is so table dependent, is absolutely because of that aspect where, yeah, if your table doesn't care about that, then that disconnect, you guys aren't developing those expectations as heavily. So if your much lighter expectation gets broken, it's marginally, or it's a relatively the effect has a lesser magnitude. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it very much depends. Yeah. I don't know if I ever care about time as a DM unless I have a current timer goal running for the party. I also do use timers frequently. So, but I normally do timers on day long cycles. So I rarely do this timer needs to be completed this day. Or at least I definitely have done them. It's just not as common. Whereas, I'm normally on a multi-day sort of time frame with most of my timers. If you can drag it by hour, more power to you. I'm a touch autistic and have time blindness in real life. Managing time in D&D is hard. Yeah. Yeah, we do 3 days worth of events in one game day. Yeah, and if that doesn't break your immersion, because the goal is not to have maximum realism, it's to have maximum investment, for me at least. So if that doesn't break your investment in the game of, the 3 days worth of events in one in-game day, fucking absolutely more power to you. Fucking ignore time. If that does not break your immersion within the fiction, do not care about it. Don't. Leave it in the bin. Who cares? If that doesn't matter to you and you can still handle timers well, then who cares? It's only if that does fuck with your investment. Because temperature is conceptualizing is tricky because an hour of combat for us is 24 seconds in game, and 7 hours in game is summarized with one statement about walking. Precisely. That's why I'm saying I don't think that there is like a good way to handle time, because people are going to be more or less aware of that time abstraction, and that's like a very tonal thing, but it's also a very personal thing for each player. So you just gotta vibe it out, unfortunately. What up, John? How you doing? Time to goals for story events can be fun, like knowing we need to do a task before the next game day. That's when we check about time more often. That's fair. Yeah, you can kind of scale up and down your checks. I get that. Yeah. Timer I had and made. Oh man, the formula for this was definitely not right. The cap was too low, and the decrement was also too low. Not necessarily saying that I'm not talking too much, but I'm keeping kind of mental track of how much I'm talking, like how far we are into it and how long the stream has been. And I don't think that I should be blowing out the budget yet. Like, I should not have been maxed. So this might be another stream where we just kind of have to ignore it. I'm going to try to... I messed with the decrement a little bit, and I'm going to mess with the current spoken slightly. Or actually, I don't want to mess with that. Oh, no, I can. That's fine. I'm going to mess with this. I'm just going to set it to 40. And I messed with the decrement rate. So this is a working stream, you know? I had a timer I made sure players were very aware of was someone important to the group was taken, and they were told in X days they will be sold into slavery. The timer passed, and they were shocked I held to it. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the first time that Matt introduced a timer. And it's like, if that's not like a super consistent thing for your group, they may not. Like, that's a good example of like, I mean, I guess it depends on the magnitude as to how good it is. But like, that is a good way if it's not, you know, like a super impactful person to establish that you will hold to your timers and that timers like matter and mean something, because that is something that you have to establish in your game. Like, that's not something that I think players just come to the table expecting, honestly, because so much like movies and video games don't really hold you to any sort of timers, honestly. Baldur's Gate 3, good example. There's like, I think 2 timed events in that game. But so you have to establish it with something that had real stakes, but it can't be so extreme that it like feels bad where you like totally ruined their expectations over a very important event. But you do have to establish it at some point, if you're gonna do it at all. Anyways,
nice.
Okay.
It wouldn't have made a huge difference per se. But you were still reading the book. You're close now at this point.
Hey, I'm close.
Like a handful of hours away from completing.
So I can take off this -7 hit points that I don't even remember how I got, probably.
Actually, that you'd have gotten from the large bear. So no.
That's right.
You're right.
Shady.
But nice try.
So shady.
All right, so as you guys gather here, Garm Lee goes, all right, so Duskward is that way. Who's leading?
You are.
Oh, I'm not leading. I'm guiding you. I don't. But
You guide.
I'm
in the
guiding you, Duskward.
Oh, we're running the ship.
I've never been inside the moonbrush.
You've never been inside.
I know of things around it.
Well,
How are you
then,
planning to guide us through it if you don't even know?
He was
Yes,
just going to
what-
get us to
what-
the outskirts.
yeah,
That was
you were-
always the plan.
I'm getting you to your destination by helping guide you there. I just feel
but if you
like
can't guide us through the moonbrush,
I am
then-
guiding you through the moonbrush, but I
you've
think
never been
somebody
here.
should take the lead.
But you said you've never been here.
He wants something big in the front.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what his use will be from here on out.
How about you and I? We can be in the front.
She's Duchess of the Grape Hunt, so she's very good to lead.
Great, wonderous. That'll work fine.
Why don't we just send him
Just the
home?
grape hunt. What a wonderful time.
Hang on, wait.
Quite impressed.
Hang on a second, Carmeli. Huddle real quick. Why don't we just send him home? He could die.
Oh, who
I'm
cares?
all right with that.
Sure about that.
Send him
Well,
home.
No.
Well, he's not going to be any use from here on out. He's never been here.
the only
He
thing I
knows
worry
things about the Feywild that we don't know.
The only thing I worry about is we made a deal with him.
He's under contract, which means that there are places and things that he might be able to help us with.
He shook our hand.
Yeah, it couldn't hurt.
It's worth having.
Also, if it turns out he's not who he says he is,
Which I'm starting to get a very strong feeling.
then
Oh, I
at
do
least
as well.
Then
this is a good this is a good example of if you want to play like the heart or the soul or the moral center of the party. I think this is a really good example of that type of dynamic. I know sometimes people get annoyed with Keyleth's like moral reminders, I guess let's call them. But I think this is a really good example of like, yeah, if he doesn't serve a purpose, then you're essentially taking a civilian into like a dangerous combat zone. And that isn't to put down like Percy's logic. I think Percy's logic is fair. The logic that they made a deal and you're worried about like potentially breaking that deal by sending him home, that's also fair. And those are like totally fair responses to the moral question. They're kind of like the more practical side of things. But it is an encouragement of like essentially amorality, which I think probably applies to them too specifically. And all that is to say, I think it's a good thing to bring up. It's not something she needs to like, fight tooth and nail over. But if you want to play a character that is that moral center, these sorts of questions, even if you don't even really have a strong opinion, bringing up these sort of questions can help fulfill that heart role or that moral center role within the party. Just making the rest of them stop and think and role play their characters' moralities rather than this is a game, go kill things, who cares? They're fake. Like it's a fake person. It doesn't exist. Forcing Percy to say, I don't care if Garmili lives or dies. That might have been implied in a lot of their actions, but tying Percy to that statement characterizes Percy, and it allows them to express themselves. BG3 has a sneaky hidden system where time passing matters, depending on what zone you're in. I can only think of two that it matters for. It matters for Joaquin's Rest and Near. Does it matter for anything else? I can't think of any other events that actually matters for, but I might be wrong. So they already talked to the twins family. What do you think of Percy's gesture to Vex? All right. I've thought about this off and on. Now, I want to make it very clear that what I'm about to say, I am saying about Percy. This is not a commentary on Taliesin. This is very specifically about Percy. From an outside point of view, just watching things, I'm not in his head, just based on what I saw, it kind of seems like he's making shit up to get in her pants. I don't know. That's like I've looked at it from a couple of different angles and it's obviously a very pessimistic point of view, but it's like he probably doesn't have the authority to do what he did. And he, from what we've seen, has no idea if Cassandra has also landed people, because it would even be kind of different if he didn't imply that it was landed, but it is. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll get something later that shows that it's more official than I think it is, but right now, the less pessimistic view is that he's making shit up to comfort his friend. but it's also the sort of thing that would come out later. So I don't know, man. It's not, I don't know. It's one of those things where I feel like something happened off screen, like him and Matt talked about it. Cause if that's just the sort of shit he made up, it feels a lot more. It certainly characterizes Percy in some way. It's just hard to tell how. But that's my current interpretation. I don't know. I was not sure about his authority either because it seems vague about what control the Derolos actually have over Whitestone. Yeah, I also get the sense that something was discussed off screen. Right. I kept thinking that they were going to reveal, like, yeah, me and Cassandra had a conversation about it. But they haven't. I don't know. It'll be even funnier if 10 years will have passed when they return. Someone's living in the house that Percy gave to Vex. Yeah. Yeah, man, I don't know. Ultimately, I don't think it's that deep. But if I really think about it, it seems like in any state, he is somewhat manipulating her emotions for unclear goals. It could just be that he's, waited and saved or tried to do this, again, to make her feel better and to manipulate her emotions positively, giving her this, especially when he did. That's maybe a good version of it. Otherwise, it looks like taking advantage of her emotional state to draw a tighter bond between them, especially given that he, in a way, is now the ruling family of the lands that she has landed in. She's essentially above him, or above her in the royal hierarchy, directly kind of making him her superior rather than a peer. But I also kind of don't think it's that deep. I don't think it's something that, kind of should be thought into that much, honestly. That's just, yeah. I think the more simple thing is Percy wants to always be seen as smart and in control. Maybe. A roleplay context might be that he was planning to give it to her in downtime, but saw it as a chance to be dramatic in a moment. Yeah. And so I think maybe even more generously, you could consider it, again, in roleplay context, you could consider it that he is unintentionally emotionally manipulating her. I don't know, man. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not even really going to take it to the bank as a characterization of Percy. I really don't think that it matters all that much towards his overall characterization, because it's so it's one of those things that is tonally feels right, but if you look at any of the details, they don't quite fit. And so I think and sometimes that happens in D&D, where because of the improv nature of it, because of time passage weirdness, because of magic, whatever, there are sometimes reasons that something happens, whether it's from the DM side or the player side, that feels tonally correct, but if you look at it too hard, it doesn't really make sense, or it has other implications that were probably not intended. Now, sometimes those things can be interrogated in an interesting way to drive character growth, and other times they are just purely unintentional and shouldn't really be taken into too deep of consideration. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the tough part, is because like we can look at how this characterizes Percy, and I do think it characterizes him in some debatable ways. But there's also kind of a point where the characterization might have been unintentional and even potentially specifically counter to what Taliesin wanted to characterize Percy as in that moment. So you kind of got to weigh it with a grain of salt when it's this sort of situation, you know? But it's hard. It's hard to identify. It's Schrodinger's title. At the same time, it's real and fake. Yeah, which is like, I mean, it's the whole thing of D&D. D&D is real and fake. It's obviously fake for obvious reasons, but it has real emotional impacts. The characters are all fake, but they feel real to us in the best version of the game. You know, the stakes, none of them matter, but if there's a good DM, the stakes feel like they matter. The world feels real. And this is sort of a situation or a factor that is kind of just an extreme extrapolation of that whole thing. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. It's hard to analyze, you know?
And we'll find out.
I'd rather have him around
It's a bit of
other
a
than
sneak,
gone.
too. The
talking
only
about
reason
things.
we have him is because you spotted him, because you're awesome.
And he wanted a hat. How bad could he honestly be?
Right? It looks very good on him.
I feel like hats are almost a traditional sign of something a little iffy. No, present company.
Hey,
included,
go with
of
him.
course.
Make him brave.
Yes.
We just got, we got betrayed by Clarota at the 11th hour. So, right?
So
So much.
we're prepared for the 11th
Cooler
hour.
now.
All right, let's just put Vixen
Onward
Vixen
then?
back.
Yes, yes.
What's my hand, yeah?
All right. He takes your hand. Go ahead and roll a survival check.
Oh, shit.
He eats your hand.
17.
17, okay. So, holding your hand, you guys quietly begin to make your way through the moonbrush. You being...
Eyes out for any things.
Yeah, you're in your natural element also as a forest, so I
Oh,
think
I
you...
can see.
Grog, can I ride
21.
on you?
Okay.
Girl, you can always ride.
Okay, I just
Short pause. He says before 20 minutes go by. Short pause, but yeah, I mean, I think that this idea of keeping it real and fake, keeping it vague, is something that we've hit on before, but is like it's an important GM tactic to make it not. You don't want it to feel like you're being purposefully vague. But as long as you can keep the box closed on it, the better. You can let people assume what is true or have questions as long as the questions make sense. But avoiding putting anything into too concrete unless you are absolutely certain about it as a DM is a important DMing tactic. Because you make shit up all the time as a DM. It's the improv part of it. I just watched the Q&A for the next eye patch, and at one point Matt brings up like, oh, if they, just roll with it. Do a lot of shallow prep rather than a little bit of deep prep. And that will give you a basis to jump off of. And then if they give you something you aren't prepared for, just make something up. They won't know the difference. But if you can keep those made up things in that line between real and fake, keep it vague, keep it ambiguous, until you have time to really flesh it out and make it concrete, like getting to Whitestone, you give yourself time to think about it and to mesh it into the world, or to possibly contradict it, but in a way that makes sense. And that is, I think, one of the GMing techniques towards being able to improv really well, but not let the improv destroy your world building.
need to be reading.
I got weird.
Be reading.
So, Much like a kid in the backseat of a car
Yeah.
on a cell phone, and then it's just reading the book in the back of the Grog.
Station wagon.
Yeah, you know.
Facing
You
backwards.
can always ride on Trinket too, Scanlan.
Oh no, grog weirdly smells better than trinket to me.
About another 2 hours of travel duskward, and he's kind of keeping the finger pointed in a direction, which is difficult for you because the moon placement in the sky has not changed. The correlation as to what you normally use on the prime material plane to gauge direction has no use here whatsoever. So the best that you can do is try to keep yourself facing forward and using his occasional guidance to steer back on
Try
track.
to learn from him like what I'm, how he's gauging his surroundings and stuff.
Make an insight check.
21.
21. He seems to, every single time you check for the direction, lick his finger and then point.
Awesome.
There's nothing more to it than that. He'll take a moment to think and look around, lick his finger, point in a direction.
Can I do like a nature check to see if I feel a breeze at all, or is he just bullshitting?
Are they
Sure.
way ahead of us, or are they just up ahead?
16.
There is no breeze. There is no sound in the forest here. There's no like sound of leaves clattering. He's just doing that.
Because it makes him seem smart.
What does
Right.
the licking do?
Licking is how I initiate the specialization of my arcane understanding of the flow and ebb of the fate. No, this is a technique, and it's leading us to your destination.
All right.
Have a little faith. You hired me for a reason.
So much faith in you.
Pulls
Is
his
he
hat
taking
back
us
down.
to the theater right now?
Definitely the theater.
All right.
Not the theater.
Okay, this could be a joke. This could be a bit, but this is when I talked about Feywild rules last time of like, you know, the Fey are different, they have a different morality, you know, but things still work by rules, just Fey rules. This is exactly the sort of shit I'm looking for. Ooh, perfect. Lick your finger and then point, and that's the right direction. Unclear if the forest changes around you depending on where you point. Unclear if the Feywild guides your finger and your instincts. Totally unclear. Doesn't matter. It's a rule you can follow. To me, that is like peak Feywild discovery and exploration is exactly that kind of shit. And obviously, they're being super suspicious. I don't know if that's literally the players being suspicious or if that is just like the characters not understanding that, you know, different rules aspect of the Feywild. Either way, fair responses, totally fine. And if they were, and again, kind of like I hit on last time, if they were going to spend more time in the Feywild, I would want to see more of these sorts of things. But I also think it's fair to establish they're about to go into a kind of exploring the moonbrush. We'll call it a sequence, right? Might be multiple sessions, might be just within this one. So giving them the rule of this is how I choose between forks in the road. Do you trust that or do you not? Big ups. And if they had sent home Garmili, maybe there's an addendum to the rule that they wouldn't have known about. Oh, you know, where Garmili, yeah, he licks the finger, he points, unless there are 3 pebbles in the road, in which case you have to lick 2 fingers. But if those pebbles are blue, if any of them even have a speck of blue on them, gotta be 3 fingers. You know? That's those are great Feywild rules. So I like it. I think the aspect of a guide is good for introducing those sorts of rules. Something that I would have maybe expected like the nymph to go over, but I think he wanted, like, the nymph couldn't leave her clearing. He wanted Garmili to be more of a force. So I think it's totally fair how he ran it. And like I said, if they were going to spend more time in the Feywild, then I would absolutely want more of these. But I think this is good to, right before this exploration sequence, establish this exploration rule. Nothing but thumbs up from me, Chief. It is perfect Feywild. It's perfect Feywild. Is licking a quirk or important also gives more to work with? Absolutely. Yes. Like I said, big thumbs up. My problem so far is that none of the things that we've seen have seemed like it's like actual rules. Where, you know, thing that we get to a thing, we do a thing, we get a result. There hasn't been that clear order and effect like there is here. And I think that we need more clear action process, I guess, and then effect. But I think this is, again, huge thumbs up. That's a mega gif right there. Oh, boy. All right, just gonna note that in the old transcript, and we'll see. We'll see what it looks like.
Pressing over, make another survival check.
But natural 20.
Ooh.
Oh, and I don't even need to roll them.
All right.
As we go, I just want to like druid craft like little green pebbles. No, let's do a brighter, like a red pebbles to kind of start leaving behind Hansel and Gretel style.
Sure. Okay.
Kind of do it like just every
Something right to us, huh?
No.
little pebbles.
It's
Yeah, no.
Tiny pebbles that I can recognize.
Okay. So you're just creating small little
Every-
stones that kind of trail behind
Yeah,
you. as
every
you go.
like few, every 100 feet or so.
Good. As you guys progress forward, you start finding patches where the ground itself gets a little mushier, like either there's a nearby river or just the ground itself has retained liquid more than other areas of the forest. And you begin to see just the faint appearance of familiar green sprouts that come through. These are mandrakes, and you manage to catch them before the rest of the party gets there, and you and Garmili, especially with your sight and kind of knowledge of this area, you manage to guide the party around that whole field of waiting mandrake.
What do they do? Do they just scream a lot?
You don't know.
No.
We may find out yet. So progressing forward to the next section, you need to make another survival check.
Oh no! Nervous. Well, double.
Again?
That's better. 25.
25? Shit, girl. All right. Eventually, you come to what appears to be a river that's cutting through this portion of the moonbrush. Just on the other side of that river, you hear a faint sound of music.
The theater.
Is that the theater? What is that?
He's... What is what? I don't...
The music. Do you hear it?
know.
Hold on, are you saying you don't hear anything right now?
Actually, right now, nobody hears it except for you.
Oh. What does it sound like?
It sounds like a soft violin, with what looks to be a hint of flute and like a drum beat. It's very, very simple. It's very, very basic.
Does it sound pleasant?
It does sound pleasant. It sounds folksy and whimsical. It's very, very faint.
There must be people further in.
Not
Make music.
necessarily.
You hear music.
Yes.
Could be dangerous.
Can I listen?
The rest of you, as you gather up, you begin to hear the sound, and so does Garmili. Garmili's like, we really don't need to go in that direction.
Do you know
Duskward
anything
is
about music?
that way.
Playing randomly in the woods.
Music can be good, can be bad. Who knows? Dangerous music is very often a thing in places you don't understand. I would not recommend wandering into places of phantom music.
We should check it out.
I want to hear some music.
What direction is it coming from?
You take a few steps. There is still a river, which is about 15 feet across, and it's a soggy bank that leads into just a lazily running river. So you have to cross that first. But he's like, it looks to be a little ways duskward and to your right.
Have to cross the river.
We don't need to stick a stick into every beehive we come across.
But this is the theater.
Is it a theater?
We
Or
don't
it could be a
actually know.
camp
It could be anything.
that we should avoid. It could also be a camp.
It could be many things.
It could be
Do
exciting.
I recognize the music?
You don't actually. It is not a
better.
It's not a classic ditty. The structures are familiar. Like you can see where the basis of a lot of kind of bar shanties kind of come from a similar kind of bouncing beat to it, but nothing that catches you is really familiar.
I want to see what it is that's doing it though.
Right, but we gotta cross this river to
We
get
have to
it.
do it regardless, yes.
Are there
How big is the river?
15 feet across.
nothing?
How-
we
is
have
it
to
It's a
deep?
stream. It's a stream. It's
It
nothing.
says it's lazy, right? It's just like going along. But I call bullshit, because we're in the Feywild.
I can maybe assist.
Very clever about that.
You said we have to get across regardless, Garmili, right?
Well, yes, if we're heading towards your destination, you have to cross.
We have to get across the river regardless.
Yes.
Can you make us a bridge, Keyleth?
I can control water and part the river for a second.
Jump to the jam.
Well, that's even better.
That's
For a hot
clever.
second. Yeah, I was trying to stop myself.
Come on.
Okay, I cast control water.
Critical roll.
Yeah. And make us a little bubble. as we
Okay. So
walk.
you watch as the stream begins to separate and pull.
I don't want to Moses this. I want to do more like give us a little bubble
Okay,
that we're
so-
kind of stealthily walk under the river with a little bubble.
So as you guys find your way walking down to the bank of the river, your boots sinking into the very, very soft, soggy bottom of the river. You walk across, make your way to the other side. The river splashes as the bubble is no longer required, You traverse it, no issue. It's a river. The music is a little louder on this side of the bank and is off to the right side.
Should we send Vax ahead?
Can we stealth ahead?
I don't think.
All right, good. Number one, I don't know if control water can actually do that. Like make the little bubble. But honestly, especially at the level that they're at, meh. Kinda who cares? I don't really see it as a real need to. It's cooler. It's cooler, so I don't really care. It might, and it also might be able to do that. Also, Ross, sound immersion. I totally agree. Sound is best for things that you can't see, but that you would be aware of. And in this case, it is personifying the forest a bit, not as an empty, desolate, dead place, but as a thing that is alive and thriving and moving and things are happening within it. You will have to avoid the things in the forest if you don't want to run into them. Sound is really good for that. It's also good for drawing you close to something that you might not draw close to if you could see it. Or you might approach differently if you could see it. Like, it sounds obvious, but it's good for encouraging stealth, for example. It's good for laying traps, for setting bait. It's also good for things that if you were in the location, you might not realize that something was there if you didn't hear it. So it's also good for portraying hidden objects or situations or events. Those are all really, really good uses of sound, the auditory sense. And then the last thing, I had a lot of things I want to talk about with that small scene. No, not graph view. When you are doing exploration, and this is in terms of overland exploration, this is in terms of dungeon exploration, dungeon crawls, small little obstacles like that, especially as the players get higher level, become more and more important. Like you heard Matt say it. I mean, you get across it. It's just a river. It took them one spell. That's it. But it took them a spell. If they had sat there and thought about it for longer, they might have been able to figure out a way to cross it without a spell. Obstacles should require either resource expenditure or incredibly clever solutions if you're not expending resources. Or this is a slight caveat. Time can also be considered a resource in these conversations. So I'm sure that Keyleth has mold earth, or actually maybe she doesn't. Did that come out in Xanathar's? She might not. Let's imagine that Keyleth has mold earth.
Take a break.
Ooh, and then we'll take a break because it makes more sense for the example. If she said, I want to mold earth a tunnel underneath the river, I'd say that could totally work. It's not exceedingly clever, I wouldn't say. And so it should come with an amount of risk, or it should have to spend time. Time can only be a resource if the passage of time matters, which is why I always bring up timers within the context. The only way that digging this tunnel with mold earth and getting over the river for free, the only way that is not free is if there's a timer. And you want obstacles to either suck up their resources or require clever solutions. Those are kind of the two things that you want. In this case, she expended resources. She said, all right, I see the river, -1 spell slot, and we're through. Perfect. That's how you suck up resources and keep the players on their toes, keep the game about resource expenditure without throwing them into endless combats all the time. That's how you drain resources so that you don't have to have like 3 difficult encounters that will take up your entire session time. This took basically no session time. It took up a spell slot, something that probably would have taken like double or triple the time in an actual combat. And it makes you more able to then make interesting combats because you know that they will have less resources. So that was just something that I thought overall was good. And there's a very small thing, last thing that Matt did there, where he presented 2 things, an obstacle and a point of interest at the same time, which makes it really good when we're talking about when do you stop during a travel sequence pacing-wise. So we stopped outside the moonbrush. We stopped at the bear encounter. Again, interesting stuff. We then stopped at Garmeli's licking and pointing discussion, I believe. So we'll do licking and pointing. Again, something interesting. And then we stopped at both river, which is not interesting, and music. The actual reason that we stopped and that we stopped the travel narration is because we ran into something interesting. The music. But you throw a river on there to suck up some resources. Because if this didn't have the music, it would feel weird. Like if they just stopped for the river, I guarantee you they would have been examining this river for like 10 real world minutes. They would have been trying to figure out what the fuck is up with this river. And because, again, there's this kind of, I think, baked in narrative sense within us that we only stop the montages for interesting stuff. We don't stop it for just random bullshit. And so I think that it's very clever to, in the middle of a travel sequence, give us something interesting in the music to essentially justify stopping the narration and pairing that with the introduction of an obstacle to suck up resources and prepare for later challenges and the balancing therein. So big ups to Matt on this travel, on this like travel sequence pacing. I think it's going well. Take obviously I talked about the bear encounter enough. I'll leave it there. If you want to hear what I thought about it, there's last stream. But abstracting it into just a beat with along the path, I think it's good. It is one of the 3 encounter types DMs should use at the table. Absolutely. Exactly. It like encounter. It's an exploration encounter to an extent. And you can have trivial, easy, medium, hard, deadly encounters. This river is an encounter. It's not interesting in any way, but it sucks up resources. And it's like basically, I would say a trivial encounter. But it is there. Mold Earth is from Elemental Evil. Gotcha. Okay. Anyways, I will leave it there, and I'm going to take a break real quick, and I'll be right back. What up? Hello, 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 hello. I was there on the what up this time. I was very close. And we will get started.
It's a good idea, but if we're going to check it out, you and I should go ahead, yeah? Yeah, let's go.
And take
Garmili? Garmili? Do you want to come with
Yes.
us? Go invisible? Invisible?
Okay.
Hold on to your hand, don't worry, dear. Give me stealth.
All right. So he vanishes from sight. Two of you guys make your stealth checks.
Oh, can I cast Without a Trace on it?
Only other thing that I will say about the travel pacing. One more thing that I just thought about just now. This is also a good example of the takeaway. The music didn't need to be there. I think it's really good to have the lick there. And, you know, Scanlan, I wrote down we don't need to stick a stick into every beehive we come across. They don't need to, but there's always a risk that they will. You can never show them a beehive without at least the risk that they will shove a finger into it. And it is why, relating back to the G. Hercub conversation, that you need to remember to foreshadow your danger very actively. Even with me personally thinking that the Feywild so far has been characterized as very dangerous, obviously Garmili reaffirmed that, the individual instances also need to foreshadow their danger accurately. You know, they need to foreshadow their personal danger level, which, to Matt's credit, I think he did with the bear, with all the bones outside. Now, the music, it's drawing you in, but it's ambiguous what kind of danger it's foreshadowing. So, I hope that we see an amount of danger foreshadowing before they are committed at all. That's what I'm really hoping to see.
Yes.
If you want to.
Do that.
All right.
All right. So, adding +10 to your stealth rolls.
39.
28.
All right. The rest of you are staying behind.
Yeah.
All right.
Ridiculous.
So you two and Garmili make your way upwards, kind of pushing past bushes and the trees here in the moonbrush, which are getting thicker and thicker the further north you go. You hear the music getting louder and louder, and it's kind of funny. You find yourself kind of tapping the side of your leg to it. It's a nice beat. You begin to hear laughter. Sounds like jovial laughter, like people having a good time. There's a few voices. Now you hear two different voices going back and forth with
Really
laughter.
no problem.
Our mother read us stories about shit like this.
Did she? Did she?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Fairies, grumpkins, I don't know. It's probably going to end badly. Do you want to go have a look?
I just wanted to see, but I mean, if you're worried about it, we don't have to.
Oi, you lot.
What?
I just had a thought.
Great lot. Why start now?
If there's music, there could be some sort of charm effect.
Okay.
Would you like me to come with and maybe counter that charm effect?
Bard is just now figuring this out.
I just...
Get on up here, you stealthy fuck.
All right, I put down my book and I hop off of grog. Go up there.
I sit down with Percy.
Add 10 to it because I'm passed without a trace.
I don't think you crashed it on me, did you?
I cast it on everybody that's within 30 feet of me.
Am I there yet?
Thank God.
Before we left.
Is this a... I'm exhausted.
Yeah, they have disadvantage.
Same. What is it?
Stealth. Plus 10.
Oh, hey, that's 18. That's not bad.
Would have been 8? Jesus.
Alrighty.
I sit down with Percy and I say, 6 gold.
Well on
Then
their
after
way.
200 seconds, they run out screaming again.
All right, can I just kind of be doing counter charm? Can I hum a little tune? Is that how it works? I don't know how it works.
Well, it's time for you to learn how one of your abilities works here, Sam.
Doing it.
All right, so for counter charm, as an action, you start a performance that lasts until the end of your next turn. During that time, you and any friendly
6
creature.
seconds?
Yeah. Hold on. But you can the performance ends early if you can keep doing it every round if you want to. It doesn't say there's a limit to it.
All right.
Yeah, so-
I'll just keep sort of humming.
Yeah, they have to hear you to be affected by it, so it has to be loud enough for them to hear you.
Sure, I'll hum loudly.
Want to break our stealth?
It's gonna happen.
Shit.
You got one way or the other. You got counter charm or keeping stealth. Because one way.
Oh, fuck. Let's
How about
fuck
I
it.
take-
I just wanna-
We'll stealth, and if it starts to feel icky, then I'll do it.
Okay. I basically just want to see what the fuck is laughing. I want to see what it is.
If I do not see a mama's show from this, there will be hell to pay. Now let's go.
All right. So the three of you and Garmili, who's invisible at this point in time, you approach what looks to be a clearing ahead of you now. The trees actually disperse a bit. You can see what appears to be a small campfire that's kind of crackling in the center of this clearing, and the music is actually quite loud now. You see figures jaunting around this fire and kind of holding hands and swirling for a second and then separating and then dancing a little ways around it again.
What kind of figures?
You have to get closer.
Oh, jeez. Fuck this. Fuck it. I'm not doing it.
I will go closer.
Don't fucking go closer. I get a really bad feeling. All of a sudden, I get a really bad feeling about this.
Okay. All right. So,
Nine
Stop,
stealth.
don't turn back.
yes. Yes.
I'm behind a tree. I'm
Please.
staying.
You're behind a tree.
I'm staying
Garmili's
outside.
staying with you.
Yeah.
Fire.
What are you doing?
Can I sing to him through the earring?
Oh.
The
Oh no, we talked about that before. It doesn't
No,
work.
the effect
Doesn't
has to
work.
be in the area. So either you go up with him or you stay behind.
Don't do it. Don't
I'm
do
gonna
it.
stay behind.
Okay. So Vax, you come up to the very edge of the clearing. You vanished. You come to the very edge of the clearing. You see before you, where the laughter's coming from, there is an elf in full Verdant Guard armor of Singorn who is just like skipping and laughing around the fire, dancing alongside what appears to be a bipedal humanoid creature covered in fur with claws, longer snout. And they're both smiling and holding each other's hands and spinning and twirling each other and dancing around.
This is some crucible shit.
Totally charmed.
Some crucible
This is
shit
the
right
Witcher.
here.
You see the music is actually coming from what appears to be a floating spectral violin, flute, and drum, unmanned by any creature, just slowly drifting around the clearing, around the entities that are dancing. I also need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, there it is.
Is it a
There
charm
it
effect?
is.
Is it a charm effect?
Yeah, is it? Because I have advantage if it's a charm effect.
You do.
And I'll use one luck for the day. First luck. All right. 17.
17. Okay. Looking forward, you find that
Good example of how Lucky got nerfed. In 524. If you were not clear on why Lucky got nerfed in 524, he could not have used luck there. Because now luck just gives advantage, and you cannot stack advantage. But Liam frequently uses luck on top of advantage. So good example. Imagine not being a Phalanx. Imagine. I couldn't be me. Yeah. Okay. So I have definitely, been listening. Everything that Matt has said has been ambiguous danger, ambiguous threat. So I would have really not liked to see the trees trapping them or something like with the bear. Because this has, with the bear, we had very distinct cave, lots of shit outside, much more thoroughly characterized, I would say, as dangerous. This has been explicitly ambiguous. Garmili said it. Music can be bad, music can be good. So you don't know. It has been characterized as risky. Now, risky, at least the way, I see it, means that you can have negative consequences. You don't know if it's going to be negative or positive, and you have to collapse it into one of the two. But it also means that it shouldn't be too committal, I would say. So, he's making a save here against the charm effect. And even once he becomes charmed, I would again say it shouldn't be too broadly committal. I think back to the Briarwood charm. The Briarwoods had been so insanely characterized as dangerous and vampires, and they fucking put charms on people. We knew that so thoroughly. And so I think in that case, when Vax teleported behind them and they charmed him and he went off with them, I think that all made sense because we knew the dangers of the Briarwoods. I don't think it should be that intense here. I don't think this would be something where we lose Vax for a period of time. We should still stay in the action, follow through on things, and have an opportunity for Vax to break the charm or for someone else to easily break the charm on him, and then move on with the encounter. And even the charm, up until this point, I would say is still somewhat ambiguous. It has slightly characterized it in one direction, but we're still not quite sure what's going on. So I definitely am looking to see some low stakes set. And we can raise those stakes periodically, but right now, some lower stakes. We'll see. Percy virtually shit himself just hearing their name. Matt didn't even have to foreshadow it. Taliesin did it for him. Whose name? The Verdant Guard? Wait, I actually didn't even notice that. What happened?
Tapping on your side of your...
Wait, 846. Bipedal humanoid figure covered in claws?
Laughing, covered in fur with claws, a longer snout.
Right here?
And they're both smiling and holding each other's hands and spinning and twirling each other.
Oh, the Briarwoods. Yes. I agree. Well, and also when I'm not even talking about when Vax got, and that's actually, the Briarwoods are a great example of this, actually. The entire thing and their entire relationship with Vax. So, Percy nearly dumps... Yeah, he totally nearly shits his pants the first time that the Briarwoods come up. He tells the party they're incredibly dangerous. You cannot even get close to them. Then, in Iman, Vax goes... He gets charmed by them, and then they almost immediately have a battle. There's no intervening issues. There are no intervening obstacles. They don't take Vax far away. They're pretty much tracking him the whole time. I would say a medium consequence. So we got medium foreshadowing, medium consequence. They break Vax out of that. That is further foreshadowing of the Briarwoods' overall powers. That entire battle shows exactly what they can do. Obviously, they could always have more tricks up their sleeves, and they did, but it heavily foreshadows their dangerous properties. The example I was using was when they were in Whitestone, and the entire party gets trapped in that, glass container sort of trench situation, and then Vax teleports out, I think using the Mantle of Displacement? Or, no, it's a cloak. The Manta Ray cloak? No. Fuck. I can't remember the magic item's name. But it's like a red cloak. It allows you to cast Misty Step, I believe. Either way, he teleports out of the container and behind the Briarwoods while they're taunting the party. The Briarwoods immediately turn around, charm him, and then they just take him out of the scene. He's just gone. They have no idea where Vax is. They eventually break out. They go, and that's like a whole challenge where they're trying to escape the rising acid. Then they go up. They prepare everything around the temple while Vax has essentially no input. I think he says one or two things to the Briarwoods, and there's kind of some implications about his mental state. And then they have the attack on top of the battle at the Ziggurat. And that's when they eventually break Vax out. A much more serious consequence, honestly, than the first time they interacted with the Briarwoods and after the first time that Vax got charmed. The consequence of him getting charmed was much more extreme at Whitestone than it was in Iman, which is a perfect example of escalating foreshadowing along with escalating consequences. The further and further the characters understand the danger that they are going into, the more and more the consequences of their actions can exactly match the danger that they're going into. Right now, the danger is incredibly ambiguous. I would say it's been defined as risky. We don't know if it's going to be good or bad. And with that, we should slowly start to collapse in on one of the options, and then we give the full consequence once we've fully collapsed. And we offer opportunities to bounce out until then. I would say that a save, like a save against a charm, is one option to bounce out. I'm not saying that like these options need to be like fully within the player control, but they need to be like interactable challenges or options or puzzles to remove yourself from the situation. And again, I think there should be multiple, because this was multiple times characterized as risky. So we shouldn't just have, all of this characterization of risky within like one save and then you're gone. But yeah, so far great. But we'll see.
And dancing around,
This is some crucible shit.
Totally.
spectral around the
Perfect.
Yeah, is it? Because I have advantage 19.
17. Okay. Looking forward, you find that tapping on your side of your hip
It's good.
as the beat finds you.
Oh, the booty Feywild.
And you begin to drift out of the shadows into the center of this clearing, and you look over and see as the guard extends his hand and takes yours, and the beat kicks into you. You smile creeps across your
I
face,
take my broom out and I start flying up and I grab Scalen's hand and take him on the broom with me.
Where are we going?
We're gonna fucking get Vax out of there.
I start singing. Let's do it.
okay,
Counter charm. Counter charm.
okay. What's your the gentle sounds of careless whisper, keeping any possible invasion of your mind at bay. Hopefully, you just hear Garmini behind you going, "No, what are you doing?" Echoing through the trees as you guys dart in towards the center of this camp. You're just.
I'm on, man.
You
I'm
are
lit.
totally on. This is an amazing experience. You just you feel the color and the music surging through you, and
yeah.
all of this endless surge of energy inside as you begin to now join into this other dancing trio.
Fucking werewolf guy look good.
Yeah. You guys dart into the center of this, hearing the music, hearing the laughter, watching your brother with a almost Joker-like smile on his face, the sheer joy pulling his expression into one of a very disturbing joy. I need both of you guys to make wisdom saving throws with advantage.
Love that Joker. Oh dear.
Okay.
Yes. Good.
Oh, shit.
Advantage versus magic, though.
Yeah, I already had advantage.
Oh, well, there you go.
13.
Oh, shit.
23.
23.
Fucking shit.
All right. You sweep in at this point and find that Scanlan jumps off the broom.
No, don't jump off the broom.
You tumble down, make an athletics check. Sorry, acrobatics.
Save. Check. 10.
10?
Check or save?
Check.
10.
Okay. You just catch yourself. It wasn't a large fall, but you land on your feet, down to the ground with a crunch. Some number of things crunch and break beneath your feet as you stand up. And you look up and see as Vax, this elvish warrior knight, and what appears to be a straight-up wolf man, all lead you into the dance, and the four of you now begin to take each other's hands and laugh and skip around the circle.
I'm gonna try to Pokeball Vax into my necklace.
Okay.
And okay, I'm gonna try to do that.
I'm hearing this
Trick
cacophony,
is
and
not in
I'm
there. Trick
slowly
is back
getting
with
up with
everybody
a sigh and moving in the direction of the campsite.
Okay.
You might have won this
Wait,
bet this time, Percy.
Wait, not yet.
No, I'm slow walk. You got time.
All right, I'm holding on to my 6 gold.
You have to make a wisdom saving throw against me.
Okay.
That's fair, John. That's fair. Yeah, this is a quasi encounter. Like it's going to be a longer than one check encounter. So we'll throw this up to 175. I agree.
I'm bad.
Why'd you roll twice?
Is that advantage against charm? Oh, it's
No,
charm.
it's not charm, it's just a wisdom.
Then it's shit. I roll 5.
So we go to the Pokeball.
So you are pulled into the necklace. I'm gonna
necklace.
really push to refer to it as
I'm
a
sorry,
necklace.
necklace. The necklace.
Just gonna really quick baseball necklace. So Vax, all of a sudden, you're pulled out of this dance, and your head is clouded for a second. You find yourself in a singular, darkened stone room, 4 walls, a single stone throne in the center of it, facing out towards what looks like a glass window the size of the other walls that shows an image of the perspective of the necklace.
First conscious person doing it.
Ooh, cool.
Technically.
Krog.
Frog wasn't there. He was very close to death.
Can I grab Scanlan?
You can.
I'm doing the Russian bottle dance from Fiddler on the Roof right now.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I'm gonna just like fly down and try to get him around the waist and pull him up.
Okay. You go ahead and make an athletics check. I need you to make an acrobatics check.
Check.
Yes. So go and add your acrobatics with disadvantage.
11.
Athletics?
Yes.
Oh, that's just strength, isn't it?
Good.
Athletics there.
Oh, Sorry, 17.
17. You manage to grab Scanlan and pull him up onto the broom with you. The two other dancers immediately reach up and grab him and try and pull him back down into it. At this point, you look into their faces and you can see while they have smiles on them, their eyes are fearful and desperate. Their bodies are emaciated and exhausted. They both look like their physical bodies are on the edge of collapse from non-stop dancing for God knows how long. At this point, you also glance down at the ground around you and you can see what appear to be numerous piles of broken bones, discarded armor, all order of other creatures that have befallen this spot amongst the forest and never left. So they're pulling against you. I need you to make an opposed strength checks. So you go ahead and roll.
Man, come on, Vex.
Fuck, I'm so weak, you
I know you are.
guys.
So are they right now, though. They're heavily emaciated.
Just a regular strength check?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a saving throw?
Nope.
11.
11. No, but you feel as Scanlan, who is shoving off of you instinctually, and both these bodies grabbing his.
The speed just sounds like an Irish jig. I know, which honestly kind of works in my opinion. But yeah, this is great. This is an awesome example of escalation of danger and foreshadowing. Before they get there, they get the risky consequence of Vax getting charmed. Then he starts to describe it as Joker-like, disturbing. And we get a slightly more dangerous consequence where now they're like holding Scanlan in. And also no Pokeball. No Pokeball. If you're a person saying Pokeball is no big deal, if you're a company, it can be. I know. And now we get the full collapse. Was this good? Was this bad? Was this dangerous? Was this benign? And we collapse fully into it was dangerous. Their eyes are fearful. Their bodies are emaciated, and there are bones everywhere. And now we start to lean into the real danger of things. They had a few opportunities to get Vax out of there. They failed. And now we're going to start escalating it into pure danger. Good escalation.
His legs and pulling him down off the broom. He is pulled from your grasp, hits the ground, and the three of them continue their dance completely nonchalant, not even paying attention to your presence at this point.
Okay, I fly away. Minor problem. It was really a very bad idea to go towards the music. However, Scanlan's sort of enchanted, and we should probably save him because it looks like a lot of people have also been enchanted and are stuck there forever.
All right, dear.
If you're going to come and try to save him, plug your fucking ears because I have a feeling this music is cursed, and I start shoving shit.
Can you to Druid craft some cotton?
Sure, you
Thank
owe
you.
me 6 gold.
No, we're going to save them. You owe me 6.
But she's running back out.
Oh my god, my friend.
Come on, 3 and 3. We split the gold, 3-3. It was a draw.
It was a draw.
It was a draw.
Vex, could you go fetch a pail of water from the we need
Wait,
some
hang on. Because theoretically, how about this, you guys?
I have a plan.
I believe as an elemental, I'm immune to charm effects.
Well, then fucking
You
get
should
in there
do
and help
something
him.
more than believe that. You should probably know that.
Maybe be an elemental and shove some shit in your
If I go
elemental
into a
ears.
rage, I can't be charmed.
That's true.
Sam, you didn't know how counter charm worked. Give her a break.
But no, there's nothing to be done about that.
No, I won't do it.
It's a campsite, correct? I'm going to try and get it. I'm just going to start wandering till at least I have a sense of the size.
You're right. I go ahead and druid craft the cotton.
All right, cool.
All right.
So, you guys all make your way back towards the direction of this little opening, this little gap in this grove.
Oh, you know what? Wait, wait,
Contribute a lot to the
I'm
I'm gonna let him out of the Pokeball before we go out.
seems to be some distortion going on.
Okay,
I think it's actually a little bit of that's distortion.
I'm doing that thing with the Wolfman
Yeah,
where
it's
I'm miming a lasso and like pulling him closer to me to dance closer.
Sure, and they're into it.
There it is.
It is unlike a song you've ever heard, and everything else fades away. Memory of your friends all drift out of your mind. All that matters is this moment, this dance, these people, and the music. And any semblance of the personality of Scanlan that existed before is not there. All you do is you feel the muscles tensing and relaxing from the ever-present dance. So the rest of you slowly begin to approach the outside of this opening.
She just dumped me out.
Stay.
Shut.
No, she did not.
It's not my fault.
Are you dumping her or not?
I'm afraid because with the music still playing, what if he's still charmed?
I'm not
I'm not gonna dump him out.
Okay, she gives him the necklace.
I don't want to be able. Just the basic features of the area.
Perception check.
Come on. I'm in the necklace crumple. That would be 10.
It's hard to tell this distance. There's a lot of the tree line at the edges of it are kind of blocking the general shape.
Vex, what did it look like?
What did what look like?
The area where they are.
It was a camp with bones all over the ground and floating music things.
Like a camp, like
dancing.
a with a tents, with a just.
They weren't tents.
No.
No,
Just dirt?
Just bones.
Is there like a fire pit?
Yes. Was there a fire pit?
There was a single
There was a
campfire.
single fire pit. And
Lit
there was a
around it.
floating violin and a floating set of drums. Yeah.
Single fire pit lit, set of drums, violin.
Hey, I'll get
We have a
an idea.
picture. We have a picture.
How about you race in, grab Scanlan, I'll kill the other two.
No, they're joking.
No, that won't be necessary.
I think they were under a spell as well.
Have you no mercy?
No, we can save one, we can save everyone,
Okay.
possibly.
According,
I haven't seen it. I'm going to try and get a little closer to it gently.
Gnosis in
I'm gonna
the
knock
Elementals.
an arrow
are immune to most
and
mind
point it
effects.
towards the violin and hold it there.
Okay. Percy, you creep closer.
Just closer.
As you get closer, the music gets louder.
But you have stuff in your
I
ears.
have packed my ears,
You have. And as you approach, it doesn't seem to have an effect on the volume of the music.
Shit.
so I'm
Wait.
backing up.
All right. Go ahead and make. No. I would say go make an intelligence check.
All right.
Just add your intelligence modifier.
Oh, please don't go.
Natural 20.
Yes.
You begin to notice the increasing volume despite the blockage in the ear pretty early on and stop your advancement before you get too close.
I sit, I pull out bad news, and I start to get a good look.
God, you gonna kill me?
Best I can. No, I'm just going to cripple you. Calm down.
I feel like we should aim for the instruments.
The instruments are non-corporeal, I believe.
Are they?
They're just elevated. You didn't get a good look at them. You just
Well,
round.
one way to find out. I'm going to take a shot at the violin.
The other guys.
All right, go and roll an attack.
That's a. I haven't done this in so long. 17 to hit.
17 to hit. That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
What did you aim at? What did you...
Violin.
Oh, can I aim at one of the other ones?
Yeah, you want to fire at the same
Yeah,
time?
since he shot, I want to shoot.
Okay, so you both shoot. What are you shooting at? The drums or the?
What else was there?
There was the drums, the flute, and the
Drums.
violin. All right, so go ahead and roll an attack for the drums.
The wits of full Irishman.
12 points of damage.
Oh shit, flogging Molly's playing in the Feywild, Bill.
I rolled 16.
16 hits. So damage.
12.
12 and roll damage. Okay.
15.
15. Okay, Sam, I need you to go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw.
Saving throw.
Yes.
So not at disadvantage.
Correct.
Natural 20.
I'm surprised you do natural 20s. Okay. Roll again.
Natural 20.
Witchcraft! Back to back?
That is absurd. They're just storing the shit after a week of being
I don't
gone.
think that's happened since we played
No.
home.
No, it happened when I was saving him against the Werewolf.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So I'm gonna guess that when they hit the instruments, the people that are being charmed by the instruments also take damage. Obviously, we're not gonna see because you got the natural 20s. But I think that's great. Again, good element of escalated danger. At this point, that doesn't feel out of character. If they had done a bunch of damage when Vax first got charmed or when Scanlan first got charmed, if they had just like thrown a bunch of psychic damage on them when they first got into it, that would have been weird. That would have been weird because we hadn't really gotten that much escalation yet. And I know that I'm going on and on a bit, so I won't go on too long. But because we have gotten the further danger characterizations, the damage being mirrored to their friends from the instruments, to me, feels totally cool. Totally cool in terms of like a danger escalation. They had a lot of foreshadowing about what kind of situation this was going to be. So, I give big thumbs up. Imagine being so against called shots that you don't allow Percy to shoot the violin. You kill the player or nothing. I mean, the other option to solve this encounter is to, it seems, like fucking lasso Scanlan and pull him out with like a rope. You know, there are other ways to get after this encounter other than damage, which, I mean, this encounter's great. The escalation of the danger, the way that it was introduced in the first place, how Garmili talked about it, the fact that, yeah, it seems like they will not be able to solve this with damage. I'm not even totally convinced that the instruments can be killed. I'm not entirely convinced that the instruments don't just reflect the full damage of the attack onto the dancers. Who knows? It may or may not be. This might be an encounter in which they cannot shoot their way out of it. You know? You pull them away from the music, they can't hear it anymore. They're still dancing to the same tune somehow, despite not being able to hear it. That's a possibility, obviously. That's totally a possibility. But if I were running this encounter, and especially if I hadn't had a recent like puzzle encounter that wasn't really combat, that's how I would run this, where the instruments are totally immune, and you have to figure out how to get your party member out of the range, where they can no longer hear it. Going back to my love of enchanted and cursed locations, I like for there to be boundary lines, even like boundary gradients. That's great too. I'm not saying that Matt has to do that here. I'm just saying it's a great opportunity. This is a cool encounter. Very, very cool encounter. I'm being so complimentary of Matt this session. Which is probably good. I didn't love... I think I was a little on the harsher side and more critical side during 59 and 58. Or 59 and 60. So, you know, it goes both ways. This one, I'm loving. 61 is big thumbs up in my book so far. The only critique, it's a little nitpick, is that he didn't start them off with anything to really react to. Maybe you could classify the cave as being something, but wasn't super highlighted for my taste. But that is a tiny nitpick. Otherwise, this session has been great.
All right.
Just like 35 episodes ago. So.
Wow.
All right. You take 24 points of psychic damage, Scanlan.
Oh my god.
As both of you guys fire, both of the instruments scatter for a second, and there's an echo of psychic energy that resonates throughout the entirety of that grove. The fire shakes and dissipates, almost going out. Scanlan, you can see reach up and grab the sides of his head and scream out in pain. The guard and the wolf that were dancing do the same, except they both collapse immediately on the ground.
They were weak.
A moment passes. The instruments reform. The music continues, and Scanlan goes right back into the dancing.
I throw my white man's overbite back on.
Shit, maybe it's time for Rod to go and you go.
Okay.
No,
well,
round two.
Round 2, Rod runs in and grabs Scanlan and we run out.
Just try and...
Before
You can't be charmed.
before you let me off the chain, there are trees, right?
I want to douse the
Who's
fire.
benefiting from this charm?
The instruments and the campsite.
There's not somebody in a tree hiding out in
I think the campsite just might be a campsite, and I think we need to... I want to try and douse the fire.
If you want to rage and go in, I can be there on standby.
I want to douse the
You're
fire.
gonna let me go?
I feel like we should let Rod go.
I take and I use Alter Self to shape my fist into a giant rock fist, and I just deck Grog to throw him into a rage.
The jaws like momentarily displaces you.
this plan was
muscles.
Grog,
Reload.
go get our bard.
I'm about to rage.
Well, you take 1 damage from the punch impact, and you go into a rage. Running 40, 50 feet, you can make it into the center of the camp. Currently, the music is all around you, but you don't hear it because all you see is red and Scanlan's fucking horrible white man's overbite dancing by himself in the campsite with no allies.
I don't know if I've killed an elf in quite a while, so I'm gonna aim my axe at the throat of the elf that's dancing.
The elf isn't dancing. Both of them and the werewolf are just on the ground, unmoving. Yeah.
Then you get back up.
No,
Just
they're
me.
fucking
Just me
down.
and some instruments now. You gotta
Sweet.
come get me.
Grabbing Scanlan and running straight through.
All right, I need you guys to make opposed athletics checks. Actually, no, this would be strength. This would be strength. So
Strength or athletics?
for this one, initiative athletics. It's fine. They're almost equatable.
Saving or check?
Check.
10.
25.
Fine. You grab Scanlan, and you begin to make your way out of the camp. It was about 40 or so 50 feet to get in.
Is he starting to make his way out of the camp?
He's grabbed Scanlan and pulled Scanlan off of his feet.
I'm gonna shoot him in the shoulder with my retort gun.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
Keep the rage going.
I
Nice.
should have smacked it first.
Just barely 16.
Total 16?
No, 16 to hit. Yeah, 16 to
16 to
hit.
hit. What's your armor class, Rod?
20.
Oh, shit.
Also, I get that it's kind of thematic, but this is such a great example as to why I'm happy that they made it possible to upkeep rage with a bonus action. Because for all of the theming and the... Ooh, buffering? I've got 0 drop on my end. Hopefully I'm fine, I think. Okay. I think it's just you, Michael. Unless we get other reports. But it's like for any amount of flavor that is present here with them having to like shoot him and hit him to keep up the rage, I don't think is worth the amount of friction that it puts on out of combat rage usage. This is a awesome example of rage outside of combat. Great example. Like I think it totally fits. It totally works even within the either flavor of rage, but the fact that they have to hit him to keep it up is maybe cool once, but I think it's ultimately annoying and causes people to just not use rage out of combat that much because they have to do this shit. So it's why I'm a fan of just, hey, it's a bonus action. That's still like, it eats your bonus action. That's a action economy thing. It'd be better if you can find a way to upkeep it while not using your bonus action. But it at least makes out of combat raging like possible, which I heavily prefer because this is cool. This is a great solution for a barbarian that other times can't really help all that much outside of combat. So yeah, big fan of that change. We had a conversation about the level 3 primal knowledge, which I think is a little bit more debatable. I like it overall, but I can see very reasonable detractions from it. The bonus action rage, I'm a huge fan of. I love the flavor of taking, dealing damage, keeping it up for free, but those being the only methods has always been dumb. Yeah, exactly. I fully agree with you on that one. Mega for the rest of C1, all of C2, and at least 108 episodes of C3, watching 514 in the era where 524 is known. Yeah. I mean, I think that it's it's not going to be a commentary on Critical Role, but it will be an interesting to be able to look at these eras and what 524 maybe improved or didn't. And this is one where I give it a pretty emphatic improved. Free versus bonus action is a valid discussion, I think, and I'm not actually a game designer. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, just wanted to point it out.
Shit.
Rolling like shit. That's better. 20.
Oh, good.
What's your armor class? 20. Roll damage.
Oh, thank God. 10's a long. Where am I?
Just a nick.
Just a nick. Ah, 16 points of damage.
Take 16 points of piercing damage, halved, so you take 8. You feel the music begin to creep into your ears as the blood pumping in your skull begins to subside, and then and your shoulder gets blown back. And you look over and you can see the bullet wound, the blood beginning to pour out of the small piercing wound that you've suffered in your shoulder. The red takes over once again. Clutching Scanlan at your side, you go running out of the field. So this is the secondary round now. You go ahead and make one more athletics check versus his athletics check.
23.
Yeah, Scanlan's pushing away as hard as he can against your body, but you just still have him footballed under your arm and go charging out of the center there. As you pull out of the center of the camp, the flame has reclaimed its general spiraling height. The music keeps playing, and then as you guys rejoin the rest of the party, the music begins to fade as the instruments slowly drift down and lay still.
Oh, good. Stop. We can go back out.
Really?
Am I okay?
You're all right now. Your brain comes to again. Your legs are a little sore, and you're already exhausted to begin with.
I instinctually start freaking grog, just like dry humping, dry
Like
hump
a
dancing.
little dog on my calf?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were all right, Scanlan?
Oh, what? Oh, I was dancing. It was amazing. There was lights.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, I sort of, I guess, called it ahead of time. But that's a great, I just want to hit it home very fast. It's a great example of a non-combat encounter. Great example of an exploration encounter, you could even call it. Obviously not social, and there were increased stakes. There were stakes for Scanlan, there were stakes for the other two NPCs. I'm sure that Wolfman would have been useful if they had saved him. You know what I'm saying? Like, that combat had that encounter had amazing stakes because there was absolutely a situation where they come out of that with a pretty substantial reward, with having saved the Verdant Guard person as well as the Werewolf Man. I'm sure that he would have really helped when they meet the pack later, if they meet the pack later. But they fucking killed him. However, they got out with Scanlan only having taken a bit of damage. Honestly, the only thing that I have against that encounter is not Matt's fault. The only thing I have against that encounter is that Scanlan took damage. Preferably, I think it would be more flavorful and it would make more sense, like, in fiction, if he would have taken levels of exhaustion. Problem is, in 514, we're going to talk about it again. In 514, exhaustion is way too detrimental to hand out for this sort of encounter. But I think that would have been a great thing in the new 524 rules, especially if you expand the levels like I might. I think that would have been an amazing consequence for a dancing curse to give them levels of exhaustion. Perfect. It's just perfect. It works. So that's the only problem I have with that encounter. And it's not a problem with Matt. It's a problem with D&D. So, yeah, great encounter. Awesome encounter in terms of, like, what you can take away to build your own exploration encounters. Big thumbs up. Best exploration encounter I can think of in Critical Role. There haven't been that many, which is fair. Again, D&D. But that's one of the best examples I can think of. It's the best I can think of. Maybe there was another one that I liked more that I just can't remember. I will never. Yeah, and then also, 5e 2024 sucks. It's because they don't want it to be 5e 2024. They want it to be 5e, but whatever. Catching up. Woohoo! Oh, and yeah, we'll go back to 125. 125. Don't worry, Sputnik. You have time. We're only an hour. It's true. I think if the talking budget had been at the decrement that it's currently at, with the cap that it's currently at, I don't think we'd be going over it right now. I think this is a good pace. I'm liking the feel of the budgets up and down right now, even if we, had already gotten pretty far in by the time it took effect. But, anyways.
Beautiful, I need electrolytes.
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Grog.
Of the Raven slumber.
Did we see a play yet?
It was the worst play I've ever seen.
It's more of an intermission.
Amelie, why didn't you warn us that could happen?
Garmili, who's there by the side and comes out of some invisibility and says, I tried. I really tried. But you guys continually insist to go face first in whatever I warn you about because you don't trust me, apparently, when you hired me to be your guide.
We trust you, dude.
Hopefully you've learned a lesson.
We did.
God.
Gosh.
Wow. That was amazing.
So the fire's out.
Got some good
instruments are gone.
exercise.
Instruments have gone
Yeah, my
quiet.
abs
Should we
feel really
loot the
good.
campfire?
We should not go back out there.
Can we
I
get
avoid
those
it.
weapons somehow?
We should definitely.
Which weapons?
The musical weapons.
I don't
Does
think
you
they're-
want the magical enchanted instruments?
I mean, I guess we can't get them, can we?
No.
I think they're like
Best to avoid them.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. It's not actually musical
We'll flip a
instruments.
coin, right?
Yes,
Grog?
excellent. Roll a d20.
No.
Disadvantage. One.
Let's avoid it.
We're good.
So what are you guys doing?
We
Keep on
move
moving.
towards the dusk.
We're moving towards a gilded light.
All right. As you guys begin moving away,
Did not go well.
Garmili kind of scoots up a little bit and just gets a look in the edge and goes, well, you certainly found the happy campsite, so good job.
Oh, you told us about that earlier.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the happy campsite.
Yeah, he said make sure you
Did you not
stop
figure that
in.
out yet?
Make sure we stop there.
No,
and
I thought
dance
he was
with
being
all-
metaphorical. I don't know. I didn't know it was literal.
This is, I think, quite literally the land of literalism.
We make people sigh a lot.
Yeah, we do.
All right, I need you to go ahead and roll 2 more survival check with an advantage, leading the group forward.
Couldn't be happier.
25.
25, all right. You guys continue pushing duskward between you and Garmili leading the way. The forest gets ever thicker. The trees get even closer together, and you find that some areas have no more than maybe 3-4 feet between the tree trunks themselves, and the rest is just really angry, tangled roots, as well as the kind of high-growing underbrush of the entire forest. Moon's still unmoving in the sky.
Are we trampling anything as we're walking?
Yeah, we're not stepping on mandrakes, right?
No. In fact, it's her high rolls that are keeping you guys from stepping into any of the local, dangerous, possibly screaming fauna.
Matt, did my counter charm help at all?
It did.
He gave us advantage when I.
But did you need it?
No, I did. Yeah, because if I wouldn't have.
I did it right.
Half elves have it.
Oh well,
It didn't help?
it didn't help.
Go.
With anybody else, though, it would help.
It would have.
Is the ground
Actually helped you.
I
There you
still
go.
was charmed.
You still were charmed.
footing here precarious? I know she's leading us through, but is it all
It's
tiny and shitty?
it's not great. It would slow your pace if you didn't have her leading you through.
Okay.
And it's still not the fastest pace in the world, but you're able to kind of keep going at a decent rate.
Can I jog up to Garmili and Bex real fast?
Yeah.
You said that there were, like, lichens at some point, and you said they moved through the trees, right?
Yes, so from what I've heard,
Would that be like these trees?
possibly.
Right. Have you seen a lichen?
I haven't.
Great. We should be keeping an eye on this.
I was trying to.
All right, make a perception check.
Yep, you got lichen. Lichen everywhere.
36.
Jesus. As you guys have this conversation, you glance up right into 2 yellowish black eyes that are piercing from just past the leaf line of the canopy above you. As soon as you look up and see them, they immediately disappear in the darkness, and you hear a low growl and some shifting in the leaves above you.
I think they're here.
Who's here?
At this point, you guys begin to hear surrounding you in the distance these like growling, the sound of shifting and movement in the trees just beyond. You hear in the distance one singular and barks echoing around you in the center of the forest. Shadows begin to dart between the trees, and a quiet moan of wind begins to take what was once silence in this forest. As you guys glance around you in the darkness, many of you having dark vision, even this low moonlight, Percy, you can still make out the shapes that are shifting. You look in your vicinity, what appear to be about 6 different medium to larger sized man-like humanoid creatures that step out of the trees, revealing themselves, most of which contain some sort of a wolf-like appearance.
So I wonder, it's hard because we can't see behind the screen in this case. Ambushes are also always kind of weird, which is, essentially what this is. If I was running this, what up, Corey Dowd? If I was running this, this is maybe a decent use case for surprise. You know, they've been following them. They have established that they go through the trees. I guess none of their passive perceptions were enough. Honestly, fair. They're fucking stealth hunters in a unfamiliar land. That's fair. So I hope that they would have otherwise been surprised, because if not, then this perception check essentially just triggered the encounter. So I'm hoping that the encounter would have happened either way, and that they would have all been surprised and had, some sort of disadvantageous position coming into the encounter, if not for this perception. And honestly, there's I'm just referencing the pre-recorded video at this point. Someone asked Matt a question in that Q&A about how much to tell your players. And Matt was basically like, hey, by default, don't tell them shit, which I agree with. This is maybe an example where I might slip in the fact that, or imply the fact that they would have been surprised if not for the perception check. In a similar way that Matt sometimes does a little bit of that implication, like when they went to the fancy place in Singorn, but they had like a guard escort, and he started to somewhat narrate the position that they would have been in if they wouldn't have had the guard escort. But then he switched into the actual position based on the fact that they did have the escort. I'd like to see something like that here. Surprise only works if it's a combat. Surprise, the literal mechanic, only works if it's in a combat because it only applies to initiative. But I think that it's not too challenging to impose a surprise-like effect. Now, I don't know if this is going to be a combat or not, to be fair. But even if it's not a combat, if it's an exploration or a social encounter, probably a social encounter in this case, you can still impose a surprise-like effect that is mitigated by this perception check ahead of time. That's what I would really like to see. It's the implication. I like occasionally getting flavor insights for the things my character may not exactly know. It's very good when the benefit of your success is unclear otherwise. I'm not always a fan of it, but especially in this case, where them thinking ahead and using their skills and being cautious very much, I think, should be rewarded in some way. My initial instinct was that maybe they get to react before the wolves actually close in. But barring that, I think they should get some advantage over what they otherwise would have had if they wouldn't have taken that course of action. It's, it's just about, how do I say it? Thinking about it from the perspective of rewarding player decisions. I want to reward their caution in this case because they rightly predicted what was going to happen to an extent. I thought I would make it until the break, at least, but I'm tapping out here. I need to get my sick ass to bed. Yeah, get some sleep, get some rest. I mean, the break is in about 30 seconds. So you basically made it there. Congratulations. I agree about you with the circumstances where it's a good thing to imply. I would also add that tossing in some occasional flavor in that way helps remind the players that they live in a world where things happening they can't see. That's fair. Yeah. That's why when it happened in Singorn, I was very torn about it because I think that it's not something to do all the time, and I think that Matt maybe slightly overdoes it. But broadly, I think it's a good thing to do. So that's why I was kind of slightly torn on it, Watch on your phone. Take Mega to bed with you. No, don't do that.
Take a break.
I'm married. But we are going to take a break. Kakersaur is feeling good. I don't think we'll need to split this into 2 parts. I will warn, depending on what the rest of the episode looks like, I would estimate that we're probably getting done sometime between 7 and 8, which is about 3.5 to 4.5 hours from now. So if you want to tap out soon, we're probably approaching a good time to do so. If you don't want to strap in for the whole thing. But I'm going to take a break, and I will be right back. Goodbye. What up? Hello. Hello. Hey, what's up? Hello. Let's play.
Elongated snout, darker gray and brown furs, the large pointy ears and gleaming angry eyes, the lips curled back revealing white teeth. You see one large tiger-like man, which sends you just immediately into a recoiling moment, though larger than the Rakshasa you've experienced and not with the signature back hands. They are unclothed, and you see barreling behind you guys heavy footfalls as you see what looks to be a giant bipedal bear clutching a great axe comes through one of the tree clearings, and they're not attacking, they're not advancing, they've just surrounded you.
That's not good.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
they're here.
I give Scan the little boot in the butt forward a couple steps.
Hello. We come in peace. We mean you no harm. If we've tread into your territory, we will exit immediately, and we apologize for offending you or your gods.
Some of the wolfmen creatures kind of look at each other. The tiger individual steps further out of the shadows and appears to have two iron-like bracers on a longbow strapped across his back, and steps forward to meet you from beyond the tree that he was partially obscured from.
Intruders. Your terrible fate brings you within our domain. For what purpose?
We seek passage through this marshland to what lies beyond it. We are searching for
The Shademark Bog.
the Shademark Bog. Shademark Bog.
We hope to rid the land of a cancerous tree that has been a blight for a very long time.
I know not of this tree.
It's a source of great evil that's been corrupting this plane and ours.
There are many evils that corrupt this plain, small, tasty thing.
I'm not tasty.
He's not. Many diseases.
Thousands.
And the tiger looks about at the other werewolves who are like stepping in, and the bear, who's put the great axe over its back now at this point, begins to step closer in. The tiger, whose eyes are now bent on you, takes another step forward, going,
So, the audio on my iPad needs some help, apparently.
Oh no.
This is
time to get new music. Yay.
No,
That's an expenditure I don't need.
A new iPad for no reason?
Oh, it's something else. It's a
Something
speaker?
else?
Yeah, we weren't able to use it. We usually use.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Well,
This is so exciting.
isn't it though? Especially that climactic moment, my audio goes down.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Kill it?
We should probably kill it. I feel bad for everybody listening.
I'm gonna kill the music then. Kill the
Okay,
music?
cool.
Okay.
Stream. Okay, good.
Bring this back in.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
So tense.
Try.
Maybe just make it come out of your iPad.
Just, yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Something.
Yeah.
Something. Sure, we'll go with that.
Works for us.
It's how we did it at home, man.
This is the best
It's old
simulation of
school.
our whole home game that I've had.
Let's see if that's enough to give you the feel.
It's good.
You're good.
All right, so the tiger takes that step forward, leans into you, and goes,
To parley or continue our hunt.
looks at the other wolves.
Call, Ukrat.
And roars out to the air, and the other wolves all together begin to howl in unison, loudly into the sky.
What's Trinket doing?
Trinket's just backed up with you guys, growling and kind of facing off with the bear-like entity that's keeping eyes on Trinket, but it's still kind of up into the air of the forest.
Powerful shit.
Oh, I bet he. Wait.
What?
Ron, isn't that the big ghost bear?
No, he's the leader of the like.
No, that was Orlan. Ugaron's the Lycan leader.
A few moments pass as the howling subsides, and they all just stare intently, keeping like a bestial cage around you in the center of this forest. It's at that point you begin to hear it sounds like a series of heavy footfalls as speed and the sound of trees thrashed as various hanging vines and branches are snapped or passed at such a speed. There is a mass of black shadow that whoosh, comes emerging from the brush, slamming into the side of one of the trees near you with a clattering. You see it kind of pressed up against the side before leaping off, rebounding, landing right beside you guys, separating your group, giving Scanlan, Vex, Trinket, and Garmili pushed to one side and the rest of you to the other. You now see this giant feral beast, humanoid in shape once it begins to stand, but larger than anything you've seen before, as the large wolf-man-like creature stands at full height, about 12, 13 feet tall. Its shoulders wider than yours, Grog. A series of various jeweled necklaces adorn its throat, and you can see what appears to be kind of a makeshift leather belt and armored leg piece that sit upon it. Rings glimmer around its fingers, and you can see a series of scars drawn across one side of its cheek that go down to its throat. It looks about at the rest of you separated, glancing at each side.
So, you seek passage, yes?
Yes, that's right.
There is a toll to pay. A favor to the Fendir is granted, a favor in kind.
A favor to you.
The Fendir? Is that what you said?
We are the Fendir.
Well, we would be happy to help if we can. We are here to do good anyway. We've already done some. We conquered the devastating campsite of Saradoon the Happy, and we're up to doing more tasks like that if it would help.
The wolf creature that you expect at this point is the Lord Ukrat that you had mentioned before by both Garmili and the wolf and beastkin. Leans down towards you, making you uncomfortable, as his head is larger than your entire body, Scanlan. The lips curl back, and you can see the glistening white teeth and drool just slowly dripping off the edge of its curled purple-black lips.
We will not eat this day, if you agree to do us this favor.
Name it.
The pixie wishers carry a madness, one that pits them against all who wander these woods. They prey upon us Fendir, take our forms to desecrate their twisted garden and decorate their lives. We lose family. We, the Fendir, and I, Lord of this brood, ask you to take into this home, find these wishers, destroy a relic of their people. In particular, a circle of crystal stones they keep. It sits among their homes, tended by their mystic Iortha. She wields the power to subjugate us all. Do you agree to these terms? Or does our hunt continue?
I mean, they sound really.
Lore. I tried to write it down at first, and then I was like, I will need to just copy it all. Okay. Because that was a lot. What up, Confused Strawberry? How you doing? Welcome. It's good. This is interesting. Okay, the Pixie Wishers. This has been slightly foreshadowed about at least the beef has been foreshadowed. I will also, I mean, I don't even need to rehash the whole thing. Just, I guess, point of evidence of DM has control over how long they stay in the Feywild. Getting them into a faction beef through a seemingly forced encounter, definitely going to maintain them in the Feywild. Obviously, they could find ways out of it, they could find ways around it. But the most direct path, at least, is going to keep them in the Feywild for a little while longer. They're going to have to learn the individual people, like Iotha, and they're going to have to take part in these faction politics. I do think it's an interesting, it's kind of further characterization of even these non-kind of Fey-type creatures. Like, maybe there's a connection that I'm not aware of. I don't really think of Lycans as being like were beasts as being related to the Fae. Maybe there's a piece of lore that I'm unaware of. I'm not against it by any means. And they are straight or very directly characterized as Fae-like by immediately asking for a deal. Immediately asking for a deal, an agreement, literally like frame one. We meet you, we wanna strike a bargain. Definitely characterizes this faction that I would not immediately associate with the Fae. Characterizes them as very Fae-like, which is cool. The quest is also kind of like the Acquire the Hat quest, is somewhat vague. They have to destroy a relic. Let's see. Here, I'm gonna separate this just for myself. There we go. We, the Fendir, and I, Lord of this brood, ask you to take into this home. Sure. Find these wishers, destroy a relic of their people, in particular, a circle of stones that they keep. It sits among their homes, tended to by their mystic. She wields the power to subjugate us all. There's a lot of this. I like this hook because there are a lot of implications that are being made and a lot of assumptions that are being made. They are. I think the fact that we already know that they have a faction beef means that we cannot take their descriptions of each other as reliable. It's kind of like when you look back in history and you look at, factions of people. Like I'm thinking some of the non-orthodoxy Christian factions that were around in like the 1st and 2nd century, like the Valentinians. We don't have any records of Valentinian writing. Like we don't have any firsthand accounts from their scholars. We only have the writings of their interlocutors. Those are the only writings that have really survived from the Valentinians. So we always have to take descriptions of that group with a grain of salt because it was written by their opponents. So there's going to be an extreme amount of bias inherent, which this is filled with. They carry a madness. What the fuck does that mean? One that pits them against all who wander these woods. We'll see. Do they react immediately with like violence and lunacy? Doesn't sound like a group of people that have homes and are tending to a rock garden. That doesn't really sound similar. It's also like we lose family. That could just be flowery language to say that they're killing our kin. Could also be that they are, and later they say subjugate. Are they charming the Lycans? Are they revealing a better way of life to the Lycans? Are they dispelling a charm that what's-his-face, Ukrokt, has on the Lycans? There's so much. Their twisted gardens decorate their lives. This could all be true. Absolutely. But we could also show up and the garden looks totally normal. And we're like, okay, can we just not perceive the twisted nature? Was Ukrat lying to us? What the fuck is going on here? It presents a lot of question marks, which I love in a good plot hook. But it's also very clear, very direct on what the resolution of the plot is. The resolution is fuck up their rock garden. It's a very direct goal, which is great, I think. But that goal is nestled within so much bias and so many question marks that it gets it's a direct course of action if they take him completely at his word. If they take him completely at his word, they should just sneak in there, not interact with a single pixie, fuck up the rock garden, and leave. That's a little bit boring. Especially for like a faction warfare type of questline. So the fact that there is clearly so much emotion and bias laden within this description, I think encourages the players to ask questions and to maybe take the statements with a little bit of a grain of salt. And if they don't, is a big characterizing moment for the party. If they take him completely at his word, despite the fact that his word seems unreliable, that's a big characterizing moment for the party, and it might come back to bite them later. So yeah, great introduction. The forced nature of it is a little, I would say, strange. It would be, to me, sort of like if they're walking through the Frostweald on their way to Sphinx Mountain, and the basilisks like burrowed up from the earth and like started the combat with them. You know what I'm saying? But even longer, because like a whole fucking quest line, it'd kind of be like if the refugees shot them out of the air when they were passing through. Like the party didn't even see the refugees, and the refugees just go, "Oi! Oi, fuckers! Get over here!" And then told them about the whole thing. Kind of be like that. So slightly odd to me, given why they're in the Feywild in the first place. It was not to deal with this, and they have bigger shit going on. But ignoring that, like it's like broader context, as a note of an exploration sequence, totally cool, and a good and a well constructed plot hook, I think.
Really powerful, these pixies.
If you are not powerful enough to conquer them, how would we have a chance?
If you do not think you have a chance, perhaps you're best suited as our meal for the night.
No, we have a very good chance of defeating them. We are quite powerful. Just, wondering why you haven't done it before.
We have fallen to their magic. We are not tested and tempered against such trickster, cunning creatures.
They charm people.
But if you speak like you've passed the campsite unscathed, perhaps you have skills we lack.
That is true. We probably do.
We did really well back there.
We made quick work of the camp. It was a proud moment for us. One that will be stored for
inflating ourselves
generations.
so much. This mystic Iotha, you said she has the power to subjugate your kind?
Yes.
Does she have the power to create more lichens?
She sees our kind to be exterminated.
Where can we find this site?
Follow the lights.
The lights?
The lights.
And the small kind of glittering Fey lights that you've seen throughout many of the darker forested areas of the Feywild since you arrived. Now taking a look, they all slowly, gently drift in a singular direction before touching the ground and dissipating. Even though the wind that blew through with their arrival has faded, they all still drift in a direction as if they're being called a specific way.
Cool.
Well, hey, question. Should we help you with this terrible, terrible problem you've been facing? Do you think there's any way you would want to help us? when we try to take out this cancerous tree, it needs to be taken care of. Teamwork.
Cancerous tree.
It's really bad. Whole other area for you to dominate. It's quite wonderful.
A shade merc bog.
Make a persuasion check.
Big money,
La, la, la. God damn it!
Wow.
Wait, I'm in.
area,
Yeah, it's my favorite terrain.
It doesn't work for every single thing you
Fucking
do.
shitballs,
The Force
man.
isn't going to help you with your persuasion checks.
Natural one.
The wolf leans forward and the mouth comes up right up to you for a second. The nose almost nudges you and you instinctually stand back as if...
No, not so much.
This is not part of our parley. We grant you passage, and to take what you wish off their pixie corpses. That is the deal. Take it, or we hunt.
I think we'll take the deal. Happy to enter into this contract with you. No problem.
Which is stacking contracts.
Should we? Is there a timetable to this? Do we have to do this now, or can we do this on the way out of the Feywild?
There is no out till this agreement is completed.
And do we have your word that we have completely safe passage? We don't have to worry about any other sort of monsters getting us in our sleep on the way there?
They and us rule this brush against each other. Nothing will take your path away. We can guide you if need be.
And if we take out the pixies, what is the future of your tribe?
The brush will be ours. We will no longer be taken. Our people left there to wither and waste away to the elements.
Just like a question. Do you guys like hunt the pixies? Because I'm getting the sense that this is like a weird turf war. And I just want to know, the full story before we enter into this
Oh, Keyleth. Hi, Wiz. I mean, I guess it's high whiz to pick up on that. Low charisma to just ask. Or maybe low whiz. I don't know. Guess it depends. But how? I had a thing. I had a thought. What was it? The brush will be ours. We know it'll be taken. I don't remember. I lost the train of thought. I do think that it's pretty clear with their questions that they are picking up on the less than straightforward nature of this. Good thing to hit home. I had something to say, but I can't remember. Maybe I'll remember later.
Contract.
The bear who's closer to you takes a step forward, and you feel the ground kind of shake behind you.
Hi.
Match a step? Okay. Grog steps forward. The other of the wolves nearby, you see Deuce, and they'll crouch down, moving in the song in
Big
direction.
fan of bears. Big fan.
Lord Ukra puts his hands out.
Calm, my brethren. We wish to live in peace amongst the woods, away from those who would hunt us, outside and in.
Why don't you guys just agree to, like, you guys take this half of the forest, and they'll take the other. I can even help you guys build, like, a big wall if you want. Not to get oddly political, but...
It's gonna be huge.
You know... maybe death is just not the answer here.
One of the wolves nearby speaks up.
She speaks like she knows this place.
And you hear some laughter.
Oh,
I couldn't mean anything.
I...
Wolf's head, which is turned to you, that Lord Ukra turns to
They
you.
think I'm funny.
How many total are there?
7.
Of all the ends, there are 7, including the 12-foot tall one.
Including the 12-foot tall one.
You could probably take them.
We got one of those too.
I'm not saying, trying to take sides here. Just from, a third party looking in. Just, trying to understand both perspectives. Maybe.
You have only heard one perspective.
Exactly.
Then go speak with them if you like. Learn what we have learned.
Okay.
Perhaps that will help guide your choice.
Not a bad idea.
I find that very
Let's
reasonable.
follow
Very
the light.
reasonable.
Let's follow the light. That is very agreeable.
Be watching.
At this point, Lord Ukra crouches down.
I remember what it was. It was related to Confused Strawberry calling Vox Machina a couple little shits, which I've touched on, and me and Mike talked about when I interviewed him, and I've brought up a couple of times since of it is sometimes hard to make your players take things seriously, to not take the piss. The example that Mike used was when your players encounter Strahd, how do you get them to take it seriously and not just make a bunch of Dracula jokes? And Matt accomplishes it, I think, more often than a DM that tried to do similar beats and stories. I think he accomplishes it pretty well, but it is an ever-present problem, or maybe not problem, challenge in D&D, where you're, like, at the end of the day, your player, like, a player would be incredibly sad, probably, if their character died. But also, the stakes can only go so high. It is still a fictional game at the end of the day. And especially, you can hear the mental calculus in Sam's words of, how many are there? 7? We can probably take them. Probably not the type of mental calculus that you'd be doing if you were literally in this situation. Maybe it is. I don't know. But it is something to at least be aware of. And you can probably never fully prepare for it as a DM, but to at least try to not get flustered when your players start taking the piss. You're doing this incredibly imposing voice. You did this whole fucking crashing into the scene thing, and now they're talking about, peace while you're growling at them. It's sometimes your players are just gonna do that. And you have to not be aware of necessarily, but it's a fair thing to try and imagine how you might react if you're planning a relatively serious character and scene. how are you going to react in a way that doesn't bust open the balance and the feel of the encounter if they start taking the piss? Because you don't want the hyper-violent faction to just immediately get hyper-violent if your players start fucking around. You want to try and slowly ramp a little bit, you know? As a player, I always tend to try and roleplay with an acknowledgement of my character being just a normal human with powers and abilities instead of a powerhouse with hundreds of hit points. I mean, I think that that's a good player strategy to encourage or to lead towards your own investment, you know, to enhance your own experience. It's definitely a good strategy. And during the I was it last session or was it the session before? I don't remember. But I talked about how, you know, at times. Oh, it was during Liam's one-shot. During the Liam one-shot, they were fucking enraptured with the story, the ridiculous story that Liam was presenting. And I was like, man, I wish that I could get, you know, that kind of enrapturement for the silly stuff out of my players. And it's a similar sort of struggle. Sometimes you're going to be better or worse at separating yourself from your character and like playing your character. You're going to be better or worse at that in maybe comedic moments, dramatic moments, moments where you're trying to act normal and be intimidated by intimidating seeming things, you know, forget that it's a game, forget that you have 1 million hit points. You know, some people are going to be better or worse at those sorts of things. So from a DM perspective, you just have to keep it all in mind. Try to find the things that your players can keep serious and the things that maybe they struggle a little bit with. Whether that is like physical size, is it monstrous appearance, is it too human-like of appearance? Like, what is going to break them into just making jokes? I think in this case, it is monstrous enemies. They've fought a dragon. I think it's a little tough for them to get intimidated by, you know, dudes with fur. Like, they've taken down Umbrasil, the scourge of Westrun. You know, the guy's tall. But that's kind of all he's got going on. So I think that's, at this point, it's hard for them to buy in to that, you know, level of intimidation. And maybe that's okay with Matt. Maybe Matt is like super down with like, that's like a very intended potential outcome of this is that they just get in the fight. That could be very possible. But I think that Matt's mannerisms lead me more towards the belief that he wants this to be a little bit intimidating. But this is one of the moments where you kind of mentally note as a DM like, ooh, that did not really work on the intimidation front. Did not really land. And, you know, you take it in stride, you learn from it, and you modify future things. It's like if someone points a gun... wait. There we go. It's like if someone points a gun at my character, they're not going to act like, my armor class is so high that probably misses. It's so much more fun thinking of yourself as being in danger. It definitely... I mean, I think it can depend, right? It's like there are certain class fantasies. Like I'm thinking about the gunslinger in the Dark Tower, right? He is more in terms of like his AC, a little bit more monk-like. He could probably dodge out of the way of a speeding bullet. I don't know that, but he certainly gives off the vibes that he could. He also has a fairly, you know, nihilistic output. Where there's also an extent of like he kind of doesn't care if he dies. He has his mission and fuck, if you shoot me, I guess that's what happens. But that is very firmly rooted within his character that he doesn't get intimidated by those sorts of things. But he does get intimidated by other stuff that is totally not like that. So that's why I say, like, as a DM, trying to litmus test and trying to remember, like, what will intimidate my players. And I think it's very fair if you want to play your characters as being intimidatable, regardless of their skills. It's a very not heroic fantasy. We sometimes we talk about D&D being kind of a heroic power fantasy. Some people are super into that. But I also think it's super fair to play a kind of non-heroic fantasy. I think that can be super, super fun as well. And it's not always totally clear at the start of a campaign which kind of story you're in or what kind of character you want to go with. It also kind of depends on the other players at your table to an extent. But yeah. Then would it be a good strategy to always have goofy, funny moments sandwiched in between serious, dramatic ones? I think more of what I'm saying is, I think it's less of a pacing issue. It definitely can be a pacing issue. I do not want to say that this can't be a pacing issue. But I think especially here, I think it kind of wouldn't have mattered what was sandwiched between this particular encounter as to whether or not they would have taken the piss. I think comparing it to the Sun Tree is a good example. I also don't think what was sandwiched would have impacted the Sun Tree scene substantially. It definitely, I think, would have had an effect if they would have had, a different intro, if there would have, maybe a more funny moment. It might have affected the seriousness of the Sun Tree sequence. But the Sun Tree sequence hit. At one point, Sam even kind of tries to take the piss. This is something that me and Mike talked about in that interview. He kind of tries to take the piss with, but is the one that they got for me handsome? And Matt goes, it's a child. And Sam goes, right. Oh, yup. There was no degree of piss taking during that scene. There was no amount of joking around. And I think that speaks to they were powerless to interact with the intimidation of that scene. There was basically nothing they could do where the horrific nature of the scene would react back to them. They had no control. And I think that's a big thing for this table of players, is when their control is taken away, I think is when they take it the most seriously. It doesn't matter how scary these lichens are, they are free to act. Completely free to act. To bring it back to an example I used earlier with the Briarwood scene, both of the times that Vax got charmed, they took that incredibly seriously. Even the campsite scene that we just watched, they didn't really joke around all that much. They were pretty efficient. They did a little bit of a joke of, now we got to go over and help. But they were pretty damn efficient about it. They did not faff around a whole lot at the campfire because one of their people had their agency stripped from them. Even the ghost scene in the crypts, the possession scene, was taken pretty seriously compared to a lot of encounters that Vox Machina has been in. So it's those sorts of analytical insights that are going to be unique for every table. And as a DM, you need to try and grasp onto for when you really want to hit home a horrific nature or a intimidating nature. In the case of the possession and the charm, I'm not a huge fan of either of those mechanics. I think that the Sun Tree is a great example of how you don't need to literally take away agency. You just need to sort of metaphorically take it away. Like, if they had cut down the bodies from the Sun Tree, it would not have changed the intimidating nature. It would not have changed the horror that they were being presented with. They could do nothing to reduce the intimidation. Nothing. And that is very scary to this group. There might be another group where that's not intimidating at all because no one's directly threatening them. They didn't know these people. In a different situation in this campaign, it might not have mattered as much to Vox Machina. But it really mattered at the time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I've thought about writing an adaptation, but get stuck thinking about that stuff. When I think about writers who adapt D&D games to books, some things seem a little silly out of game, you know? It's tough. I think you, at that point, you just... Oh, you mean like a lit RPG? Like where mechanics are like discussed in fiction? Because that, you know, definitely an entire genre of that sort of stuff. But if you just mean just fantasy, I think you just have to strip all the game out of it. And lit RPG does have it's famously hard to take it seriously. It's one of the problems with the genre. I say that as an insider. I love lit RPGs. But it is one of the problems with the genre, is that it can be tough to take it seriously sometimes. Like a negative beat is always followed by a positive beat and vice versa kind of thing. I think there's a separate conversation that we could have about like the pacing of negative and positive beats. If you want to take the save the cat philosophy, which if you're interested in writing, it's a book about writing screenplays. I'll show it on screen. It's a book about writing screenplays, but I think it has great writing advice just broadly. It's a great place to start if you're really wanting to like learn about writing and plot and pacing and all of that. Yeah, Save the Cat. Great book. Great book. And if you want to take the Save the Cat approach, it doesn't matter as much about the particular arrangement of negative, positive, negative, positive. That doesn't matter as much. Apparently there are writing theorizers that do take that as much more important, but Blake Schneider doesn't consider it important. And I tend to agree with him. The most important thing is that each beat is characterized, that it is doing something, that you can classify it as positive or negative, silly or serious. That's more important. Having it have a tone at all is much more important than what that tone is in terms of pacing. At least, again, in my opinion. In terms of whether or not they'll take it seriously, I think it depends on the group. I think Eddie did a whole gun battle naked. Yeah, that's fair. If you make your table cry, you need to make them laugh afterwards. There's definitely an amount of like, you want them to come out feeling satisfied, and lows are very important to contrast against highs. And honestly, I don't have too good of advice to give in terms of like literally like pacing like positive, negative. I know it seems like I would because I do that sort of analytical categorization for a lot of other shit. But yeah, I kind of just I don't really have a heuristic that I follow when it comes to that. Maybe I should. Might be something I think about after this. But as of the moment, I don't. Yeah. The cast wants Matt to create scenarios where they lose control and can react, but handle it when they immediately fight to get control back. I can see that. Yeah. Lit RPG is one extreme, but there's a lot of general fantasy inspired by authors' games. I like lit RPG, yes, but it's hard to take it seriously, agrees. Lit RPG is very hit and miss. Yeah. I absolutely agree. Yeah, and so that's more of what I'm saying is in terms of like adaptation, I think you can make a lot of stories pretty serious. As long as I think it gets easier when you start stripping out the more gamey elements. The first on-screen thing the paladin does is save a cat baby. Yeah. That book starts out with defining what save the cat is. It doesn't leave you hanging. And And it's a really good heuristic. Save the cat and kick the puppy are they sound so silly and basic, but they are immensely effective. Save the cat and kick the puppy. Remember it. Yeah. Most of my personal experience are yeah. Anyways, so yeah, interesting scene, especially contrasted to something like the Sun Tree. And figuring those sorts of things out for your own table is important. Kind of no matter how you react or how you act on it, just knowing about it is really helpful.
Leaps up into the canopy of the forest. And you hear as he leaps off in the distance, the other wolves follow suit and dart off in separate directions, and you hear as the bear backs away. Trinket growls back at him.
Oh, be nice to him, Trinket.
The bear goes. Trinket goes. Kind of brosif bear snarls. You guys are left to the quiet of the forest now.
Shit.
Okay.
I want to go meet some
We
pixies.
could probably kill them all. I'm just throwing that out there.
I'm super restless.
I don't really want to fight a group of werebeasts, but we have much better chances if we're going to pick a side against them. With their brute strength against fucking pixies. I am charmed at the drop of a hat.
Yes, you are.
Have you fought a werewolf? Have you fought like it?
I've never encountered a...
Is it just brute strength?
I don't know.
Well, they are cursed. I think
they?
they can... I mean, they seem very unhappy. They
Do we
have
know
to sit in
anything about
rolling
these
chairs at all
We
times.
literally have no idea
have
what
no
we're up
idea.
against in any direction.
You have very little knowledge of any
There
sort
aren't
of like
scary fairy stories.
I mean,
that are
you've
growing
heard
up.
about people that
That's all I'm
transform and such,
talking
yeah,
about.
but like any specifics about the capabilities,
Yeah.
you know.
I
practically
have a
nothing.
few spells that are good against people who can transform, but we're also in the Feywild, so
Which also
I
means
don't know.
cute and dainty also means scary and dangerous.
You really
Yeah.
bollocksed up the musical instruments scenario, and I don't feel like the pixies are going to be much better than that.
I feel like that went rather well.
Could we...
I mean, all
I
things
got a good
considered,
workout.
I feel like.
Yeah.
Took less than 3
Yes.
tries to figure that out.
We ran in for 30 seconds, shit the bed, and then got the hell out. We didn't try to end them. We didn't finish anything.
No.
It
we
also
didn't.
bears remarking that Garmili said we're not supposed to side with either, right?
Bye, Garmili.
Gwen goes, you know, it's really up to you guys. I don't know if we have much of a choice right now.
I mean, can't we just thread the needle and play them both? I mean,
Yeah,
we
until
need
we get out of
some
here.
science.
Right.
Could be.
I mean, we're talking about exterminating a race of like the group of fairies, or exterminating.
No.
They're relics.
Just
Yeah,
have to
just take a relic.
desecrate a relic.
And you don't think that they're not going to put up a massive fight if we go in
Maybe
and start
Scanlan-
kicking their
maybe
relics?
we
I
don't
feel
have
like
to-
we've desecrated relics before. I feel like
Especially,
this is well within our
covertly. I mean,
grasp.
Scanlan is really charming. Very charming.
I could probably convince them to destroy it themselves.
Right.
How's that book going?
Charming, but still
shit.
charming.
So you genuinely think we can destroy the relics without harming anyone?
No,
No.
but I'd like to try.
But I will admit, I kind of want to see the pixies.
I just want to
I
see.
want to see the pixies too.
No,
I
we also
know.
wanted to hear the music. That didn't go well. You've got a boat
Hey,
to
we're
get
fine.
you.
Nobody
I want it.
We're
Let's
learning.
just go over there, do a little recon, and then we'll make up our mind.
Yeah,
we
just do
are
some recon.
idiots.
Yes, we are.
I'm more inclined to turn around and fight these lions and tigers and bears. Am I? Because pixies, who knows?
Honestly, they didn't seem that bad.
We don't have to fight them.
I feel
Kat.
terrible just killing them for no reason.
Maybe we can talk to the
Snake bit me.
pixies
I will
about.
admit, I kind of think
you
of
know.
like fetching in a
Oh,
new
right.
lined winter jacket.
Okay, we've done. Ow, fuck. Sorry, canker sore thing. We talked about, like, you know, it's impossible to get Vox Machina to run. Matt has really heavily characterized the danger, etc., etc., etc. Obviously, they're still making a probably rash, risky decision going to see the pixies, but at least some of them are fighting against it. I think at the beginning of the campaign, they wouldn't have even given a question to it, and even before they went into the Feywild, I think they all would have been much more on board. But now you've got Scanlan saying, let's just go kill the Lycans. You've got Vax very vehemently arguing against it. Even Keyleth kind of getting a little bit on board. It's progress. Obviously, they still seem like they're gonna go do the thing. They're still gonna poke every beehive that they get to. But Matt is starting to get them to question it. We have progress. Which, like, if you spend years in a campaign where you can poke every beehive you see, that habit's going to take a while to unlearn. And so if that is Matt's goal, to unlearn that behavior, which I think, you know, it's speculation, but I think there's a decent possibility that that is at least one of his goals. Maybe not top priority, but one of the goals. I think he is making progress. And that's all you can really ask for in this sort of scenario. Because some of them are starting to question.
Tiger.
Maybe they can work with us. Maybe they can pretend.
But I'm okay. I'm
like we
okay with
destroyed
at
their
least
relics.
going to do some recon.
We should at
We
least
go
have
see
a
the
conversation.
Pixies, we send in Garmili. If he dies, then we make a choice.
I,
Do you have a revision to that plan?
I would think that would be the last portion of the plan. Everything else goes forward, and then all else fails. Perhaps Garmili wouldn't have a hard time, but preferably
Garmili, go, Percy, go.
You're our guide. Guide us. We're supposed to go where we're going, so you're supposed to get us there. How do we get there?
Follow the lights.
Didn't you know exactly how to go there? So follow the lights.
Guide
You're
us.
so brave.
We brought you here.
Garmili, I'm so curious as to what happens if you're going to renege on our
Can
contract.
you draw some of the
I followed the
pixies?
contract.
Would you want to draw some of the pixies as we see them?
I mean, if they let me,
Yeah. Could you hide behind Grog and you draw the pixies?
I could maybe do that.
You're gonna be pixies with giant dick butts everywhere.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
Garmili, is there anything in particular about pixies we desperately need to be aware of?
They're tiny, they're frail, mostly mischievous.
How tiny?
Like, and he kind of makes a mention.
They're really that small.
like
Are they
1/6
super
scale.
strong?
No, they're quite the opposite, actually.
There's
They're-
lots of them, and they're fast and invisible.
they are fairly magical entities, and depending on which type of pixie they are, their dispositions can shift dramatically. The Feywild entities that live and exist in certain areas tend to adapt to those areas. There are creatures of all emotional and moral backgrounds and interests. It's hard to say.
I'll also say, if we are going to attack the were creatures, it would be nice to have a little help, maybe?
Help from whom?
From the pixies.
Oh.
So we explain our situation, we can make a decision and either help the were creatures or...
Maybe the pixies can help
Maybe
us
the
take out
pixies
the
can help
cancerous tree and all the things around it.
Well, let's go get eyes on them, shall we?
Let's go.
Every valve in them?
All right, make a survival check
Oh, God.
with advantage because you're in a forest.
I'm in a
good this
forest.
Oh, just her?
Just yeah.
That's better. 22.
22. You guys begin to move slowly forward as you ascertain a direction from the occasional small flutter of fey light that drifts at a slight curvature in its descent, making your way in the direction of where supposedly the nexus of this pixie tribe should exist. We're gonna go and take a break. So we'll see you guys back here in a few minutes to pick up where this left off, wandering towards the pixie home. See you guys in a minute.
It is magic. It is magic. All right. We're getting some pixies. All right. 1 hour, 25-minute first half. Next half is about time and a half longer. However, if it has any amount of combat, that might speed things up. And I always talk less towards the end. On average. Can't really rely on that heuristic 100% of the time, but a lot of times I do. Let's see, 53, 13. All right. We're there. We've done that break. When is our next break? Ooh, our next break is in like 7 minutes. We're going to start. That's fine.
Welcome back. So, as we come into the event, Vox Machina slowly crawling through the moonbrush towards wherever these gentle fey lights drift, leading them, hopefully, to some sort of a home space or residence of the local Wishers pixie population. You guys, pushing on for about another 2.5, 3 hours, following the lights.
Reading.
Reading the
How
whole
many
thing.
hours you have left of reading?
After 2.5 more, I have about 4.5.
Okay.
So close. You're on the cusp of your weekend, too. You guys make your way. Hoping that the music now is fixed, which I'll see. It's a cable issue, not an iPad issue, it looks like, hopefully. So, As you guys push on, you eventually see a cluster of small glowing lights in the distance. Vex. Garm immediately goes, I'm gonna hide now. And he goes invisible, and
Do they? I mean, but they see you. Don't they have good, you know?
That's possible. Should I just stay back?
You should probably just, hold on to Grog, and if he runs in, just trail behind him.
Okay.
And you feel a little hand grab the back of your belt again. A similar situation. You hear, you guys now see what appears to be a thicket in the center of this portion of the forest. Maybe 20 or so natural-looking homes forming a small glowing community. Almost like they were grown out of the ground of the local trees. The bark itself protrudes from the side of a tree and creates a dome-like abode that has carved little windows in it and a glowing interior. It's a very, very pretty fairy community.
Oh my goodness.
All of the fey lights in the forest are all slowly drifting in towards the center of this community. This is about at 100-foot distance. You can just make out the faintest details.
They're teeny, though. It's teeny little houses.
Yes.
Like doghouse size?
I know.
Yeah, how
like,
big?
like each home or abode is about the size of a basketball.
It's not a village of
Are they made out of toadstools?
It's hard to see from this distance. You can just see the general size of the homes.
This is so cute.
I think it's going to go
Vex is the only one I can see.
really poorly.
She's the furthest ahead, yes.
All right.
Minor thing. Again, we're talking about a lot about pacing, exploration, stuff. And like when the DM stops narrating, what that means. Stopping them 100 feet away is not the same way that he would have done it with like Iman or Whitestone or Western, probably. If they were going into a not potentially dangerous scenario, right? He stops them 100 feet away, ostensibly, before anyone might notice them. That's when you stop the narration, to give them a chance to back out. It's a small narrative kind of travel quirk. Basically allow them to one last chance to bounce out, because, the entire quest line is built on beef and the fact that the werewolves say that the pixies are dangerous. Garm says the pixies are dangerous. Allows for potentially spying, stealth, all these sorts of things. It's important when you've established all of it like this, that the pixies are dangerous, they have madness, they are the opposing faction in this faction beef. Garmele's worried about them. That you give the players a chance to not interact with them. Honestly, 100 feet's a little close. I think it doesn't feel close, so I think it still accomplishes the same thing narratively. To me, feels close enough that they might have been seen. So I might have just said a distance away. But Matt also said, you can't make out anything from this range. So I think we can just ignore the number, really. But it's a small thing, but it's definitely has to do with how you run these sorts of narrations. He also threw in the little tidbit of Garmele going invisible. Again, hitting home the risk. Do you want to set a trap cue? Do you want to set a trap? Do you want to use a spyglass? Do you want to arcane eye? Do you want to gaseous form? Do you want to pass without a trace? And the reason that I'm really hitting it home is because as DMs, when we're running these big, long exploration and travel sequences, we don't want the players to have to worry during these intervening moments. We don't want them to feel like, as we're narrating the travel, they have to interrupt us right here. We want this to basically be safe. We will stop them before they are in true danger. So they don't need to worry about upkeeping a pass without trace. They don't need to worry, unless we have described this in a very particular way. We've described this as a challenging path or something, where it's not pure white. there are obviously exceptions to this, but if we have not otherwise characterized it, we want it to feel relatively safe and like they don't need to interrupt us. Because that's an important thing to kind of, I think, hit home at a lot of tables is what are the cues that I'm going to give you as a DM?
Take a break.
For when you need to interrupt me. You know what I'm saying? So we want to stop far enough away that they could use that pass without a trace. They could set a trap. They could get on the broom and fly. And they don't have to interrupt us or feel like, okay, we set it up beforehand and now we've wasted it. There will always be chances. However, again, to kind of highlight the exception cases there, do it unless. If during this bit, I, as the DM, am describing the path forward, I'm describing this, and here I characterize this segment as dangerous. I describe it as orange. I describe it as red. That is acceptable because, again, they don't have to interrupt me in that case. Totally acceptable time to establish that and them potentially do that pass without a trace, them scout ahead, them get on a flying broom, what have you. But if I don't do any of that, it should probably be considered safe. Yeah. After the OGL crisis, one of my friends wrote a hilarious story about called Easy Guide again with my hobby. That's very funny, and it's almost even funnier that it got cut off on the highlight. And with that, we are going to take a quick break. I might end up taking one of the dogs out because they were just whining at me. So this one might be slightly longer, and then we will jump back into it. Jump into the pixies. I'll see you in a second. Goodbye. What up? Hello. How's it going? I got the dogs taken care of. I'm going to pour myself some trail mix for dinner, and we're going to get into it. Boop.
I feel like cute is the last word we should use for this.
It will be the last word you ever say.
Definitely Pixie City is up ahead.
Should we look for like perimeter alarms or traps?
Yes, I look for that. Good idea, Grog. Good thinking. Uh-oh.
So,
I'm gonna go stealth just 'cause.
Me too.
all right, make stealth check, guys.
All right, pass without a hesitation.
Is that's not still active anymore?
That was all.
We're doing stealth checks?
For those who wish to move forward towards the village.
Well, all of us, sure.
Yeah.
15.
Bad.
Natural 20.
25.
Are we adding plus 10?
No.
No.
27.
17.
And as you guys creep forward, still kind of humming the essence of the tune you guys managed to escape earlier. Scanlan's enjoying the echoes of his counter chant that he so well presented earlier. You shush him as you slowly creep closer and closer to the outskirts of this pixie community. As you get closer, you can see when you envision a city or a cluster of roads like this, it's a large section. But for the scale of this, it's no more than maybe 25 feet across. And there.
Small thing. I will say, one of the things I was thinking about on the break is, I've been kind of drawing this map of their adventure, something similar-ish to what I would draw for like a dungeon. And one of the interesting distinctions between something like an exploration sequence through, a forest is that it's much harder to evaluate. Because when Matt, say, constructs like a dungeon like the Ember Hold or like Sphinx Mountain or even a battle arena to an extent, the goal of the design is normally clear-ish, right? The goal of like why things are laid out in a certain way is somewhat clear because all dungeons have a relatively similar goal. They're at least in the same ballpark. And they have like kind of some principles they have to adhere to. Exploration is similar, but also kind of definitionally, when you're exploring something or you're trying to find something, when you're doing this kind of exploration pillar, the end is sort of inherently ambiguous, even ambiguous to an extent of when you found it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot less bounded. Yes, absolutely. Because with dungeons, you can sort of bound it through the reality of like a spatial layout, right? People have this much movement speed, it's this far across, and when you take that spatial constraint out of things, it's not always entirely clear when you are through a dungeon. It's not always clear how big an exploration type dungeon, whatever you want to call it, an exploration region, we'll call it. It's not always clear how big it is. This effect can certainly happen in more dungeon crawl type experiences, but I think it's much more common with more like overworld exploration type things. So it's hard for me, and that even goes for what is the intended end. Within exploration, it's all about discovery. And because of that, you might think that the end is one thing, but then it turns out to be another. They might have thought we're going from Singorn to fucking Fenthros, whatever, the Bajuka Bog. I don't remember. They might have thought that this was their actual end point for even, say, the session or this quest line. And in a way, it can be. But it might not be for the actual exploration sequence or the exploration dungeon. In this case, it seems like the actual again, I want to be very clear, I'm using the dungeon word to evoke a certain feel, not because it's actually a dungeon, or it's actually needs to be contained to an actual dungeon. The exploration region. They might have thought that the exploration region was everything between these two things, but with this faction warfare and them going into this pixie village, it looks like the dungeon, the exploration region, was actually Singorn to the thicket, or, Pixie Village, whatever you want to call it, PV, right? This is a very different space, and they couldn't have known that this is the shape of the dungeon because they didn't know about the Pixie Village until they were well into the process of exploring it. Which that adds some complications. Not necessarily even to creating or running it. Other small factor. Matt didn't know if they were actually going to go here. So even when you are designing, Matt doesn't know if the exploration sequence will look like this or will look like this. Or maybe they follow them back to the Werewolf Village. Now it's Singorn to Werewolf Village. And the reason that I'm kind of saying that all of these are their own little contained dungeons and experiences is it's because we'll probably, which I think we're about to do, drop out of travel time. Travel time is when you are abstracting these middle bits. We're not going to be in combat, zoomed in time. We're not going to be in initiative, but we are going to be more inside of real time. And in travel, we go back and forth, alternating. Real time, travel time, real time, travel time. And we kind of drop out of the travel region or the travel dungeon when we are presented with something that will take a lot of real time, something like Singorn. That's why I'm starting all of these examples not from the nymph, but from Singorn, because Singorn was the last time that we dropped out of travel time for an extended period. Normally, a long rest or a substantial period of time, maybe a short rest. And Matt has no idea which one of these the players are going to do. He doesn't know if they're going to go to the werewolves. He knows that they're going to have to make a decision point because he forced the Lycans, the Lycan encounter. So they are either going to stick with the original path and potentially incur the wrath of the Lycans. This, honestly, may not even be possible. They might have to go and deal with the werewolves if they want to get to Fenthros. So this one is kind of questionable if it was ever even possible. But he doesn't know which one of these they're going to do. Not a bad thing. It's kind of that's kind of the cost of doing business with exploration. But it also means that you kind of have to design the equivalent of two dungeons. You have to design two exploration spaces that share nodes, that share beats, and maybe aren't mutually exclusive, but are at least somewhat exclusive to each other. Right? So it's all of that is to say, again, cost of doing business. But it's also why I'm not giving any sort of long, drawn-out opinions on the placement of interesting things, of obstacles, because it is much less clear on what you need to do and how player choice is going to impact that during exploration compared to a real-time dungeon crawl or initiative battle arenas. Those are much more constrained spatially and temporally. compared to the in and out of a travel sequence, which makes them much, much harder to get at, like fundamental sort of, not algorithmic, what would the word be? Analytical design, right? In the same way that I might look at a dungeon or a battle arena. The dogs. Maybe Matt wanted them to take on this side quest, but also them doing this feels like a product of timers being fucky due to the Feywild being what it is. Oh my god, I might have to go and deal with the dogs. Doggies! One second. I'm the only one home, so I'm the only one to admonish them when they're barking at the neighbor. I mean, it's unclear, you know? And that, again, that's sort of the inherent nature of exploration, is that you don't want to just send them on a straight line. You want the line to be branching, but unlike in a dungeon where, again, it's all spatially and temporally bounded, it's a lot less clear as to what a branching path even looks like from the perspective of you or the players. Would having a random encounter table help with the feeling of this is a linear dungeon and be more exploration-y? I don't think so. When I'm, looking at this, I'm categorizing anything that would go on a random encounter table, probably, as an obstacle, right? You wouldn't, I guess you could mix these three nodes on the same encounter table, but I rarely find random tables to be good for precise control. They're good for establishing general themes, but when it comes to like precisely analyzing your setup, they're not going to help or hurt. They're going to be similar to if you would just put a static obstacle there, or a static interesting thing. So it's not exactly what I'm going after, at least. It's also possible that VM decided to mess with both of these groups, which makes the design even weirder or like messier, more possibilities. Precisely. So none of this is an admonishment of Matt, and I think that exploration is necessary and cool. I love it, but it's way more complicated, and it requires a lot more feeling out of the situation. So encounter tables can help with that. But more often, I find that for me at least, the randomness is counterproductive to the chaotic nature of exploration. Like the chaotic nature of this, of not being able to predict what the players are going to do if they're going to choose 1, 2, or 3. I find it more helpful for me when I'm running exploration to, rather than have a table that I roll on when they hit certain nodes, like, say I had a table that I rolled on right here. Rather than that, I find it more useful, so that's the table. I find it more useful to have what I've talked about them before, floating cards or nodes, so you can kind of conceptualize them as a bunch of little note cards that you put behind the screen. That kind of could go anywhere, and you throw them out based on the vibe. So with the specific path, and then you still try to plan out a skeleton of like routes and such, but you leave some of them open. And if it feels like, oh man, they went down a specific way that was a little bit less interesting, a little bit more obstacle heavy, I have a blank node here. We can maybe conceptualize a blank node. And this is one of the problems with analyzing the sequence in Critical Role is that I have no idea when a node would be a blank node. But we can conceptualize that kind of as a not filled in node where it doesn't have a color by default. And then you pop in one of your things. So like maybe, this is a normal, this is an obstacle, this is also an obstacle, this is a blue. So they're not necessarily on like a random table, but you have this assortment of options that all make sense just to like be around. And you slot them in whenever you need it. You look at your note cards and you're like, man, I really need an interesting thing to happen. They have not hit an interesting thing in a while just because of the things that they've chosen. So I'll grab this one and slot it in. I'll grab this one and slot it in if they haven't hit an obstacle in a little bit. One of the challenges with this is that it makes foreshadowing a little bit more difficult, but that can sort of be counteracted by a region having a generalized vibe. So you don't need to foreshadow any specific thing. Things can foreshadow themselves, which is why when we got to the camp, I was like, I want to see X, Y, and Z before the danger actually starts, which isn't as much of a thing within dungeon design. It's more of a necessary thing within these exploration design and exploration cards, where they kind of have to be a little self-contained. Not only because they have the spatial separation, but again, also the temporal separation. So it's just a much more complicated thing to analyze, I would say. Procedural tables are lit. They certainly can be. I don't find them, again, I don't find them to be overly useful. Anything that I would put on a table, I would just split out into their own separate cards. But if they work for you, they work for you. That's great. I disagree with you here. If you give a table 2 options, they will do the third. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. So you're saying that exploration is actually very easy to predict. Because if I give them options 2 and 3, I can know with confidence that they'll do a different thing. So then I don't even need to prep out 2 and 3. That's it's a mighty maybe a gambler's strategy, I would say. I think that's possible. Depending on the table. It just makes me think about Ginny D's recent video about random encounters. I have not seen it, so maybe. Ad-lib nodes. Sure. Ad-lib nodes is a way to conceptualize it. Sure. Peace, John. Have a good D&D session. Hell yeah. Can't speak to it much, obviously, but as a first-time C1 watcher, it's interesting to see how differently Matt ran exploration sequences back at the start. It's definitely, I will say the one thing that can be that's pretty, like, I can say with not like definitiveness, but it is a pretty straight line. There are decisions, it seems, but the only decision so far, this is just mapping out their current journey, there is a decision point here where this went into the unknown. We don't know what was over here. But, they could have just kept going, following Garmili's instructions, rather than following the lights. So actually, that's honestly a decent thing to note. This, we have the... also, I just took them out. Bug did not pee, bird did. So this is the Garmili direction, and this is the lights direction. So there was one fork in the road so far, but this was really the only fork that we've gotten thus far. But again, this way could have had even more forks, and it could just be that the shape of this looks like a straight line, just because of what they chose. That's comes back to kind of the spatial, unconstrained nature, is that there could have been alternative paths here, but because we're carving a route through a totally open space, and we're just mentally carving the route, it's way easier for it to accidentally look like a straight line, when in reality there might have been branches all over the place that we just didn't see because of a failed perception check, not high enough passive perception, not asking the right questions. These things are normally much, much more obvious, either in real time or in like a dungeon crawl in initiative. So, you know, it seems like we can say, oh, this is a straight line, but it might not be. It's hard to tell. Foreshadow everything, and what comes up is a setup. What doesn't was a red herring. To a degree, yeah. I mean, it's like everything should kind of foreshadow each other because a region should have a general tone. So far, everything in this region, this moonbrush, has been dangerous, but there is a non-combat solution. Everything that we've encountered so far, at least. The music, the bear, the lichens, I'm sure the pixies will be the same way. That has been the overall vibe, is seemingly incredibly dangerous, like probably in the difficult to deadly fight or deadly encounter area. But there is a simple non-combat solution to everything, whether or not it's obvious at the start. That's the vibe of the moonbrush. And then if anything has any deviations from that or any special things that we need to be aware of, it needs to take care of foreshadowing it itself. Whereas in a dungeon, you can foreshadow mechanics for later rooms or nodes in previous rooms or nodes. In fact, you probably should. Not as possible in a more regional exploration sense. Yeah. Predict the unpredictable. Yeah, to be fair, we can't see behind the screen. Exactly. It's much more obvious in a dungeon, like the Sunken Tomb comes to mind. Sunken Tomb, we absolutely know that we did not see a decent portion of the Sunken Tomb. Now, to be fair, you know, it was like, it was down, that was the start, and then it went down and to the right, and then this was the area that we actually saw, and then it went like this, and then there was a gap, and then there was more out here that we didn't see. We don't know how big this was. This could have been a single room. It could have been 50 more rooms. We have no idea, but we do know that we can't fully evaluate the Sunken Tomb from its like full design perspective, as opposed to something like Sphinx Mountain. Sphinx Mountain, we saw the entire thing. They go into the entry room, they go under the little thing, they go into the sand room, they go up the sand thing, they go into the hallway, they go to the end of the hallway, and then they're in the Sphinx room. This was it. Unless there was something that was really well hidden, we know the shape of Sphinx Mountain. Matt could have cut things. That's always possible. But there's not a very high likelihood, like there is with this map, that we're, you know, totally missing something. There's a high likelihood that we haven't seen something that Matt had prepped, which overall makes it harder to evaluate, which is tough.
There are maybe 24 homes throughout the entirety of this space. You can see just on the edge, looking inside, what appears to be a circle of about 10 slightly glowing quartz-like stones that are arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the community, and most of the Fey lights are drawn towards it and just kind of cluster and rest at the base of the stones before fading away. You can also see 3 throughout this community, arranged like decorative statues, are 3 stone, human-sized wolf-men type creatures that are locked in place. They're crossed up like this. Some look like they're fleeing over a shoulder. They're all locked in a stone position and currently now have draped over them small vines and flowers, and they just now rest amongst the community as some sort of a landmark.
All right, that is kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
You can see at this distance now a few moving, slightly brighter points of glowing light fluttering by and going from one little home to another. One kind of over into the circle, flutters back. You guys are still at a good 40, 50 feet from the outside of this clearing.
We can't spot any pixies near us at all?
Not directly near you, no.
I hate spiders.
I don't want to go near this place. We should either talk to them or run away right now.
I like the latter.
That's a good idea, but what was the goal here? To grab part of this circle?
To break
wanted us
a
to-
piece of the circle.
yeah,
to
to-
break the circle.
To kick over their rocks so they're
Kick
still
over-
Small thing to build on to what I said earlier about the 100 feet away. It allows them to get information about the situation that is a little bit more up to date, and it allows them to react to that information before they're committed. I think the big thing is coming out of travel time. You rarely want to commit the party unless that's already been established and foreshadowed that that's a risk. Whereas I wouldn't say that it was here. So I like, again, stopping 100 feet away so they can gain more information before they are truly and fundamentally committed. Potentially break the relic from far away. Lots of options.
The thing in the middle of their little village.
They say to bring one back or to break it? The relic.
Desecrate.
They said it was the source of their power, right?
What if they
Said it
really
was the source
know
of their
Think
power?
about it,
Desecrated? I'm just
You ever stepped
spitballing.
on an anthill, right? It gets real nasty.
Is it an open area over the village?
yeah. It is kind of a clearing of trees, about 25, 30 feet across. And along the interior of the trees are where a lot of the homes are kind of grown out of the ground, almost like a strange tree trunk roots up into a dome-like natural home. And even they're kind of arranged in a smaller circle around the central stone circle that is the middle.
Like forest wasps.
It all depends on the definition of desecrate, but I mean, I could fly you 500 feet in the air and you could shit upon that circle. It just depends on if that is desecration in the eyes of the fairy.
I will say that from what I gather of this realm, it probably isn't enough.
Well, if we asteroid dropped Keyleth from 500 feet?
That was very fun.
That's
Take out the lot of them? Or?
But it would take out the lot of them, right?
Yeah, that is,
Seems so drastic.
If we
Seems
live
very
land.
drastic.
The fairies or the fairy circle, wouldn't it just destroy the circle?
Well, how
Pretty big.
wide is the entire?
20, 25 feet, right?
It's about 25, 30 feet for the entirety of the community. The circle itself is 5 to 10 feet wide. It's not a very large circle at all.
You'll be in your stone elemental form, it'd be no problem for you.
It'd be no problem for me.
I don't think she would ever get close to it.
It's
They
also-
have some sort of shield up. I
it
mean,
would be kicking the hornet's nest, certainly.
tell me this, Vax.
Yes.
People with high perception.
I'm Vex.
Yep.
He's Vex, I'm Vex.
Which, where are the animal men? Are they watching us right now?
Perception check.
That's double because of favored terrain. What is that? 20? No, 30. 33.
33. Doing a pretty intense scan of the vicinity of the forest around you, you see no sign of any of the previous pack that you encountered.
I think they're out there somewhere.
I think they're probably hanging back a bit. I don't know if they want to get this close.
I'm sure they have other means of spying on us.
I vote we don't fuck with the pixies.
I mean, we could do a
Never
few
thought I'd say that,
things.
but
If we, here's what I have at my disposal. I can shapeshift into like a little tiny spider, and go in there and kind of do some
Can you
recon.
shapeshift into a pixie?
No, unfortunately. Beasts particular.
Can't you go underground and pop up?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Once again, probably destroying their entire village, but yeah.
Two
It
of us
wouldn't be-
could snipe something out.
But I mean, I could go in like a spider and just be like a spider.
I don't think
Or
any projectile is going to get in there.
I also happened to bring hallucinatory terrain today. So, depending on how smart we think the lichens are, maybe I can
Make it look like we destroyed the
we
entire
destroyed
place.
it.
How long does that last?
Let's do it.
24 hours.
24 hours.
Let me double check before I make
I
promises.
like this.
I like
really
that.
like this plan.
Just to help with, give us a day's head start.
Would we
But
have
I
to let
mean,
the fairies in?
Grog and I could run back. I could cut him over the eye.
Dude, if I'm the DM, I am absolutely facilitating this if they decide to go with it, because they are essentially creating their own timer. If hallucinatory terrain only lasts for 24 hours, they have maximum 24 hours. And that is assuming that the werewolves do not decide to give this shit a closer look. Which is awesome. I'm not gonna have. I would have this. God. Sorry, I numbed it, but I'm definitely fucking hitting it. So it's getting bigger and starting to interfere. But I would absolutely facilitate this if they chose to go with it. It would 100% work. And I would. And because it's so vague of like, okay, if the Lycans inspect it, they'll find out, and it's a max of 24 hours, I'm trying to land it somewhere in between. And this is an especially great timer for you as a DM because it's so vague. So you can have the Lycans reappear at the most dramatically appropriate time. Any time between like an hour from then and 24 hours from then. Oh. It's sort of like earlier when Percy suggested dousing the campfire, and I was like, that's cool. I might facilitate that. Even if that wasn't the original plan, I might facilitate that. I love this plan. I love it. I would absolutely facilitate it.
And we can say, it was horrible. It was quite a fight, but we won.
They'll
Do
totally
we
buy
need to
it.
let the pixies know that we're going to do this?
Well, here's the thing. Maybe Scanlan, do you have something that could... I don't want to waste the spell and then find out that they have some sort of like magical barrier enchantment so that it can't stay up there. Does that make sense?
Waste hallucinatory terrain?
Yeah.
What else you can use that?
Well, that's the great part, Joshua. That's the incredible part about it, is that whether or not the Lycans do that is up to you as the DM. So that's why I say you can bring the Lycans back at the most dramatically appropriate time. Because you're so right. It all is dependent on when the Lycans investigate. And if they, I would probably, when they do it, I would kind of mentally decide a time frame for myself. I'd be like, okay, minimum time, we'll call it 3 hours. Maximum time, we'll call it 24. In my passage of time version that we talked about earlier, it'd be like 1 period versus 4 periods, minimum and maximum time. They could appear anywhere in between. And honestly, if it's never dramatically appropriate, it's never going to add to the scene, I might just let them get away with it. It might just be the solution. And the Lycans will start coming after them at the 24-hour mark, depending on how far away. Maybe we give them 1 time period of travel time. And if they can get out of the Feywild within that period, fucking good on them. They solved it. Congratulations. Because it's very clever. I like it. It's very specific to this quest. Even though it's only 1 spell, it's risky. I think it's clever. There are so many things about it that I would reward. And the fact that it is risky means that if there's a great time to bring the Lycans back in, I can absolutely do that. Again, if the travel time between them and Bajuka Bog, it's not actually Bajuka Bog. What is it? The Golgari Rot Farm? I don't know. I haven't played too much Magic. If the travel time between them and the bog is, 1 time period, I'm giving them at least 2 until the Lycans show back up. Somewhere between 2 and 5. But Shade Merc, thank you, not Bajuka. So yeah, it's one of those plans. I don't always, bend over backwards to facilitate every plan that my PCs come up with. Some of them aren't exceedingly clever. Some of them aren't that interesting. And some are more interesting if they fail sometimes. But this one, I love from every aspect. I am definitely, like, mentally going to make, like say that they, you know, in my head, I'm like, well, they need to convince the Pixies. On any plan that they could convince the Pixies of, let's say maybe I had it at like a 15 or a 20. Let's really abstract it. A 15 or a 20 DC to convince them of a plan. For this one, I might drop it to a 10. I'm going to be doing those sorts of modifications because the plan is cool. And that's the sort of, when I think of like facilitating and rewarding players, that's the sort of thing I think about. Good and in character for Keyleth, not wanting to cause unnecessary destruction, which Keyleth has mentioned she has a hard time with in character. Very good on Marisha's role-playing. Yeah, and she mentioned earlier, she mentioned it when they were in front of the Lycans. She was pitching a wall. She's been mentioning it the whole time, so it's great role-playing as well. There's so many things to reward here that, you know, I'm not always fucking fiddling with shit to make my players' plans work. I only do that if it's a really great plan. Let's see.
Well, I'm burning a spell slot.
Well, not just
but
that.
not that I would.
If they block it with their magical little crystals all over the place, then they'll also know we're here and they will attack.
Yes, 24 hours for a 150-foot cube.
I could throw something.
I make a terrain look, sound, and smell like some sort of other terrain.
I'm just worried that if you do it, then the Lycans are going to bust it, and then they just go to battle amongst themselves.
Isn't that brilliant?
This is actually really smart.
Wait, can you still tree bamf us out of harm's way if we needed to?
How about this?
I brought plane
mansion.
shift
You got
in
the
case we
mansion.
need
I
to
don't have the
bail
mansion.
out of.
How do you know?
I don't have the
Sorry,
mansion.
burn the mansion.
Are you
I haven't
sure?
slept in
Slept in
days.
days. Sorry.
He's got no spell slots.
No, the only thing that I have that can get us out fast is plane shift, which will get us out of the Feywild.
Nope.
That would be bad.
But I brought that just in case.
Third option, we say fuck the Lycans, fuck the Pixies, and we just keep going.
What if you do the hallucinatory
We say fuck
terrain
the
and we
Pixies
just
and we're
leave?
gonna fight the Lycans.
Yeah, I mean, we could do the hallucinatory rain, and if it fails, then I guess we won't be in any worse situation.
I'm
Do
a
it.
big fan of
I'm
hallucinatory
all
terrain.
about
If we
it.
do the hallucinatory terrain and it fails, the Pixies will straight up attack us.
How do you know?
Well, it won't hurt them. It just makes it look different.
Everything here has attacked us.
All in favor of hallucinatory terrain, raise your hand. All.
And that's the vibes working. That's what I'm saying. That's the vibes working. Matt has established the vibes. And it's finally starting to sink into some of their heads. After enough repetition, Sam just said it out loud. If we fail, the Pixies are going to kill us. Why would the Pixies kill us? Because everything tries to kill us. It's working. He's getting there.
We have to get the animal men here to see it, or else it's worth it.
No, we cast it first, then
We cast it, and then when they
Create a ruckus and then
All
we
right,
just run.
I will
then
buy
we-
into this idea if we have a plan for when the Pixies
Okay.
are about to literally attack us in 5 minutes from now.
Well, we can do hallucinatory terrain. If we run into the Lycans, all we have to do is say we
I'm not
did
worried
it.
about them.
We just say we
can
did it.
see
We
them.
take off running.
go look.
Do hallucinatory terrain.
Right.
Run. Garmili. Which direction should we run if we're running towards where we're supposed to be going?
Carmelia's watched this thing with eyes wide. And
That way.
All right. You do hallucinatory
Where'd you
terrain.
drop?
And despite Garmili being kind of a shit about all their other plans, he does not make a comment about this plan. Because Matt wants them to do it. Or maybe not. Maybe Garmili's just too scared. Who knows?
Dropping little
Take
green
off running
rocks?
that way.
I was dropping little green rocks.
So we can find our way back to the Lycans, right?
Garmili.
Yeah.
That's, of course, assuming the little green rocks work here.
They were red. They were
I have
little
the
red
red
rocks.
slapping to
There's
Lycans.
an
I thought
awful lot of
green would
reasons
blend.
why the little red rocks wouldn't work.
Okay. Let's do it.
We take off running.
I'm stoked.
The Lycans
Wait, where are we
stop
running?
us.
Where?
Towards the bog.
Towards the what?
We think towards the bog.
Towards the bog.
We're leaving Kiki and just
No,
run?
she's
look,
no.
look, I can do this at a range of 300 feet. So let's back up 300 feet.
Great. You do it. We act like we did something. We start running.
Hallucinatory terrain. Are we
And
doing
then-
this? Are we ready? Are we doing
just did
this?
it.
So I can do it.
I did it. Bam.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
we're
Oh
gonna
God!
fucking
So
die.
you stand back at the outside.
This is the worst plan.
What kind of hallucinatory terrain are you creating?
Okay, I want it to
Oh my
look
God.
like,
Independence Day.
pretty much, like the fairy terrain, but like their little huts are on fire. You know, like they've been raided, and I want the circle of rocks to be like obliterated, and all their statues to be knocked over, and make it it smells like fire and shit and pixie blood, like Grog said.
Like 1,000.
We're asking what you imagine pixie blood would smell like, as you know.
Yeah, I'm sure it
like
smells
licorice.
kind of delightful. Yeah.
Cinnamon.
All right, so
Herbal.
as Keyleth, you finish concentrating, you guys watch as there's a shimmer of magical energy, and now you see where once the beautiful, glowing fairy light of the pixie abodes now look burnt to a cinder. You can see what looks to be embers slowly rising off of them as the stone structures are now broken across the ground.
You're totally. You are totally right, Ross. I will defend myself though. Hiya. At that point, the thing that I really didn't love about the bear cave was it trapping them. But there's a little bit of extra sauce that I didn't anticipate. And that's where my opinion really flipped, was because I thought that everything was deadly going into it. But my opinion really flipped when the established deadly thing offered them a very clear non-combat way out of it. And I think that's that was the missing piece of the puzzle for me. And once the bear cave established that, and especially in this session, the magic campfire, or the happy campfire, whatever, reinforced it, I'm like, okay, in retrospect, bear cave makes sense to me. Which, that is sometimes a risk, especially in exploration, where it's harder to kind of know the chain of events that things will happen in. It's sometimes harder to establish those things. I'll be real. I still don't love the trees blocking the bin. It's a little bit. It's purely a problem of the rate of escalation. It kind of went from like there not really being many consequences to them fucking around to big consequences. Then the consequences got diminished a little bit with there being a non-combat option. But it still is a skosh too big of a jump for me, with the trees locking them in. That's really, at this point, that's kind of my only problem with the bear cave. If the trees wouldn't have locked them in, and like the bear spirit had like run around them, if the bear spirit had just been like super fast or something, or had, just presented this big threat, without them getting literally locked into the grove, I think I would have liked it a lot more. But also, like, at this point, I wouldn't really call it a nitpick, but it's definitely on the low side of complaints. And, as commenters will love to tell me, the party is experiencing these things much faster than I am, because they're not stopping to talk about it. So to them, the period of time between them, between the cave getting introduced, them getting trapped, and them finding out that there's a non-combat option, probably a few minutes at most. Whereas for me, it was like an hour. I still think that these things matter. But the magnitude of my complaint can definitely be considered to be diminished by the temporal factor, let's say. So I think you guys were right. But I still defend my no knowledge position. Fair enough, yeah. But I do definitely, like, that's, when they didn't roll initiative and I was like, damn, I think I like it. That's definitely part of why. And hey, sometimes that happens, you know? I have a wrong reaction to things sometimes.
Can the pixies see it too, though? Run!
They can see it, but they can also be like, oh, this isn't real. Like, if you touched it,
I grab Keyleth by the wrist and start running away from the stage.
Are we running back to the lichens or to the shade mark?
We're going to the shade mark. We're going to the shade mark.
Garm, touch his
to the shade mark.
I've got Garm.
Yes.
Go.
Everybody.
Go, run, Fawn, run.
But keep on the lookout for mandrakes.
And werewolves.
Okay. Okay. So I want everyone to make a perception check.
Strong 8. Strong 8.
Natural 1.
Natural 1.
No.
22.
No.
22.
31.
This is a
19.
terrible,
All right. What are you looking out for? Like, which direction are you looking?
I'm looking towards where we're going.
Okay, so you're going with Garmelie, heading in
Yes.
the direction of Death Court. What are you looking, Keyleth?
I'm looking out for werewolves.
Okay.
For lichens.
Okay, where are you looking?
I'm looking for lichens too.
All right,
I'm
so
just being honest.
you guys continue pushing forward.
I'm shouting, the way is clear. The way is clear.
All right, you guys run and run and run.
Oh no.
And run, and you're pushing through brush and pushing over elements and heavy.
This is an experience where I might do no problem, Faye. Where I might do failing forward. Definitely want there to be a consequence for the natural ones. And just the generally, like, you know, the not high rolls overall. Especially at Matt's table. You know, I consider natural ones not as big of a deal as they do. But for them, I would still make the plan work. But once again, exhaustion rears its ugly head. Another, in my opinion, perfect place for 524 exhaustion. Perfect place. Give the entire party 524 exhaustion. They can't they can't see the werewolves, but they constantly hear them, but they don't know where it's coming from, so they're bobbing and weaving. They are running at dead-out sprints to try and escape the forest. They go on a much longer path than they ever should have. Exhaustion. 1 level. Everyone. I love it. I will be making each level of exhaustion a little bit less, detrimental. I think I'm literally just going to change it from 6 levels max to 10 or 12 probably, and then make it 1 per level, like -1 to D20 tests per level rather than -2. But I think I'm going to keep the speed the same. So when you get to the 6th level, you'll have like -30 speed. I think that's fun. Yeah, but this is, again, the exact type of situation where I would have their plan work, but there's a consequence.
The heavy, hard portions of the floor. I need everyone to go ahead and roll a general. This is going to be an athletics check for the keeping.
What does negative speed even mean, though? I would say I would slightly modify the text to be like to have like 1 extra sentence if your speed can't go below 0 or something like that. So yeah, negative speed, no mechanical detriment. The only issue is that you can continue going down, and so even like, you know, if you are at 8 and you heal to 7, you still have 0 speed. So there's just like a point in the exhaustion where you're rocking 0 speed for like several levels. What a title. He's been in control the whole time. He has. And hey, this has been a great session. I think this is maybe one of the... I'm trying to think in recent memory. I think the last session that I liked this much... Because for reference, TT, if you're new, I have not seen any Critical Role, never seen any episode, any session, whatever. I think the last session that I liked this much, the last episode, was probably the Kev Dak fight. It's been a while. This is a good one, though. I'm liking it. especially from the perspective of like, I haven't really seen Matt run like robust travel, really. Like in the material plane, they kind of just teleport everywhere they need to go. Which, like, fair, they're high level. I don't begrudge them that. But the few times that we could have had more involved travel sequences, Matt has kind of brushed over it. This is the first one where we've kind of, not gone super deep into it, but it's like a real, like what I would consider a very like normal travel sequence, which is very cool. It's been very cool to see. Even if I have like, tiny little nitpicks in certain places. Broadly, I've been loving this session. I thought you watched 60 episodes of That's true. If you look in the Critical Eyes playlist, I have more than 60 I have more than 60 streams. Let's not harken back to the days where I would talk so much I used to have to split these into 3 parts. For as much as I'm still blowing out the talking budget, I've gotten better.
Up the endurance and speed of this is not easy terrain to continue to push across.
Athletics. I've got land stride, so I don't get slowed by any
You're fine.
hard terrain.
You're fine.
Oh, so I don't need to roll?
You need to roll. You know this area.
24.
24.
11.
I rolled twice because of disadvantage.
Yeah.
Both were ones.
Oh, Jesus! 2 20s and 2 1s.
You've hit the spectrum tonight, buddy.
I rolled a 1, but then I used luck and I rolled
That's
a
the
20.
cycle.
Nice.
Wow.
You guys, calm down on the
Feywild.
extreme.
The rainbow and the Feywild.
Everything is possible.
There are other numbers between those two. You realize in the dice. Okay,
I'm tired from reading.
Take a break.
Yeah, you're not reading during this run.
Gotta finish the Game of Thrones, man.
But as you guys are charging forward, Scanlan just goes face first over a heavy root into the ground.
Oh boy. I will say, in this sequence, even if we ignore all the exhaustion stuff, you can also very much do stuff like this. Like if you want to use like 514 still, you can do something like he just did with Scanlan, where he trips over a root, fucking knocks his noggin. You can either give him some sort of condition, maybe he cuts himself on a specific plant, give him a disease. You can also just have him take some damage. Just straight out. Or if you're feeling very harsh that day, another level of 514 exhaustion. Really fuck him over. I wouldn't do that, because that's very harsh. But you can absolutely still have, like, the general plan succeed. But during the escape sequence, they take on some detriments, let's say, some consequences, which is kind of the core of failing forward. That's the core of it. At the end of the day, when people talk about failing forward, it is your plan succeeds, but you take consequences, or the vice versa, where your plan fails, but you actually get boons. An example of that might be the hallucinatory terrain bit fails. But because of the pixies, I don't know, maybe inherent wisdom, insight, or maybe their madness, fun little flavor thing, you could have them instantly interpret the hallucinatory terrain as trying to help them, trying to help them against the Lycans. And so their plan fails, but they almost instantly gain the trust of the pixies. So now they've essentially picked a side, or been forced into a side, but they are still progressing the story substantially. So that may be what we would define as like failing forward versus what I was originally saying, which is maybe more succeed with consequences. I personally love this plan so much that I would rather see them succeed with consequences, but I think that a type of failing forward here would also be very, very valid, because you still want to reward the plan, but you gotta honor the dice at a certain point, Not a critters watch over 180 hours of CR videos. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know when I passed the event horizon. I think it was Craven Edge. What happened to Scanlan's luck? I know. How would you handle exhaustion with gritty resting rules? Like, I'm thinking of it, and I'm unsure of how to adapt it. I mean, I think the real shit, honestly, gritty resting rules are meant to be fucking hard. Are meant to be fucking really detrimental to timelines of things. So you keep it the same. You have them clear exhaustion on long rest. Long rest is a week. They're very tired. Alternatively, you could maybe increase it to 2 levels of exhaustion per week. That's maybe a simpler way to make it not so detrimental to the exhaustion mechanic. Alternatively, you can mess with the gritty exhaustion rules a little bit. They're variant for a reason. So instead of a short rest going from an hour to 24 hours and a long rest going from a day to a week, you could maybe have a long rest go to half a week, 4 days, and a short rest is half a day. You can cut those in 2, still much longer than the standard resting rules, but still pretty tough to deal with. Makes timers much more pressing. And exhaustion might not be as affected in that situation. Alternatively, you could homebrew a feat or consumables that help clear exhaustion. So potentially over the course of the 7 days, they can clear multiple levels of exhaustion by going and partaking in recreational activities. Maybe that involves some consumables of some nature that cost money, so they can, you're providing them with, essentially a gold sink at that point, that they can spend to enhance their exhaustion healing. Or you could create a feat that mimics the Rangers. The Rangers short rest, they clear an exhaustion level feature. I think they get it at like 13th level, if I remember correctly. Something around there. You could recreate that as a feat and allow them to take that, so that now they're clearing on short rests. Could really be a defining thing for one of them. I think you just have to mess with the numbers mostly. It doesn't have to be too harsh, but I had a rogue roll a nat 1 while scaling a roof. I had the player fall off the roof and break through a cellar door. This way he still entered the house to fail forward. Yeah, absolutely. And then he still succeeded. It's especially good if they didn't see the cellar door ahead of time. Especially good then, but still good even if they had. They get in the house. Also good if it was maybe padlocked, but the force of his fall broke through the padlock. Because like you said, they're still entering the house, but they've made this big noise. Maybe there was a sleeping person that they woke up through this. So they're in a more tense situation, but they still went forward. There's a good version of this in Blades in the Dark, which is success, but you succeed on whatever you were trying to do, but your resulting position, which is essentially... There's 2 factors to a skill check in Blades. There's position, which is how likely the thing you're trying to do is to succeed. And then there's effect, which is how effective will the thing that you're doing be towards your goal. And one of the kind of fail states is where you succeed in whatever you're trying to do, but it lowers your resulting position. Very similar to what you just said. That's almost like definitional, that sort of thing, where their goal was to enter the house. They succeed in doing so, but now they're in a much more risky position. Or potentially they're in like a desperate position. So if their situation was already risky, they fall into the cellar, they've entered the house, and they're face to face with a wide-eyed groundskeeper. The groundskeeper is surprised, so you have the upper hand, but you need to act quick. Can be very, very fun. If you really want, like, experience with having to consider failing forward constantly, Blades in the Dark is great for it. Or their generic system, Forged in the Dark. That's also really good. Fit D, because it takes out all of like the criminal elements from the system and just makes it have all of like the skill check mechanics. If you want any practice with failing forward, succeeding with consequences, I think Bit D is the best I've seen, at least. I do not have an encyclopedic knowledge of TTRPGs, but it definitely forces you to think about that all the time. That was an oh shit moment and on the spot for me. I get that. No exhaustion, just bad luck. I wish I had the excuse of exhaustion. Yeah. The house gained a basement when the rogue fell. Oh, yeah. I mean, separate discussion, but absolutely valid. This is why I keep like floating floor plans. I keep floating nodes around because if them falling through a cellar door is the first thing you can think of, add a basement to that shit. Yeah, absolutely. They'll never know the difference, as we've highlighted before, and it'll make them feel good. It'll keep the scene moving. Absolutely. A mage did it. On the way down, a mage was looking on from the window. A mysterious stranger goes, Alakazam. Someone's looking out for the party in the background. It's a big, long quest line.
Shit.
You guys have to kind of like double back. Grab him, keep going.
I'm tired.
You push on and you push on and you push on for what seems like another 30 minutes to an hour. Your pace is to slow just due to just general exhaustion and you're unable to keep that speed and that level of physical.
Rainbow and the Feywild.
Everything is possible.
There are other numbers between those two. You realize in the time. Okay.
I'm tired from reading.
Yeah, you're not reading during this run.
Gotta finish the Game of Thrones, man.
But as you guys are charging forward, Scanlan just goes face first over a heavy root into the ground.
Oh shit.
You guys have to kind of like double back. Grab him, keep going.
I'm tired.
You push on and you push on and you push on for what seems like another 30 minutes to an hour. Your pace is to slow just due to just general exhaustion and you're unable to keep that speed and that level of physical exertion for that long. Or most of you can. Grog's like happy to go forever. He's Constitution of 20, he's good to go.
He's basically good against anything except one of the ancient dragons.
There's a few things he's not good against.
All right.
Tiny brain with arms and legs, not so good.
Okay.
Little bastard.
That was fun.
Bring it back.
Eventually, you begin to see what looks to be a thinning of the trees, like the forest is coming to an end. You're beginning to hit the edge of the duskward side of the moonbrush.
Are we going the right direction, Garmini?
As far as I know. Yes, we're going the right way.
You're taking us through the bog?
Through the moonbrush is what we're going through.
Yeah. Still to the bog.
Yeah. Of course. Where else do I want to go?
All right.
Theater.
It's like holding his hat and rushing along.
You want to go to the theater?
No, theater!
What's your problem with the arts, man?
You guys, at this point in time, come to the final tree line. The three, Vex and Vax and Garmili hailing at the front of the pace before all three of you whack, slam into something extremely hard.
Oh.
What is it?
Did it feel like a theater?
No, it felt like a wall.
Oh, a wall of a theater?
A wall?
What is with the theater?
Seriously, a wall.
Back up and you guys catch up and same thing, you come up to the edge where the final tree, actually like between where the trees that hit the perimeter of the forest are.
Fucking.
And there's just a barrier, a invisible barrier right there that's preventing you from crossing.
What is this
Fucking
thing?
kidding me?
Garmili, what is
They're
this?
not-
I don't know. I haven't encountered this.
Never ever.
I don't walk into the middle of dangerous forests for fun.
I don't think we can leave until we
Take care of this?
take care of this.
Wait. Can you you can go invisible? Is it like magic? Can you tell?
I mean, I can have a look at it.
Yeah, have a look.
Have a look.
Comes up and looks over it for a bit.
To be honest, this is a large-scale enchantment. This is some sort of a... Well, this is very, very powerful, very old magic.
Fucking old magic.
Young
He turns around looking at you guys. Hi.
Hi.
Quite literal obstacle. Oh yeah, that's the yeah, the most obstacle you could have thrown at them. And you know what I'm realizing? The wall of the theater? Earlier, when the Wolfman reacted to Keyleth, by talking about building the wall in between the pixies. Between the pixies and the werewolves, and the werewolf said she speaks as if she's from here. I think he might have been being a bit more literal than I thought. I thought he was being sarcastic, and I think he might not have been sarcastic. Huh.
Looking past you.
Oh, shit.
As you guys turn around and see behind you what looks to be, shoulder to shoulder, a mass of furred, standing, snarling, beast-like humanoids. Behind them, just landing and standing up at his full height, his snout starting to dip beneath the brush under the nearest trees. The entirety.
See what we did to those pixies?
Yeah.
Wrecked.
Fucking
Wrecked.
destroyed.
Cut me real quick.
At this point, you now see as
for damage.
Lord Ukrat steps from the old, and all kind of begin to form a semicircle.
I will say, this is also potentially a version of Failing Forward where they get through the forest, which I think ostensibly the werewolves were going to probably prevent them from even making it through the moonbrush. And now they've gotten to the end of it, essentially been rewarded. But now they have a big-ass wall in their way. Yeah, if the theater kid in Mega doesn't get this reference, why do we build the wall? My party, why? I do not know. The only thing that even tickles my brain when I see that is, like, Pink Floyd The Wall. Get him on the wall! Nothing else comes to mind. Off topic, but if a DM is able to improve like I did, improv, like I did with the basement, your players will think you just prepare for everything. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I always say with Matt, I think a lot more, especially if you haven't DM'd before, if you've like only played, the part of the magic of D&D is improv and bullshit on the spot that feels real. I think a lot more of Matt's world is probably improv than you might think just watching it. And he's sort of alluded to that in the Q&A that I watched. But yeah, I mean the magic of D&D is being able to do that convincingly, which is like a huge skill test. And it can be a huge skill diff on how confident you seem, on how detailed the things that you improv are without going beyond anything that you've established already. Yeah. Oh yeah. The trick is making them think you prepare for everything when you're just ready for nothing, or when you're just ready for everything. You know, I said theater for a reason. It's from Hadestown. I have not seen Hadestown. It might be one of the bigger gaps in my theater knowledge, I will admit, because I know of Hadestown. And I know that it is it's a big gap up there. It's alongside what's the other big one I haven't seen? Maybe that one's arguable. That might be one of the bigger like classic theater ones. Yeah. Total gap. I don't do it often. I mean, if you're running D&D and everyone's having fun and you're comfortable with your level of prep, two thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. But the improv is often a way to make the world feel bigger and to make it seem like you did more prep than you did, allowing you to maybe avoid those burnout scenarios or having to end early or any of those sorts of things. So it's more about, avoiding negatives than necessarily enabling positives to an extent. to an extent. I haven't even seen Hadestown, and I know that one. Oh no, I have not. I have not seen it. Yeah. Learned a lot working. We're with working technical support. No one wants to take advice from someone who's not sure of themselves. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'd honestly never thought about that, but maybe that's where some of mine comes from. Yeah, you just got to sound confident. When people are having because I worked IT desk, and then I worked in the software development side, but I was still in the IT department. And yeah, confidence. I mean, confidence will take you so far in so many industries. But it's very similar of like when someone is in distress, when something's not working, they honestly, a lot of times they don't care how fast you fix it. They feel out of control, so they want to feel like someone's in control. And if you act confident, it's very soothing because it feels like, okay, you're in the tech's in control. They know more than me about these issues, and they'll get it all worked out. Even if on the back end you're just kind of running down your list. Seeing what may or may not work. Yeah, absolutely. I think, and that's also, the CRcast has recommended improv classes before. I think it teaches a similar skill. In general, one of the primary DMing skills is just confidence. It's confidence and constantly thinking about good vibes. If you are constantly aiming yourself towards everyone having fun, you're not focused on just yourself having fun. You're not focused on one particular player having fun. If you're focused on the table having fun, you're vibe checking that, and you're confident, I'd say that's like 80% of being a good DM are those two factors. Everything else, I think you'll learn with experience.
Circle around you. He goes,
Were you trying to flee?
We were running from the pixies.
We destroyed their home and then we took off running.
You're right.
That's what you wanted, right?
They're so scary.
If you had done what you asked, you would have been able to leave this forest.
So we have to try harder. It didn't work.
Apparently, our methods were not complete. We will go back and we will do it better this next time.
To be fair, I don't remember entering a formal contract.
He kind of took off before we
Agreed to anything,
shook hands
right?
or anything.
Have you always?
You told us to go take a look at the pixies first.
Yeah, get a second opinion.
And to get a second opinion. And we have made it to the edge of the bog safely without your need of safe
he's
passage.
already turned around and walking away. Says,
Do what you will.
Oh, fuck
I have
me.
no interest in you. Liars, deceivers. You talk too much. Your meat would taste like ash in my mouth. Well, good luck. Enjoy your time locked in this prison like the rest of us.
Oh. Aha. I see. Oh yeah, we're way over the talking budget. The calculation was fucked for this one, so I'm not worrying about it anymore. Right. Uh-huh. So this, earlier, I was like, man, I love their plan. I'm gonna bend over backwards to facilitate their plan. There is an amount of sticking to your guns and not going too far. And I would say, honestly, at this point, the werewolves not being like kind of immediately aware of the trickery and not like directly attacking them, that's close to enough reward. And no matter what their plan is, especially when it involves like hard concrete world building, like I think this is, yeah, sometimes there's an amount where you're not it's not worth finagling things to facilitate the player plan, especially when it has this sort of reveal at the back of it. This like locked in a cage sort of reveal, I suppose you can say. This is very interesting. This is very, very interesting, and every time I've watched these gone over the top, I'm trying to refine the formula, okay? It's hard. I never want to underestimate the formula. Or wait, I never want to overestimate the formula. But honestly, this actually makes the comparison of the moonbrush to a dungeon way more apt than I thought it would be. Them being within this constrained boundary, it's just bigger and doesn't have walls. Interesting. This will be an interesting Garmili interrogation. It'll be an interesting... This is an interesting reveal. I like it. It now... It's not quite Monster in the House. I'm trying to think of what narrative genre this really falls into. I guess Dude with a Problem. To bring it back to Save the Cat. But it's almost like, comparing it to another kind of classic piece of media, it's sort of like The Labyrinth at this point. But instead of having to find the right series of rights and lefts, basically a code, to get out, they have to find and they essentially have to find a key. It's a prison escape. It's prison. Never mind. What is it? What am I talking about? It's a prison break. It's a prison break story. And the pixies are the jailers, and the wolves are the inmates. Huh. Which, actually, man, it's a good it's a good tonal fit. Because so far, right, I've said it over and over again. So far, I've talked about, the characterization of the Feywild, the tone, all of that. Is that, and especially this has really been kind of drilled home in the moonbrush. The Feywild, but especially the moonbrush. Everything is dangerous. Everything could easily fuck you up, but maybe you'll live. Everything has a non-combat solution. All of these, at least in my head, fit pretty well, like tonally, with the Prison Break storyline. Everyone is dangerous, at least to an extent. Everyone is kind of on a razor's edge because it's a very emotionally heightened environment. Everything has a non-combat solution. This is a really, maybe not an immediately obvious thing, but this is part of almost every Prison Break storyline, is that it's largely non-violent because of the power differential normally between the inmates and the jailers. The tone fits. And it's very... And it's an interesting reveal. It happened pretty quickly. I do question its placement within the larger vestment or vestige hunt questline, and the larger Chroma Conclave questline, especially with essentially the involuntary imprisonment. I do, because the prison wasn't. It wasn't that foreshadowed before they got in there, especially given that they had a guide. So I question that a tad. It's, that feels a little bit off to me. But once we were in the prison, everything feels tonally right. And it's a very interesting... It's an interesting story to place inside in this way. It's very interesting. Is an open-air dungeon similar to a prison with no walls? Yeah, precisely. It's, what's the Avatar prison? Avatar prison. It's Boiling Rock. They don't have walls because they don't need them. It's just an island. Yeah. It's even more Boiling Rock because it even has the aspect of the jailers largely ignore the inmates because they don't need to watch them because they're so confident in the maximum security nature of the prison's very construction, very Alcatraz. Yeah. Interesting. Speaking of what we were discussing with them screwing over Garmelie with the threshold crest. Oh my god, yeah, they screwed over Garmelie hard. They screwed him over way hard. Haven't they picked on Garmelie enough? Why interrogate Garmelie? They really have screwed over Garmelie. Garmelie is getting the shortest end of the stick in this whole situation. I mean, he is definitely sus. Those can both be true. He's a pretty sus dude, and they're screwing him over big time. The amount of screw over is not reciprocal to the amount of suspicious he is. I feel slighted. I typed in prison before he mentioned it. We're on the same wavelength, though. We're on the same wavelength. No, but I like it. And the reason that I do this, by the way, I'm not trying to be reductive or say that that's all this is. Oh, it's just a prison break story time. Been done 1,000 times before. It's obviously very unique. And a lot of times, at least I find, and I've gotten this advice from several writing experts and storytelling experts, is to compare your story to other stories, to try and figure out what general genre it's in, so that you can establish the genre touchstones that you either want to enforce, ignore, or entirely refute. Because you can't know if you're breaking a convention if you don't know what the convention is. So that's the only reason I look for, what type of story is this? What does this compare to? It's why I compare I debate between the Chroma Conclave being an apocalypse storyline or a dystopian storyline, why I'm comparing this to a prison break. It allows you to kind of imagine the touchstones and the interesting decisions that have been made to distinguish this iteration of that genre. Yeah. The Feywild is an entire dimension in theory. It's just as big and varied as Exandria, but it also feels so claustrophobic. Matt specifically has made the Feywild feel incredibly claustrophobic. I think that's one of the primary effects that him not only telling but also showing the danger constantly is that it's made, every wall is pressing in. Every forest is teeming with things that want to kill you. You are not in a land of wonder and fancy. You are in a land where if you stray off the path, you never come back. And that makes you very aware of how big the path is. Or, in this case, not very big at all. Oh, yeah. It's real good. It's real good. What did they do to their guide last episode? I got the sense that this is Garmeli's revenge. I mean, if it's Garmeli's revenge, he better have a way out, because otherwise he's trapped in there with them. He's not even getting a stick. Poor Garm. What are you gonna do?
Turn around.
Wait.
Walk away.
Wait, you're locked in here because of the pixies?
I feel like they're terrible communicators.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have told us that. No. I don't think they wanted
That's
to tell
a
us
good
that.
incentive for us to destroy the
I
pixies.
feel like
Yes, that would
We
have been.
can't proceed
Good
without
lead.
destroying
Right.
the pixies.
Yeah. It seems a lot less
A
like
little communication is all we need.
Can I take out my blood axe
Very good.
and go up to the magic barrier and hit it as hard as I can?
Go for it. Roll an attack.
Yeah, this is gonna get poorly. Wait, don't.
22.
Okay, go roll damage.
Oh, how do I do that? I forget.
Just
I'm kidding.
It's been a few episodes.
16.
Okay. I need you to also go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Sweet. Natural 1.
Oh my god.
Gotta love it when the crew laughs at you.
That is a 1, right?
As you pull back with the blood axe, you slam with all your might in the barrier. As it hits, there's a streak, a flash of vibrant bluish-white light in what sounds like the highest shriek you've ever heard in the entirety of your time on Exandria. At which point you watch Grog get flung backwards at incredible speed through the air, the actual blast sending you almost into your allies and party, slamming into one of the nearby tree trunks. The blood axe just goes plopping to the ground as you feel a number of bones in your back from the impact. You suffer 28 points of psychic damage and 14 points of...
To hit home why I try to compare stories, or try to compare stories to other stories, I think that this is a situation where there being a wall around it could be several different types of stories. I think that this one specifically is a prison break, not just because of the wall, because of everything else. I debated initially, is this a labyrinth? Is this like a monster in the house type deal? It's not. It's a prison break. And if this was a labyrinth, the walls of a labyrinth don't hit back. They don't care if you punch them. That's not the point of them. The point of the walls in a labyrinth is not really to keep you contained. It's to funnel you towards the monster. So... if this was a labyrinth story, I wouldn't have the wall do damage. I would have it send up an almost flare type of beat. I would describe a streak of glowing light from right where Grog hit, shrieking up into the air, following the curvature of what appears to be a dome, until it blasts against the center of where you assume the moonbrush to be. Anyone from anywhere in the moonbrush could have seen that sign. That's what I would do for a labyrinth. But a prison has guards. It has barbed wire. I don't know, in some cases it has like moats and shit and sharks. A prison keeps you in with threats of violence, and they enact that violence when you try to escape. So, Grog getting blasted back makes way more sense in the context of a prison break storyline than it would in the context of a labyrinth storyline. But with that extension, I also wouldn't have, like, the pixies be aware that Grog attempted to escape. I would not, ring the bell and let the jailers know. He attempted to escape, he got punished, he's back in the hole. So and those sort of tonal beats traits, I do think, often resonate with players. When we talk about things like feeling right, I think it can sometimes, not always, but sometimes have quite a bit to do with these sorts of factors. Does this feel right given everything else? And establishing a genre touchstone can be really useful when you're developing your story in understanding what will feel right in terms of like a consequence for him slamming, trying to escape, essentially. This is them trying to swim rather than using a boat to go back to Boiling Rock? Yeah, absolutely. It's them trying to swim off of Boiling Rock. They get fucking bitten by a shark and they escape back onto the land. And they now see that they will have to find another way off. Yeah. Feeding ground maybe for forest corruption? I'm trying to understand what you mean. I don't know if I quite understand it. Oh, you mean like if you're comparing the like the shade mark? Are you thinking about like the touchstones for the shade mark? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't know.
Bludgeoning damage from hitting the tree.
Oh, shit.
That's 42.
I feel like we all learned a very valuable lesson.
What's a good burrowing creature like a badger?
I feel like we need to rest, you guys. We really need to rest.
Let's sit down and camp, and in the morning we'll go and kill some pixies.
Yeah. Wait, are we trapped in here because we were deceitful to these wolfmen?
No,
or
we're trapped because
the
everything
pixies
that
are
enters...
trapping everybody?
The pixies are bitter little assholes. And
Garm really goes,
That doesn't make sense. People enter and exit the forest without an issue.
Oh, really?
What?
We entered.
Yeah, we entered.
Yeah.
So why are we trapped here? Because we lied?
I don't know.
I just don't think we can go this way.
We're going to attempt to cast Minor Illusion on the other side of the wall.
Oh. I think I might be making a misinterpretation of what's going on. That I think unintentionally you might have corrected, Sarah. Because I was assuming that the wall is around. I was assuming that the wall in this case was containing the moonbrush. This was the moonbrush. And then the shade merc was over here, totally free and clear. But based on what Garmili just said, I think I and potentially the players might have been wrong about where the wall is. I'm thinking that the wall maybe is not around the shade merc. The wall is maybe around the shade merc and not around the moonbrush. Do you have Jimmy's live episode, so I don't know what the moonbrush versus the shade merc is? Got it. I don't know what the situation here is, but we will continue to find out. Because there's definitely a delineation between the moonbrush and the shade merc. And again, I was assuming that the wall was around the moonbrush because the wolfmen said, now you're trapped in here like the rest of us. So maybe Garmili's just fucking wrong. That's also a possibility. Is that Garmili is just fucking incorrect. I don't know. It just reminded me of a spider or some other predator trapping creatures. Possibly, yeah. Like my assumption was that it was like a one-way entry sort of situation. So like you can go into the wall, but you can't come out. So yeah, like the pixies are trapping them in the web. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. This is like ostensibly an open question with them. Like the pixies and wolfmen are an ecosystem animal, zoo, or cattle. Maybe it's because they fucked with the pixies. I legit don't know in this instance. I don't know either. I think right now this is an open question of what the shape of this wall is and what the situation is to the players. So let's keep going.
Just an image of myself.
Okay. As you attempt to cast the spell, the arcane energy dissipates upon impact with the barrier.
Huh.
Garmili, who do you know that's left these woods?
That would be my Uncle Jameson, is the person I learned most of this information about the moonbrush from.
Your Uncle Jameson, and he was definitely telling the truth that he went in the woods.
I mean, he was probably a little intoxicated when he was spinning these tales, but, I mean...
Is Jameson his real name or a nickname?
Yes, exactly.
As far as I know, it's his real name.
So he knew about the happy camp.
These are the things I was warned of, yes.
All right.
James?
Do we want to waste any time trying to take your broom up and see how high this barrier goes?
And I can dig and see if we can go under. Just
Well, we
in case.
hit it
we're
with
not
our
gonna be able
bodies.
to
We
get
have
out.
our
That
backs
doesn't
who attacked it.
That doesn't jive.
Oh, that's true. It didn't hurt us when we just ran into it.
No, when we ran into it, it just felt like a brick wall.
I guess I fly up, and can I fly up and see how high up it goes?
Sure. You're in the broom, you go past the canopy, and eventually the front of the broom clips and scrapes against, and you can see a little bit of shimmer of the barrier that domes up.
It's a bubble. We're in a bubble.
There's two Jamesons.
I have a proposal.
Yes, Grog.
Why don't we make our way back to the Pixie Dome and say like, oh, we're chased by these horrible lichens, we wanted to kill them, but we got stuck when we hit this invisible wall. Could you do anything to help us get rid of the lichens? And then we play both sides of the coin.
That is way better than our first idea, and yet still terrible.
I think we just have to pick a terrible idea
Stick with it.
and stick with it until it becomes far too much for us to deal with.
Can I take a look around and see, like, do a perception check to see if anyone else might be watching us?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Let's do this one. Oh, that's not bad. Perception. Yeah, 25.
25. You take a moment and kind of glance about the tree line, the floor.
You know, like little like rustles in the bushes
Right.
where someone might be invisible.
No movement any further. Once the rest of Lord Ukrat and his crew had vanished into that would be the nightward direction. You've seen no movement
I
since.
feel like they weren't that bad of guys. I mean, they could have attacked us and they didn't. They just went out.
I mean, they're certainly no meaner than Krog is. They're just area.
I propose we take a nap, go back and deal with the pixies one way or another.
Rest up.
Yeah, I agree with Percival. I think all our options are shit, and we pick the least shitty and see what happens.
Yeah.
Scanlan, can you sleep?
If I read for a few more hours first, sure.
Yeah, we'll make the
Take first watch.
How long have we been
I'll
up?
take for
At this point in time, I'd say probably close to 8-9 hours. Yeah.
So it hasn't been a full day. Let's,
we'll
let's
stay.
call it an early
long
night.
day. Let's call it an early night. Wake up fresh.
Read your book.
Read.
We'll sleep.
By the fire, yeah.
All right, you take first watch. We're gonna zonk out.
Okay.
I'll stay up as well.
So you're taking a short rest or long rest?
We'll take a short rest into a long rest. So he can finish reading and then we can sleep.
All right, sure. So you're taking first watch as you guys all.
And I'm up with him.
Okay. So
Oh, God.
can you?
I want to go Minxie and just kind of.
All right, fucking sassy Matt. Cool off. Oh boy. The only thing that I'm sort of that I think is missing. And this could be, you know, a purposeful reason, but prisons are constructed. You know what I'm saying? They're not natural, and the jailers have reasons for the inmates being in there and keeping them in there. Now, that might not always be purposeful. It could be related to their allegiance to a larger organization. It could be generally philosophical and not purposeful to any individual member, or it could be very individualized. It's not, you know, that's not the important part. It's that the jailers have a reason for the prisoners being in there, and they need the prisoners to be in there for some reason. And normally, this is maybe, I would say, like, less required, but a lot of times, they also have things for the inmates to do. Most of the time to, like, keep them busy. And I'm not really seeing that here. It actually does. I mean, even a zoo can be conceptualized as a prison where the reason that they're in there is for observation. That's the benefit, that's the need, that's the reason that you have people in the prison. So I am now kind of waiting for what is the reason? Why are the pixies doing this? Is it literally is it just that they're insane? Because I rarely love the insanity answer. I don't know. I'm interested.
I'm gonna do a little perimeter walk in the forest a little bit.
Okay.
Just kind of see if I notice
Rest of you guys are resting and just kind of finding camp here in a small section of the tree. You're on that weird cusp where, looking out towards the barrier, you can see the dusk light, the usual sky of the Feywild. And as you guys back up to find your camp a little deeper in the forest where it feels safer and less exposed, looking up, you can still see the dark, starry sky and the moon. Both visible from your position past the trees above and then past the barrier in front. As the rest of you are resting, you're finishing up your reading, you go Mingxi form, and you go wandering on the perimeter. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Ooh, natural 1.
Looks like a 7. Nope, that's a 1.
You, as you're kind of stalking through, looking about, you catch a scent, a new scent, one you're unfamiliar with. It smells like sweet, almost like a freshly fallen and open fruit. You immediately instinctively look down across the ground. Out of the corner of your eye, you see a glow. As you see 2 small humanoid entities with pairs of wings kind of flutter in front of you and stop. What languages do you know?
Elven, Sylvan, Primordial.
Okay. You do understand what they're saying, as they were talking to each other in One says,
I'm not familiar with this one. I don't think I've seen this creature in here before.
The other one kind of glance over and goes like,
You don't think she would have done it?
Wait, what was that bit? Last bit? Sorry.
You don't think she could have done it? Like,
Done it.
Done it, killed.
That's just a cat. Is it though?
and they both kind of get closer and inspect you. They're both kind of like rotating around your face and fluttering. One starts like pulling on your ear a little bit, like tugging on it.
I start purring.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
And it kind of like under your neck and kind of scratches a little bit. And the other one backs and goes like,
We have to keep looking. Something did this.
and they flutter
I
off.
wait for a second and then start stalking them.
Okay, you follow them?
Yeah.
Okay. The rest of you guys are taking a rest. You continue reading.
I'm awake. I'm keeping guard.
How they stop and move, stop, move. They're doing a full perimeter. Apparently they are some sort of a search party. And occasionally you can hear bits and pieces of conversation at a distance, thanks to your better hearing as Mingxi, but not incredible bits. And they're discussing the scare. They're discussing the enchantment that was placed. And they're discussing new intrusion. And that's about the most you can make out of the conversation. You continue to follow them. You're going to like your second or third hour of following them, and they're still doing a wide perimeter in the forest. They meet up with the third one. They have a quick little discussion, and they branch off.
Can I hear their little discussion? Anything?
If you want to get closer?
Yeah.
Okay, make a stealth check.
I have stealth as Mixie. Like benefits, right? Right? It's like a tiger. Oh yeah, I do. Oh, not good. 10.
All right, as you creep forward in the middle of the discussion, the three of them, they all whip around at you. One of them pulls like a wand out and puts that in front of the other two back up.
I just start eating grass.
Okay.
That's totally tiger-like.
Tigers love you.
The two that saw you before are like,
She's been following us.
Why? I roll over and show my belly.
the one that has the wand out goes,
Oh boy.
We're gonna take chances.
Oh no.
puts the wand out.
Oh fuck me. Huh? How many?
Form.
2 points.
Total? Shuffle, shuffle. Flip page, flip page, flip page.
Sorry. 52.
Not no more, you
They're
don't.
like finger of death me, aren't they?
Didn't nuke you.
Or do something bad.
Okay. Releases the wand. There's a slight tingling sensation, and then nothing happens. And it kind of looks at the wand,
Strange.
and they all kind of convene and start whispering to each other. Very
I look
close.
distracted with other stuff. I sniff and kind of wander off.
Separate a bit.
Just doing cat-like things.
Let's just start pissing.
Yeah, I mark my territory. I spray a little bit. Yeah.
Wow.
Gross.
Thank you.
That's foul, Keyleth.
You know what one of them say?
We can always correct it later, but best to be safe than sorry.
As you're peeing, I need you to go ahead and make a.
Get petrified her ass.
She gets petrified while she's pissing. It's gonna be.
Oh, really?
All right, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Roll good.
It's either a 1 or a 20.
Come on.
Oh
shit.
God.
I'll just start a new one. I'll start a new one. Don't worry about it.
Oh God. Fuck, why?
I mean, is this shit on camera? We're recording, right?
That's
No,
19.
Twice
Oh God.
You can't take it
in
off
a
the table.
fucking row.
Oh
What
my
are the
God,
chances?
oh my God.
Do it again.
Come on.
Oh, that's
Oh,
16.
yes.
Okay, good.
That's good.
God.
Constitution saving throw.
Saving throw. So 21.
Constitution saving throw is 21 total.
I got my ring of protection. Gives me a +2.
Oh, right. Nice. All right. So as you're peeing, you feel another kind of warm tingle over one shoulder, and you feel like your muscles tense a little bit, and then relax as the effect passes over you. No effect. And the three pixies kind of. We have to tell her. I don't trust it. And they all flutter off.
Okay, I head back to camp.
Okay. A few hours pass. Keyleth hasn't returned. You're still reading.
Keyleth? Keyleth, dear? Shit.
Whenever I'm back.
Shit. I go and I kick Max awake.
Ow. Why did you do that?
Oi.
What?
Your girlfriend's not back yet. She went off prowling as Minxie and she's not home.
I take offline.
Fucking A.
Oh, Jesus.
Being good?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay.
I'm a big girl.
That is
Come on.
not what I meant for you to do.
This is your first time really trying out your wings.
Yes.
You're also in a very dense forest.
Yes.
So there's no space. So as you heroically take off, your wing hits a branch, and you're kind of spinning out of the way. You try and push up past
Can
the
I
tree.
Spider-Man from tree to tree like the werewolves did, using the wings a little bit?
First time.
First time using it.
You're trying to.
All right.
Go ahead and make
Flying
make an
brand new
athletics check
drone.
with disadvantage.
All right.
It's like a Palinka machine.
28.
With disadvantage.
Yes.
You manage to not fall on your face, but it is a very clumsy looking descent. You make it,
so
but
high.
a wingspan of that size,
Yes.
amongst treetops,
Yes.
is going to do very little other than just what your general leaping would do. You get a little bit of gliding space from point to point.
Still fucking asleep is the problem.
Yeah, but you don't fall.
Okay.
All right, so we'll say for the next couple hours, you guys kind of do-si-do in the forest until eventually you do convene. Your wings wear off, and you find yourself back at the camp. Minxie safely arriving just as you finish your final page of your book.
Dude, I was hoping. It's so funny because I feel like I guess that's not true. It's not that I rarely have mixed sessions, but I feel like more often I'm watching a session and I'm like, God, Matt is missing. Like over and over. I don't know if he didn't have his coffee today or what's happening. And then I have sessions like this where I'm like, every time I'm hedging towards like, ooh, I don't know, Matt. He does exactly what I would want. In this particular situation, I think it's a very reasonable nighttime occurrence to see the pixies reacting. We haven't, despite them being, a major part of this so far, we haven't actually seen the pixies yet. So them reacting to the enchantment and sending out a search party all makes sense. And is a good point of nighttime interest that the party might encounter. And Keyleth going off to spy on them a little bit, I think also tracks. I also think the way that Matt reacted also makes sense. I think that all of it, really tracks. But it was starting to carry on a little bit. And right as it starts to carry on and it starts to kind of spiral out of control with Liam flying off, and we might have done that fucking ships in the night bullshit where Keyleth gets back to camp and Vax is far away, and that stuff sometimes is necessary, sometimes it's even good, but oh boy does it drag. Almost always. And so I like Matt just saying hey, we'll say that you do-si-do for a little bit, you eventually meet up, you get back to camp. Let everyone convene back in narrative, in fiction. Vax went off and did this so that he's still playing his character. We're not taking that away from him. But we don't have to spend the out-of-game time going through all of that. So thumbs up to Matt's handling of that.
And it was all a dream. What a shitty ending. Who knew? It was terribly hacky and derivative, and it read like 50 Shades of Grey. It was really
seen elsewhere. That's really
What? Something different about me?
I don't know, you just... Did you do your hair differently today? You just seem so...
Are you shorter?
I feel so
Your teeth are whiter or something. I'm
That's
not sure what
impossible.
it is.
It could be.
And Scanlan goes right into probably the deepest slumber he's ever in.
Good, you guys are back? Everybody's safe? Everything's
So,
good?
I stalked a couple of fairies for like several hours.
I know all this. You told me
Fascinated
2 hours
Yes,
ago.
I caught him up a little bit as we were walking back. Pretty sure it is the fairies who are creating the magical barrier, and pretty sure it's because we might have scared the living shit out of them. So,
You suck.
yes, it might have all been still our faults all along, like most things are. So, we'll talk to the fairies tomorrow.
If
That's
they
all I
don't
got.
find us.
They are actively looking for us.
They saw you.
They sold me as a cat.
What'd they do to you?
I think they tried to cast several spells on me, and by some luck of the draw, I managed to feline my way out of them. So I think they are looking for me and us, and I won't be a tiger anymore.
Can I use my ranger abilities and try to disguise where we're camping?
Yeah, can I help hide? I'll help
Try
her.
to camouflage. You guys find like a little alcove by one of the bigger trees nearby that has like some of the roots that kind of recess inward, and you build a small camp there that's kind of covered with thatch and branches.
And do we have any concept of what time it is in this perpetual night?
You really have none.
I'm gonna get a little sleep though, so I can get my spells back.
All right, sleep. Yeah.
Anybody else taking watch?
Yes, stay up with me.
Okay, but she needs to
She needs
rest.
his rest. Yeah.
I'll stay up.
She's already been up for 4 hours.
Yeah, stay up with me.
You can cuddle with me.
Don't offer that.
I know.
Okay, I will sleep then,
All
I
right.
guess.
You go ahead and nap. You guys are staying up.
Take a break.
I pick a space.
This is a good time to take a break, I think. Ooh, man. I am debating my choice to persevere. Because we're eyeing down about an hour and a half. Almost as much as the first half. And we're currently clocking 7 hours. I'm debating cutting it here. Just because they're also taking a break. Yeah. I'm debating cutting it here. Partially from the perspective of like not wanting the VOD to be too long. And like wanting to come back fresh. I don't want to be too tired when I'm watching the end of this. It seems like it's fucking clocking up to something big. I'm gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna see. I'm gonna kind of do a body check. You know, do a mental check, and see what my mental tells me about pushing through or not. And maybe we'll just have another ep this weekend or something. Maybe, or like a one to finish it out. I'm heading towards breaking it apart into 2 eps, but I'll see. Maybe I'll take a break and I will feel rejuvenated afterwards. Quitters never win. I know. That's why I'm still doing this after 60 episodes, Ross. But I might delay. I might not quit, but I might delay. It's true, probably didn't need to spend an hour on it. An hour on what? I don't know what we're talking about. You might be, maybe a bit behind. Maybe talking about the break sequence. I don't know. Push through. We'll see. I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to do a body check, and we will see. We'll see. Because I also haven't eaten anything today besides that small bowl of trail mix. So I also kind of just need dinner, and that takes a while. So yeah, take a quick break. I'll be right back, and I'm either going to stop now or I'm going to fully push through. We'll see. I'll be right back. What up? Hello. I have convened the council. And by that, I mean I went and said hi to my puppies for a second. And I have decided I am going to stop here. It's a solid stopping point. We've got some intrigue. And they're all resting. They're about to go into a big thing. I'm going to stop here. I will. Also, I don't want the VOD to be like 10 hours. That's something I really don't want. I want to try to keep the VODs under 8, if generally possible. So I'm going to stop it here. But I will finish it before next Wednesday. So that's going to be my kind of goal, is to start a new CR thing every Wednesday so that we can, kind of keep on like a weekly pace. So I will have to figure out my schedule. If I had to guess, it'll probably be on Sunday. Might be on Monday, potentially, but I don't think it'll be in the next 3 days. Probably... I can feel pretty confident, not Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So, and I won't want to do it on Tuesday. So I will see y'all to finish 61 either Sunday or Monday. I'll try to figure it out soon and schedule that. And then we can reconvene. Because I'm excited. I really want to finish this episode. And yeah. I'm also going to try to figure out the talking budget between this next one. Hey, maybe I should have stuck to it harder. Maybe that's the problem. It's possible. But I'm going to peace out. Have a good night. Thank you so much for joining. And I will talk to you all later. Goodbye.